Yo, what is up, my gamers in Christ? How are we doing today? Sorry, I just had to take off my my beanie. Today is the date of February. I keep wanting to say January. It's actually February. February 7th. Hey, what's up, Kayla? Nice red eyes. I know, I'm a big fan of the red eyes. Here soon, though, I'm going to be replacing the card with a different one. I'm more of a fan of the Ultimate Wizard in terms of attack and defense. You already know, Chaos Dark Magician. Or no, just Dark Magician. Chaos Dark Magician is a variant. I have my roots in Yu-Gi-Oh, ladies and gentlemen. For my first couple videos I ever put on this channel, it was add Yu-Gi-Oh, and Yu-Gi-Oh has been a constant theme throughout this entire channel. For some reason, I enjoy it. I love Yu-Gi-Oh. Before I quite understood what it takes to be a content creator, I actually wanted to have a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. I thought that would be super fun. For some reason, Morrowind's having a bit of trouble loading up. I'm sure it's fine, you know, I'm sure that's always good. Anyways, we're gonna share our link real quick, and we'll get started at the 10-minute mark. But shout out, Kayla. I appreciate you being here in the pre-stream and saying what's up. I really appreciate that. Hope you're having a good day. Alright, we'll get into stream announcements here. At everyone. What should I be the tagline? I mean, we're still decoding the files today. We're still decoding the Epstein files today, so. But we do have some general news to talk about. There's been quite a bit going on in the news world. February, and it's almost my birthday because of the 25th of February, and I like the Secret Beast. Okay, hell yeah. That's sick. I really like. I wish the Cyber deck, or the Cyber Dragon deck, was better. Because I really like the card art for Cyber Dragons. But alas, they are not a very good combo. That's okay. Yeah, the 25th, if you're down here, I'll wish you a happy birthday, dog. Happy early birthday if I'm not able to, but that's super exciting, gamer. We just got an achievement. That's what I always think when this song comes on. Hey, congratulations, we just got an achievement. Anyways, news-wise, like the title says, we're decoding the Epstein files yet again, but we have some more people weighing in. I saw this really interesting piece by Legal Eagle that I wanted to watch. I have an article too that I want to go over. Immigrants whose skull was broken in 8 places during an ICE arrest says beating was unprovoked. So we'll be getting into that. Yeah, these ICE scumbags are going way too far, dude. Way too far. Anyways, I'm gonna get Morrowind booted up here. Let me do that. Load her up. I've been enjoying Morrowind, but I've been saving it for when I'm streaming. You know, I haven't been playing it offline. And so the game I've been playing offline currently is a game known as War Sim. It's like a text-based, it's like a text-based video game where you control a kingdom, and there's a bunch of custom races and stuff like that. I believe it's like over 94 million race combinations you can do, so it's pretty interesting. I really enjoy it. I do wish there was the ability to play as different races, though. That would be cool. That would be very, very interesting. Alright. Well, without further ado, let me turn on some Morrowind for you guys while I wait for the folk to file in. Oh, I never let everyone know we're live. Hey gamers. We're live with a long episode today. Yeah, I want to do 8 hours today. I think I can do 8 hours today. By the way, we absolutely killed it yesterday. We had like 12 new subscribers, so shout out to you guys. Oh my god. I didn't think about that. I accidentally added everyone, said we're live, and then just didn't provide a link. I hate when I'm just waking up and I'm not exactly all there, you know. It takes a minute to get to a time when I'm ready to go, but that's all right. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like it and give a sub. It really does help out the channel. And gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. I saw my homeboy Tom Foolery was on the Shorts live. If you guys don't know the Tom Foolery show, he's actually a very good streamer where he does debate panels and stuff like that. Cool guy too. Cool guy. I'm all about lifting up my fellow content creators. I really am. One moment. Do I play... What the heck? Why the heck did they beat them? Oh, sorry, you're talking about that earlier. Well, I'm not entirely sure why they beat them. So I will have to look into that. But we'll be getting into the article here soon. How do I play Duel Masters? Oh, do I play Duel Masters? Yes, I play Duel Masters. I have it downloaded on my phone. And I have it on my computer. I don't have it right now, but I have it on my Steam, so I like Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot. It's a fun game. I think it's way better. I think the game itself, way better than Pokemon. Way better than Pokemon. And I don't know, I think the card art is a little better too. I'm sorry to say, but I think the card art is a little better as well. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we will be getting started with our news here in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted. I'll be going for a very long time today. I'll be going for at least 8 hours, or at least 6 hours, maybe 8 hours. That seems to be, I seem to start getting a little sleepy around 8 hours. You know, it takes a lot to talk out here. It does. But that's all right. So, in Morrowind right now, let me see what quests are going on. Madness? Madness! What's up, it's Bots? It's good to see you, man. Hopefully you're doing well. But I have no idea what, I'm supposed to help this guy's friend, I guess? He got lost in the forest. What an idiot, by the way. How do you get lost in the forest? Why don't you just look at your minimap? Hey, how goes it? It's going well, man. It's been pretty well. We're about to, I'm sure we'll get our first dump of MAGA here soon, and they'll be raging, so I'm excited for that. My god, I can't type? No, you're totally fine. I added everyone in the Discord server and didn't even provide a link. I was just like, hey, I'm live. So I've been a little, I'm still waking up, as they say. What's that little breathing noise in the back of this? I do not like that little breathing noise. Like, excuse me, sir. Alright, I'm gonna have to pickpocket this woman. I think that's what's gonna have to happen. Hold on. Play you along with Pokemon video games, mostly Pokemon Violet? That's sick. I like the Pokemon games, but I think the card game for, like the actual card game, I like Yu-Gi-Oh more. I used to play Magic as well, but I don't know. I like the look of Yu-Gi-Oh more. I'm sorry. I know that may not be a popular take, but I think the look of Yu-Gi-Oh cards is way cooler than that of Magic cards. And Magic has been doing weird stuff, like with the crossovers. Like, I'm all for a crossover every once in a while, but now we've got the Avatar The Last Airbender. I don't remember seeing that in the anime. Anyways, let me see what's going on, and we'll get started. I like this noble music. Very big fan. I think Front Mission 4, I've said it before, but this has to be one of the best soundtracks, dude. And it's in an obscure PS2 game that not many people know about. And just listen to it. I do have Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Duel Links is on the phone, Master Duel is on my Nintendo Switch. Oh, that's sick. I didn't even know they had it for Nintendo Switch. That's really cool. Anyways, I think it's time we get started, so we will depart from the master class in soundtrack design from Front Mission 4. And maybe it's just nostalgic for me. That might be the reason I like it so much. Remove the campaign contributions by the 100 wealthiest Americans. I love this. It completely destroys MAGA's, like, idea that, Democrats are funded by giant corporations. It's like, no, that's the Republicans, dude. That's the Republicans. Anyways, to begin with, we're obviously going to watch our PBS NewsHour. So I need to zoom out a little bit. I don't know why it's so... There we go. Reset. There we go. I don't know why it was like that. Anyways, let's see what they talk about today. We got nuclear talks. I'm assuming that's with the Iranian regime, which why are we talking to people that slaughter their own civilians? Over 30,000 it's looking like. Why are we doing that? I think that's a bad idea, but what do I know? What do I know? Anyways.
Good evening, I'm Amna Nawaz.
And I'm Jeff Bennett on the News Hour.
Let's... Oh, that is so exciting. Yesterday it was not Amna Nawaz and Jeff Bennett, and I was pretty upset. So was my chat. I was pretty upset, so I'm glad to see Chad, Jeff, and Stacy Amna there. It's truly good to see. I'm thinking about replacing the rage bait, by the way. What should I replace it with? I mean, Trump is hurting America really does trigger the frick out of MAGA. My entire personality does for some reason. It's very sad that they can't engage with their fellow American in calm political discussion, but we try. But I'm thinking about replacing it because the rage bait, I think it works, and I do think the doofus cam really triggers them as well. Anyways, go off, Jeff and Amna.
Hour tonight, the U.S. holds indirect nuclear talks with Iran amid escalating threats.
Wow, great idea. Yeah, let's do that.
And a buildup of U.S. forces in the region.
U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee discusses the next phase in the Gaza ceasefire and his hopes for Iran's future.
Iran is a real problem, and it's not just a Middle East problem, it's a problem globally. If Iran is serious about wanting to change, this would be pretty dramatic after 47 years of saying death to America. Let's hope they can.
And people affected by the Trump administration's suspension of immigrant visas for citizens from 75 countries speak out about the impact on their lives.
Hell yeah, sounds like we got an interesting PBS NewsHour ahead of us. But if you guys enjoy PBS NewsHour, don't forget to go subscribe to them and donate a little money, you know? I think that's super important. The PBS NewsHour it's a vital resource, and despite Trump's attempts to discredit it, it still stands as a masterclass in journalism, in my opinion.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by... On an American Cruise Line's journey along the...
You know what? These people, they support PBS NewsHour. So we're going to give them a little bit of free airtime, you know? That's what we do.
Mississippi River. Travelers can explore Civil War battlefields and historic riverside towns. Aboard our modern fleet of American riverboats, travelers can experience local culture and cuisine.
So, like, I don't know why, but I just had the funny idea of, like, a parody of this could be like, go look at the Civil War battlefields. And it's like, some dirt poor family. It's like, Pa, I found a shackle. Is what I think. I think you shouldn't change it at all. They don't like it. They can get off the page. Well, I know. I just want to make it. I want to make them more mad. You know what I mean? If there's anything that can piss them off more, I would love to see it. I really would. Just to make them mad, you know, just to make them engage. I don't want to scare, you know, it's got to be that mix of, I don't want to scare them away, but I also need to make it known that Donald Trump is an absolute scumbag. So it's a balancing act. It truly is. Anyways, look at those crawdads.
Music and history that define the mighty Mississippi. American Cruise Lines, proud sponsor of PBS NewsHour. Friends of the NewsHour, including Jim and Nancy Bildner, and the Robert and Virginia Schiller Foundation.
Shout out to Robert and Virginia Schiller. We love you.
Upholding freedom by strengthening democracies at home and abroad. And with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions.
Bow, bow, bow.
And friends of the NewsHour. This program was made possible by the contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you.
Viewers like you guys. Go support PBS NewsHour.
NewsHour. Today, across 2 continents, the U.S. confronted 2 very different nuclear challenges. For the first time since last year's war in Iran, U.S. and Iranian diplomats restarted diplomacy focused on that country's nuclear program.
And for the first time today, the U.S.
How does
accused
this
Iran
not-
of conducting a secret nuclear test just one day after letting the final nuclear arms control treaty with Russia expire.
Sorry.
Nick Schifrin's been covering both stories and joins us now. So, Nick, let's start with the U.S. and Iran. What do we know about how those talks went today?
Well, the Trump administration has provided no readout at the moment, but in the lead up to these talks, we heard from Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the top negotiator Steve Witkoff that Iran must not make nuclear fuel domestically, must restrict the range of its ballistic missiles, must end its support.
Hold on, Morrowind has done a fun little bug where it hides my mouse from me. We love that.
Indirect talks. You see Witkoff there with the president's son-in-law Jared Kushner meeting Oman's foreign minister, who then met with Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi, who said the talks focused on nuclear weapons and were a quote good start.
We were able to exchange.
We're stuck. We're just stuck in Morrowind for the rest of our lives.
And our interests for
That's all right.
a possible deal between the 2 sides on our nuclear question.
Araghchi said there would be a new round of talks, no confirmation of that from the U.S. side, which for the first time included the top U.S. military commander from the Middle East, a reminder, Amna, of President Trump's threats against Iran and that military buildup still in the region.
So what do the experts tell you all of that means for the possibility of an actual deal?
Well, that's the question I put to Kareem Sajapur of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. He is very skeptical of any deal of Iran's nuclear program, missile program, or support for proxies, including Hezbollah and Hamas.
The Iranian regime still seems so intent on defying the United
Morrowind's
States.
gonna go down for a moment. One moment, guys.
They
stole, ladies and gentlemen.
Up until now, Iran has shown no flexibility.
It stole my cursor from me.
Moderating its ballistic missile program, or
And now I still can't use it because I have to reconnect it. Sorry about the
goal is to limit this
noises,
conversation
guys.
only to nuclear, and even then to drag on the conversation.
Amna, so it doesn't get bombed by the United States. A U.S. official, though, confirms to me that Iran is trying to reconstitute its ballistic missile program. Look at
what is going on
there, and now look at the after of a missile production facility. Listen to distinguished scholar at Middlebury College, Jeffrey Lewis. He's studied these kinds of images for years.
We can see those facilities in satellite images, and so Israel attempted to destroy many of those buildings. But now they're back. It seems pretty clearly that Iran...
Ladies and gentlemen, the government has hacked my...
And U.S. officials...
Oh, geez, they've hacked my system. Why are they doing this? The government has hacked my system, ladies and gentlemen. And they're not allowing me to use my cursor. This is bad news. I have been hacked by the government. And they're not allowing me to use... They're not allowing me to use my... Sorry, you guys are going to have to hear the annoying sound of it getting constantly disengaged. I apologize, guys. I apologize. Oh, there we go. Oh my god. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, it's giving me the click functionality back. I thought it was all over. I really did. I thought they had hacked into my mainframe and had damned me. Luckily, that wasn't the case, and we are able to continue on, but that was scary. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you guys. Oh, we gotta restart now, huh? No, we don't have to do that. We will go to, let's just skip past the nuclear talk stuff. Not really too interested in that.
In the day's other headlines, the White House defended, then removed a racist...
Oh my god, if you guys forgot about that, this was absolutely insane for our president to be posting. I'm honestly kind of tempted to show you guys it because it is almost unbelievable. I say almost because this administration is full of the absolute dumbest people you could imagine, but it's insane. It's just insane. Here, I'm gonna bring it up. The video is a little too quiet. Got you, my bad.
Of the Obamas from President Trump's social media. It was posted shortly before midnight, and it was met with anger from Democrats and some members of the president's own party.
Bro, they can't even show the Obama
post,
one.
Which borrowed imagery from this video was deleted after backlash on both sides of the aisle.
Oh my goodness, they can't even show the video. I want to show it because I am a truth seeker. Hey, so wasn't something that magatards were defending, like they were saying it was something about election fraud? Oh yeah, did they hack you? No, they didn't actually hack me. But I felt like it there for a moment. It was on r/. Is where we found it. No, this isn't it. It's r/. It's two hmms. Oh, where is it? We just had it on the is it this one? Oh geez, it was so insane. Maybe it got taken down on here. Oh, nope, it's still here, ladies and gentlemen. So, in case you were wondering what everybody's upset about that, they claim it was at the end of the video. Yeah, I know. That their claim is that this isn't actually racist. It's a, you know, don't believe your lying eyes. So the one he posted allegedly was spliced at the end of the election fraud video. Oh, here we go. We got our first dump of MAGA. How about all the liberals in the media who still shared the screenshot? He posts a video and then there happens to be 1 second where the pic appears sharing it just like Trump did. The irony is lost on you? I have no idea what you're talking about, bro. You've meme-holed yourself. Go up to a normal person and try to explain your line of logic there, and you're going to get laughed at. I agree with you, but more than just dumb. They've do some stupid... Oh, yeah, they're very dumb. So, hey, nickname, please try to justify this for me. Whoa! That's Obama, and, you know, why are they fucking monkeys, dude? You couldn't have chose any other animal? Couldn't have chose a rhino, couldn't have chose a zebra. No, we had to go with monkeys, huh? Interesting. Interesting, very interesting. Well, we've all seen what... Oh, wow, so you're just being blatantly misogynistic. So embarrassing. OMG, dude, can you tell... What gorillas are in The Lion King? What gorillas are in The Lion King, Candyman? Stop being a little bitch! Yeah, that's what I call people that I disagree with. I just call them all bitches, and they're all stupid, and I'm right. That's how I do my politics. I mean, come on. How can you get more blatant than this? I tell you, MAGA, they will defend anything that this guy does. They will defend anything that this guy does. But here, let's watch it in its earnest. Later versions do have gorillas, but not the original. I was watching the H3 podcast, and I don't think there was, I think it was Tarzan that had the gorillas. I don't remember who had the, I don't remember gorillas being in The Lion King. And Mulchman6278 comes in with the classic cope of who cares. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if the president is tweeting this shit out, I would hope you care. I would hope that you care that the president doesn't post racist memes. I mean, look at this. Keep MAGA away from kids and the Constitution? Amen, Hasta Pasta. Amen. They're trying to get their grubby, grease-covered hands all over our Constitution, and they're not going to do it. Yeah, right, like they didn't see the end of the video with the video spliced in. It was by design. Yeah, this is very obviously supposed to be. It's a dog whistle, you know. It's not even a dog whistle. It's a dog trumpet. The Obama... Okay, so Jeff, congratulations. I just want to give you a congratulations. You did just show the one thing that will get you put in timeout in my server, and that's being racist. Oh my god, here's the classic cope. No, the video's about voting machines! No, my friend. Gorillas and the Lion King franchise primarily featured the Lion Guard series. Well, that's great. But that don't sound like any cartoon my Donald Trump president is watching. Let's continue, though.
The video on Truth Social, focusing on debunked claims about the 2020 election, included a racist animation of former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama, their heads superimposed on the bodies of apes. The president's post sparking widespread condemnation from lawmakers. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries
It was
said
about voting machines. God, see, they're just trying to sow doubt in our elections. That's what they have to do, because they know that they are going to get their ass kicked in these upcoming midterms. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. The video was not about... Yeah, I'm sure the original video was about voting machines, but that was not. Oh no, not a dog whistle when you're bitching like this when Michelle Obama was talking about people who avoid white businesses. God, you guys want to be persecuted so bad, it's embarrassing. I mean, MAGA should be labeled as a terrorist organization. Well, I don't think they're... I mean, they definitely have extreme views. But I don't exactly think they're a terrorist organization. Although, they do allow extremists in their ranks. And they are becoming more and more extreme as the time goes by. And yeah, it's a Groiper meme. It had the little dude. The only person bitching is you! I'm not gonna tell them the irony of that comment. I'm just gonna let it dawn on them.
The Obamas are brilliant, compassionate, and patriotic Americans. They represent the best of this country. Donald Trump is a vile, unhinged, and malignant bottom feeder. Republican Senator Roger Wicker. This is totally unacceptable. The president should take it down and apologize.
Looks like we got a lot of keyboard warriors in chat today, and unfortunately, we do not have anybody who has enough of a spine to challenge me in Discord. You know what I mean? I forgot to set up my Google phone line today, but God, you're illiterate. I'm apparently illiterate, ladies and gentlemen. I can't read. How did I even read that comment if I'm illiterate? By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm.
And this from Senator Tim Scott, praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt initially defended the actions of her boss. This is from an internet meme video.
What's up, Surf Ninja Gaming? How you doing? Johnny Romero says, "Fuck Islam and liberals." I mean, he just must live a very sad life to be going into random YouTube chats and saying stuff like that. I feel bad for you, buddy.
Depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Please stop the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters.
Fake outrage. That's what Caroline Leavitt says it is. It's all fake. It's all woke liberal nonsense. They don't actually care. We're the ones that care about racism. That's my favorite cope I get from them. No, we actually care about racist. That didn't come from Trump? Fact! Yes, it did, Robin. Stop. See, look, they're trying to deceive and deflect.
It should be noted there are no ape characters in The Lion King. A few hours after Leavitt's defense, the post was deleted. A White House official, speaking on the condition of anonymity, said a staffer erroneously posted the video. Mr. Trump's political rise included
of course,
years
now
of
we're
attacks on former President
now
Obama
we
that centered on conspiracy
now
theories
it's shared by somebody else. The way you talk shows me how R-worded you are. Well, I'm sorry that you have to judge your fellow Americans as if they're some sort of I don't know, moron, instead of actually engaging with their conversations. I feel bad for you.
and racist rhetoric.
I am a registered Republican.
One three-time Trump voter today called into C-SPAN to say the post
Doofus,
was a
hey, at least you're self-aware. That's Nick Shirley. Did you not realize that? That's Nick Shirley. That's not me. Files leaked? Ask who files leaked? I don't know about what that is.
breaking point.
What an embarrassment to our country.
How about we talk about something from fucking 10 years ago? I'm sorry, Jester Psycho, but I'd rather talk about something a little more relevant. You guys got BDS, Biden Derangement Syndrome, and it's very sad. It's very sad to see.
This man does is tell
ODS and BDS, Obama Derangement Syndrome and Biden Derangement Syndrome. Or did you clap and laugh? I mean, are you crying that a president had cartoons made about him? Donald Trump, I mean, the MAGA right has cartoons made about Joe Biden and the left all the time. What are you talking about? Isn't Nick the guy that did doing some naked fetish stuff in the Congress and posting it? No, Nick is the mentally impaired kid that went to Minnesota and didn't discover anything. Very sad.
lies. He is not worthy of the presidency.
Jester Psycho, I'm not going to engage in your OBS or your ODS. Okay, you need to get help, man.
And I just want to apologize to everybody in the country for supporting this rotten man.
Listen to that. Ooh, that hurts. That hurts. That's a Trump voter, and I've had plenty of these people come into my chat and say what up. Yeah, plenty of these people are pretty disgusted by President Trump's actions, so...
Also today, the U.S. has arrested a man, Zubair al-Bakush, who is suspected of playing a key role in the 2012 consulate attack in Benghazi, Libya, that killed 4 Americans, including an
Damn
ambassador.
right, Robert. Vote blue. That blue wave is coming. You need to get help. No, I think you do. You seem to be extremely obsessed about Biden and Obama. Okay, Robert, I hate to do it to you, or not really. You seem like a racist. Get the fuck out of here, loser. We don't want you here. We don't like racist around here. Hello and much love from Kansas. Hope you're having a great day. Take care. Hey, I'm from Kansas too. I love Kansas. It's one of the best states in the union. It's one of the best states in the union. Glad to have you. Once we get closer to the midterms, we'll be talking about local politic and stuff like that. So if that interests you, give a like and subscribe.
Al-Bakush will now face American justice on American soil. We will prosecute this alleged terrorist to the fullest extent of the law.
U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi alongside FBI...
Oh my God, Jester Psycho, you can't actually talk about what's happening right now. You just want to talk about the past. You're from Manhattan. Oh, well, I am in the Reno area, Reno County, so great to have a fellow Kansan in here. I'm a huge fan of the state. I really am. I think we're seeing, Kansas is a good place. It's a good mixing pot of different ideas and different political parties. It's turning purple. And it may even turn blue in the next couple decades.
Director Kash Patel and U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro told reporters al-Bakush was extradited to the U.S. and was indicted on 8 counts, including murder, arson, and terrorism-related charges. Another man, Ahmed Abu Khattala, who is suspected of masterminding...
Yeah, I don't know about... I've seen this, that it... I've seen recently that people have been saying that the Pizzagate stuff was real. I haven't seen much evidence about that. I hope to, when we're doing the decoding part, I hope to, maybe see what people are talking about there, but I haven't seen much in terms of the Pizzagate. Are you a Chiefs fan? Now, I'm going to break some hearts, but I am not a Chiefs fan. I know. I love the team, but they're not even from Kansas. Okay? They're from the Missouri part of Kansas City. Honestly, why can't we have Kansas City? I think that's such bullshit. We don't get our own city. Okay? We don't get our own city. That's bullshit. We have to share it with Missouri. Oh, great. Nothing against the Missourians, but I feel it could be better served in Kansas. That's all I'm saying. We could really use the economy. The files tell clearly that it's only leftists that are eating children. I'm sure, buddy. That's what they all say. I'm sure. I'm sorry, but it's just, I am sick of seeing the word Kansas City, and it's not even in half of it ain't even in my state. This is BS. All right, anyways.
12 attack.
Kansas doesn't suck. You wish you had the beauty of the Kansas sky watch over you every day. You wish you have the grandeur of the wheat fields. I'm sorry, man. There's no place like it. Now, you may wonder, why is the sky so beautiful? That's due to pollution, but that's all right. It makes it really pretty. Like different colors and different hues. It may be due to dirt pollution, but that's fine.
Was captured in 2014 and convicted. In Pakistan's capital city, officials say a suicide bomber targeted Shiite worshippers in a mosque during Friday prayers. The blast in a densely populated area on the outskirts of Islamabad killed at least 31 people and wounded over 160 others. The bombing was
Kansas
the second
is
major...
flat. Yes, we are technically flatter than a pancake, but don't let that fool you, okay? You say, oh, that's blood, Jesus. I'm going to go a little back, actually. You say it's flatter than a pancake. I say, look at all this real estate that we can just build on. Hey, that's me. Shout out, Bill. I know Pakistan and Afghanistan have been kind of at each other's throats as of recent.
31 people and wounded over 160 others. The bombing was the second major attack in the capital in recent months. The Islamic State claimed responsibility for today's suicide blast and to have targeted Shiite Muslims, a minority.
That's great, dude. The Islamic State is it's a Islamic State electric boogaloo. I heard that Kansas gets a lot of tornadoes. We used to, but due to global warming, the tornado belt has actually shifted to Oklahoma more. But we do still have a good amount of tornadoes. Oh my God, Bud Russell, stop it. Did you know that many of the Epstein files are fake? I knew this would come. I knew this would come. Yeah, no problem, Kayla. But I knew this would come. They are trying to now claim the Epstein files are fake. Here we go, guys. It's starting up. You know, we knew we would get to this point, but I didn't know it would take that long. It would be this quick, I should say.
In the country in previous attacks. The FBI and Arizona law enforcement say they are aware of and looking into the authenticity of a new message concerning Nancy
Democrat hoax. Yeah, exactly. Who is Trump is hurting America? How is he making it better and safer? We're constantly divided, which turns up the temperature, which I got that, Professor Oak. But he's constantly turning up the rhetoric and turning up the heat to where there are fears of left-wing and right-wing extremist groups doing surprise attacks. I mean, Jesus.
The 84-year-old mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. The search for Guthrie entered its 5th day today.
Whoever is out there holding our mother.
So is it confirmed that she was abducted? I haven't really been paying attention to this case just because it's not really... It's more of a true crime thing. We're divided because Democrats are See, that's the thing. I don't think all Republicans are constantly lying. I think Donald Trump lies all the time. But I don't think my entire party is lying to me. So you won't research it? It takes like 30 seconds. I dare you to research it right now. Yes, I'm sure I can find a Breitbart article that says the Epstein files are fake. You know what? Here. Because he wants it so bad. You realize this makes you look horrible, right? If the Epstein files are fake. Because that means Trump released fake Epstein files, dude. Do you really want... Okay, yeah, we can look that up, man. Are the Epstein files AI generated? Here we go. No, the Epstein files themselves are not AI generated. However, AI generated images have been falsely linked to the files since the release of the numerous deepfakes. Wow, you just got proved major wrong, my friend. Euro News. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about this. You are a liar, Bud Russell.
We want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything direct.
There are many fake Epstein files being released. Well, dude, I'm on the DOJ's website, so if there's any fake Epstein files, we can verify that. Nothing I've said is a lie. What? Is reading AI Google tells you, bro, where do you want me to look around? Here. We've got Reuters. They're not even talking about the AI, the files being fake. What are you talking about? Your gas is cheaper? How cheap is your gas? Hey Yoka, please enlighten me. How cheap is your gas?
Exactly.
On social media last night, Savannah Guthrie's brother Cameron renewed the family's pleas for their mother's potential kidnapper to contact them. Investigators still have not identified any suspects or persons of interest. The FBI had said an alleged ransom note had demanded money by an initial deadline of yesterday evening. The note has a second deadline of Monday.
God, these poor people.
On Wall Street.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted. We are on the way to $2.15 a gallon. All right, let's fact check that. Triple A. We should be able to, you know, find out what state you are because that's really low gas prices. So that's a really low gas price. So it should be pretty easy to find it on the AAA fuel prices. Let's see. In Kansas, where I live, it's about 246. Texas, it's 294. Well, that's weird. I'm not seeing anywhere where it says 215. I mean, yeah, that's super weird. It should be there, right? Like, I should be able to find this. I mean, that's extremely low. I imagine they'd put it even in green. Like, go here. Go here, you know? Am I not seeing somebody in chat? For some reason, oh, okay. Google lies, promotes lies. Okay, dude. Yes, you can cover your eyes up, but unfortunately, it does not work.
Today, stocks surged in a massive end-of-week rally.
Let's go. Finally, they had to surge at the end of the week, or else we would have been looking really bad.
Industrial average shot up 1,200 points to top 50,000 for the first time ever. Chip companies helped drive the surge, sending the NASDAQ up by 2%, and the S&P also rallied 2% for its best day since May. And Hall of Fame quarterback Sonny Jurgensen has died. Over an 18-year NFL career with the Philadelphia Eagles and the Washington Commanders, then
childish insults. Dude, I'm just gonna be frank with you. Like, I don't think your ideology is serious, like the ideas of fascism, and I just don't think they're serious. So, I you know, I think it's totally fine to make fun of, because it's so childish, some of your guys' ideas.
known by a different name, the prolific passer piled up.
Oh, look at that. It's all the regulate. So you admit you lied, right? You admit you lied, Hayoka?
Franchise records with both teams. His career-defining legacy in Washington made him a celebrity in the nation's capital. After his playing career, he became a broadcast analyst for another 38 years. Jurgensen was inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame back in 1983. He died of natural causes in Florida after a brief stay in hospice. Sonny Jurgensen was 91 years old.
Holy shit, this man's 91 and he's smoking cigars? Oh my God. You see, Mudbutters, and you do put on a good point, and that's that a lot of these towns, their gas is cheaper because they just don't get a lot of traffic. But, how did I lie, says who? You said your gas was $2.15. There's nowhere in the nation where it's $2.15 right now. Unless it's your rinky-dink, like you said, small, dusty-ass town left behind by the Republicans, because they don't actually care about small towns. Democrats do. We have amazing Democrats in our, in Kansas, like Sharice Davids, my bad, who will always, fight for small town Americans. Your party will eat your own? What are you talking about? MAGA is eating itself alive right now. Tobacco is a dire tick.
Still to come on the News Hour, the White House launches a new website aimed at lowering prescription drug prices. Kathleen Parker and Kimberly Atkins Storr weigh in on the week's political headlines. And sports journalist Christine Brennan joins our podcast to preview the athletes we should be watching at the Winter Olympics.
The left wants to force our speech? I mean, what are you talking about, bro? Have you seen my chat? It's a fucking war zone. Just don't be racist and you're fine. Don't be a bigot and you're fine.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein studio at WETA in Washington, headquarters of PBS News.
As the Trump administration advances its vision for rebuilding Gaza and reshaping how the territory is governed, uncertainty looms over what comes next as the ceasefire moves into its next phase. Critical issues from security and humanitarian access to political control remain unresolved. Earlier today, I spoke with U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. I began by asking him what success looks like in phase 2 of the ceasefire and how the administration plans to measure progress.
And the host wonder, Bud, I'm going to be honest. You're one of my biggest fans, man, so you can pipe down about my audience size. You just wait. The TGD EU will be all over one day. One day, you will be regretting that. Saying, God dang it, I wish I was on the hype train earlier. I live near Wisconsin. I get $2.50, might be $2.75. That sounds about right.
Yes.
Well, I would tell you it's already working in the sense that for the past 4 months, we haven't had to rush down to the shelter and dodge a ballistic missile. So the ceasefire itself has been quite successful. Everybody in Israel is breathing.
MAGA is eating itself alive? Lamau, where? Well, number one, J.K. Rowling is not our, we don't claim J.K. Rowling. She's a TERF dumbass. But, nah, dude, you lie about everything. I don't know about that. I don't think I do, but unfortunately you've been steeped in misinformation, so it may seem like I'm lying to you, but I'm actually just telling the truth. Unfortunately.
Sigh of relief. They're putting their kids to bed at night, tucking them in, and not thinking they're going to wake up in the middle of the night to a siren. All the hostages are back. I think you'd have had a hard time convincing anyone in Israel if you'd have told them 4.5 months ago that every hostage would be back. As phase 2 starts, it's going to be a methodical process, but it is underway. The Board of Peace is established. The technocratic government is being formed. The one big piece that still has to happen is the disarmament of Hamas, but I think that's on the way as well. And it's it's progress.
Meantime, the Rafah crossing has reopened, but the number of Palestinian medical evacuees has been limited. Why is that process moving so slowly?
Oh my God, Trump has sacrificed a lot. Dude, stop the cope. He's doubled his fucking wealth since he's been in power. He's sacrificed a lot. You guys are you just cope, and that's so hard. It's so hard to get you guys past that. And he's not going after pedophiles and traffickers, or else he would have released the full Epstein files and had indictments against the people in there. He doesn't care about girls getting trafficked.
Well, it's a difficult thing to get people in and out safely. They have to be properly vetted so that you don't bring terrorists in or take terrorists out. There's a legitimately diligent effort to get this done. But we're talking about people who are vastly displaced, people who are displaced.
Dude, stop it. Trump has lost billions. Dude, you need to stop with the cope. He literally released a meme coin before he got into power, which is literally about just giving him money and increasing his wealth. Omar made 30 million plus. So what you're actually looking at there is her holdings altogether. And what's counted in her holdings is a winery she has about $15,000 invested into. And they're counting, whoever made the report counted the wine holding as her asset. But it's not her asset. She owns it in conjunction with other people. So that's just a lie, unfortunately.
Because Hamas extended this war long before
Trump rescued
it should have been
50,000
extended.
children. Wow, congratulations. He also killed about 12 million with the USAID cuts. So sorry if I don't give too much of a fuck about him rescuing 50,000 people. Anyways.
People are still adjusting to the fact that Gaza is basically a rubble. Once again, Hamas could have ended this long before the destruction, but they didn't. They wanted to hold hostages and torture them and starve them and make it difficult for them. And I'm hoping that when they disarm and we get rid of them, things will start progressing much more rapidly.
You mentioned the president's newly announced Board of Peace earlier. There are critics who say that it effectively sidelines multilateral organizations. What problem is the Board of Peace meant to solve that existing international organizations cannot?
Well, the Board of Peace is a different kind of board in that it is made up of people who have chosen to be a part of it and people who want to actually do
this
some heavy
Board of
lifting in
Peace
making
is weird, dude. It just feels like pay to play. We already had a Board of Peace. It's called the fucking UN. We don't need to... God, it's like these people have completely forgot about what we fought for in World War II. It wasn't just a war of men. It was a war of ideologies. Fascism versus communism versus liberalism. Liberal democracy, I should say. And liberal democracies won. This was all the stuff we set up. So stupid. Such a lack of foresight that it's heartbreaking, honestly.
Gaza livable again. I don't know of any other organization internationally that is that committed to doing something right. We saw here in Israel.
Can you join the Board of Peace? Yeah, sure. Might not have all the same views, but you're a good person to listen to on different view. Hey, thank you, Jester Psycho. I really appreciate that. I know I seem more the prompt seems very confrontational, but I am somebody who likes to have conversations. And even, in a perfect world, I'd like to talk about politics and not be at each other's throats. And I think the only way to fight back against, in my opinion, this wave of extremism is to have level-headed conversations and not see your political adversary as an enemy, but rather your fellow countrymen trying to make the country a better place. Name one good thing he has done that's good for you. Just one. Bet you can't. Yeah. Trump has not done much. I like the idea of the Trump accounts. I am a little concerned with if you're not investing enough money, it's not really you're not going to get the returns that you could if you were investing the max amount of money, but it's a good idea. And I love the idea of people investing into our nation's future. The problem is that Trump isn't just making Trump accounts. He's destroying our image on the world stage. He is erecting a trade wall with the entire world, making us more isolationist. See, and now you see, like, you people. I don't act like a brown shirt, dude. Would a brown shirt say he wants to talk to somebody who is different than them? My favorite ambassador. Yeah, Mike Huckabee.
Israel, what happened when the United Nations was in charge of the food program, it was absolutely dismal. 92% of the food that
You don't want conversations? My brother in Christ, you're just a chatter in my YouTube, which I appreciate you chatting, I really do, but there's not really much I can do about that. You don't want to debate? Well, if you want to come in and debate against me, feel free to. You literally even called me a fascist. Well, if the shoe fits, my brother. There were a lot of fascists in Germany that were good people, but they were still fascist.
it was supposed to go to people.
No, you don't know your history, my friend. Trans people are not behaving like the Nazi youth. I will tell you, Turning Point USA is behaving much more like a Nazi youth wing, trying to install chapters into schools and stuff like that. So that's interesting. Fun fact, Huckabee just met with John Pollard behind closed doors, an Israeli spy who spent decades in U.S. prison for selling our secrets to Russia. Great. Like my grandmother and grandfather? No, my grandmother and grandfather, well, my grandfather, or my grandmother came from, her family came from Russia escaping communism, so. Erica Kirk is pregnant? No fucking way. That's insane.
Who are hungry ended up.
No doubt they are not good. No, my grandmother and grandfather are actually pretty progressive people. They hate Donald Trump and see him as the fascist dictator he is. So, luckily, I got a good role.
Up getting looted or stolen or hijacked.
Look at this. Deflect. Now they want to talk about Hunter.
The UN's own numbers. That was last summer. So the Board of Peace is supposed to try to make
By the way, good to see you, Timid Tooth.
Much more effective and efficient and put people in charge that actually
She
know
put
how
on her best couch costume. Well, I mean, if you want to get JD Vance interested, you're gonna have to do it. Donald Trump is a PDF file, and I'm 99 convinced Melania is a biological male. Well, I don't think Melania is a biological male, but I do think there's some interesting stuff about how she was a model. You can't explain how I'm fascist. No, I can, or how Trump. So there are a lot of aspects to fascism. One of them is the unilateral control that the people give up to the leader. We're talking about executive power. Another example would be putting people in prison who disagree with your speech and who are journalists, like Don Lemon. So no, I'd say there's quite a bit that you can point to that shows that Trump is a fasci.
Run something.
Is the administration moving away from the UN model altogether?
I wouldn't say that. I think we recognize, I'm not a big fan of the UN. It
Great.
seems to be cumbersome, expensive, and not all that effective, but
Great.
it has its purpose.
Apparently, someone in chat just told me this man enjoys selling our secrets, our nuclear secrets to spies. So that's great.
There needs to be a much more lean operation in order to get Gaza on its feet. And I think that it's not
fascist over nothing. I just articulated 2 ways in which Donald Trump was a fascist. You just don't want to hear it.
Something that you can just say to nations, say to Iran or North Korea. I'm sure you guys will have a really...
I don't think Joe Biden... I don't think there's been any evidence that Joe Biden's a PDF file. But Bill Clinton seems to be a pretty big freak. And so does Howard Lutnick. Steve Bannon, though, that's the one that is crazy. Musically minded. I haven't seen no evidence that she is a male. And who cares at the end of the day, you know? Who cares?
A noble experiment here.
I literally answered your question. Dude, come into the Discord and debate me. Or, I mean, you can continue to be a keyboard warrior, but anyways.
And you'll want to do
I'm
it
a
the right
fountain of misinformation. Then please come disprove me. It's like you guys believe in your shit so much, but you're unable to actually articulate it in a real conversation.
way. So this is going to be a board of people who not only want to be on it, but who, quite frankly, meet the criteria of wanting to do it right.
On the matter of Iran, have you been briefed on how the Iran talks went in Oman today? And we know that the Prime Minister, Netanyahu, has said that Iran cannot be...
Why don't you show me the evidence that Joe Biden is a pedophile then? Show me the evidence. But to be honest, who really cares? He's not the person in charge. Getting my final surgery done for gender reassignment. That's great to hear. Hell yeah.
Trusted. Is there a deal that you believe Iran can commit to?
That's hard to say. Jeff, it's something I hope happens. And I told the president the other night, I said, look, nobody would like to see a negotiated peace more than I would, because if we have a war, I'm going to be right in the center of it, and I just soon pass from that. So I've been here less than a year as ambassador, been through 4 wars
But
already.
I'm sorry.
But will Iran...
But you literally came into my chat saying they're trying to disprove the Epstein files. I'm a piece of shit human? Bro, what the hell? See, like, I think that's just sad that you think your fellow American is a piece of shit for not believing in the same things you do. He did not give more power back to the people. What are you talking about?
Agree to something? And will they agree to what the president has laid forth, which is you don't have enrichment, you don't have nuclear weaponry?
No, he is imprisoning people who have the wrong opinion. What are you talking about?
And you're going to have to deal with this incredible array of ballistic missiles.
Oh, Bud Russell, you're talking about the diary that was stolen from her. Okay, by a bunch of Republicans. Got you.
Building up. Because
no accusations, just stolen diary from Republicans.
World. And through not just Iran, but their proxy organizations, they've created havoc. And then if you add...
Bro, Parodin, now you're starting to soy out because you know you're getting absolutely destroyed.
Add to that the number of people they've murdered in their own streets.
No, you're the one constantly dividing us, musically minded. You want to argue about President Biden being a pedophile, but the President of the United States currently has way more evidence that he is a pedophile, but you want to talk about Joe Biden. So embarrassing.
Protesting the lack of food and water. Let's be honest, Iran is a real problem, and it's not just a Middle East problem. It's a problem globally.
Well, what is the U.S. prepared to do?
No, you were trying to discredit the Epstein files. You can't fall back on that shit, dude. You were most definitely trying to discredit the Epstein files. You're a splitter, bro? I don't know what a splitter is. I preach good faith conversation, and I'm always open to a good faith conversation. How am I deflecting?
Said that the president will not disappoint the Iranians who put their lives on the line as they protest the Iranian regime.
Damn right. Stop blowing Trump and bringing up Biden and start defending the goddamn Constitution. Fuck yeah, dude. Where were these you know, it's so funny how they leaned on the Constitution for so long, and now that Daddy Trump doesn't like it, they don't really bring it up now, do they?
One thing I'm confident about this president, he makes a promise and he keeps it. He told Iran last
2
summer
weeks.
that
2 weeks. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 weeks. We keep going 2 weeks and maybe we'll make it. Bro. This is just unreal levels of cope. There is way more evidence that Trump is a PDF file. All you guys have is a diary that Biden might be a little weird. Anyways.
they could do it the easy way or the hard way. They didn't listen. They did it the hard way. And he sent B-2 bombers in through the operation of Midnight Hammer. You'd think they learned something. I often say that in the South, where I grew up, Jeff, we say there's no education in the second kick of a mule. They got a real kick of the mule last summer. I'm wondering, did they get any education from that one? If not, they may stand behind the mule again. And there probably won't be much education in the second kick of a mule.
As we wrap up our conversation here, I wonder, so many Americans, how they currently understand Israel is shaped by its response to Hamas. What do you worry gets lost about Israel, its society, its values, when the country is viewed almost
Marxist lectures, that's what I do. How did you know? Rob, how did you know? I'm just preaching the ideals of Marxism right now.
Through this lens of war.
It's not like my family fled the communist. It's not like I'm a communist or my family fled communist or anything.
Pretty naive if they don't understand that Israel had hostages being held in tunnels who were being tortured, starved, raped, and beaten. If America had hostages, and it was the sons and...
Yep, it's Mike Huckabee, dude. I know. I'm going to say he wasn't the best president of the U.S., nor do I think he was necessarily the worst. I think he was a good president. I don't think presidential historians rank him number 14 for the job he did to get us back on track after COVID and after the Russia-Ukraine war. But there was definitely more he could have done. So I really don't think that he's this horrible devil like Trump is. Trump actually lies and actively tries to deceive the nation. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. We'll be going over all sorts of news today. It's going to be a long stream, so make sure to strap in and get ready. I do a show every day where I talk about the news and politics, so if that interests you, give a like and a sub.
Daughters of Americans, do you think we would stand by and just say, well, I hope they get let loose someday? We would be scratching and working, and we would be doing everything we possibly could to get those hostages out. Israel gets blamed for a lot of stuff. They didn't start the war. Hamas did on October 7th, and they didn't just murder 1,200 civilians, they butchered them. What I wish Americans would do is to look at this on
Grifter spewing trash, baiting for engagement. Yeah. All right, Street Fighter. Please enlighten me at what a political streamer should be doing right now at this time of day. Please enlighten me.
honestly and objectively. I wish they would understand who is at fault, why it went as long as it did, and ask themselves, if this was your son, your daughter, being held in those tunnels, raped and tortured, would you stand by idly, or would you do whatever it took to bring an end to it and get your children home?
The U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Thank you for your time, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. In the West Bank, 240 Palestinians, nearly a quarter of whom were children, were killed by Israeli settlers and Israeli forces. 2025.
A new website, Trump RX, that the president says will help
Americans have it made compared to the rest of the world. They're just, yeah, I do agree. I mean, we are an amazing country and we are the wealthiest country, and I just don't think we quite realize what we have. Oh, great. Trump RX. Yeah, I heard about this. I'm interested to give it a try because I do take mental health medication, but I guess we'll see.
Lower-priced prescription drugs is now online. The site lists drugs at reduced rates with coupon codes to be used at participating pharmacies or directly through manufacturers'
Yeah, that's a good
websites.
point. Trump did call Obama apes in Black History Month. That shit was crazy. Obama was the best president during MAGA's lifetime, but due to his race, they will never come to terms with it. Yeah, it's really sad. It really is. Obama, yeah, he was the definitely the best president in my lifetime. It is sad to see. It is sad to see. If you can't turn on live chat, you may have top chat turned on, T. Cruz.
It's part of his pledge to lower drug prices in the U.S., where consumers tend to pay much more than their European peers. Stephanie Tsai has more.
Amna, Trump's RX currently has about 40 brand name medications on offer.
Why is no one outraged about that, Mike? Because who gives a fuck? Some random fucking white dude called some an ICE agent a really bad name. Who gives a fuck? They shouldn't have done that. That has no effect on my daily life, bro. Fuck Donald Trump. Amen, dude.
Companies, including popular weight loss and infertility treatments. At an event yesterday, the president called it one of the most transformative healthcare initiatives of all time.
This launch represents the largest reduction in prescription drug prices in history by many, many times. And it's not even close. You're going to see numbers that you're not going to believe.
But health policy experts caution the impact would likely be muted, especially for the 85% of Americans who have prescription drug coverage. With more, we're
That's
joined now
fucking great. It's bots. Was that one liberal the president of the free world? Yeah, it's like they want to get outraged about these people who have no effect on their lives. They're faceless people. But if it was the other party that did that, they'd make sure everyone... No, dude, we know you guys are racist. It's okay. It's expected from y'all. We, I still love you. I hate the fact that you're racist and it disgusts me, but, that would be the reason that, we wouldn't make such a big deal out of it. You are on the wrong side of history? No, guys, the ones that are imprisoning people for their speech and for journalism are the ones that are on the wrong side of history. All right, Scary Wolf just displayed exactly what will get you banned in my chat. And that's by being a bigot, ladies and gentlemen.
Diamond, a reporter for the Washington Post who focuses on policy and public health.
What
Dan
type of mental gymnastics is that? Most people that call other people racist are racist. Do you realize the doublethink that you're engaging in right now? It's very sad.
It's good to see you.
Yep, we don't believe a damn thing Don Von Shitserpants has to say. Dude, did you guys... we watched it yesterday where he shit his pants. It is so clear that that man is shitting his pants. And it's... I feel bad, honestly. I feel bad for RFK. You know, whatever worm is controlling his brain right now must have... It's like getting hit with a chemical.
So talk about how Trump RX works in practice. It's not a website that sells drugs direct to consumer, but it's more for information, right?
Yeah, it's a government program, a government website intended to help Americans get discounted prescription drugs. So you can be directed to a manufacturer's website. You can print out a coupon in some cases.
Wow.
Maybe even call up a pharmacy.
That is fucking embarrassing and very disappointing, to be honest. Because I was actually looking forward to some cheaper drug prices. I don't see racist everywhere, my friend. I promise you I don't. You guys are the ones that see liberals that want to eat your babies everywhere. That's the difference. It's very sad, but I think you are not beyond saving. Like, a lot of, you know... A lot of people will disagree with me, but I believe in my fellow Americans, and it breaks my heart to see them go down this route. So anything I can do to get them off of that path, I'm willing to do.
Pharmacy directly and get the drug sent in the mail. It's more about information than actually purchasing the medication.
What kinds of drugs are available at these discounted
But that
prices
is
right
so
now?
disappointing. That just disappoints me so much because I was looking forward to maybe getting some cheaper drug, you know, like cheaper medications, but unfortunately, it seems like it's all just a big fucking lie. Great.
These specific drugs and are more expected to be added.
The Trump administration has negotiated with 16 different pharmaceutical companies. Some of those
But
companies
you're
have
just
put their
making a
drugs on this
claim.
website.
There's been no evidence that the ACA is rampant with fraud, but you are just making a claim that has no backup. It's all right.
So far. So Novo Nordisk, which makes drugs that are used for weight loss, like Ozempic and Wegovy, you can go on the website and find
like, who
access to
gives a
discount.
like, you should be paying a little extra if you need weight loss drugs. Like, why aren't we doing this for vital resources that people depend on? No, that's not true, Joshua. Is that your name? Jose? That's just blatantly false.
MD Serrano, which does fertility.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the
there's
stream,
significant
please
discounts
remember to
for
like
drugs,
and
there as
subscribe.
well.
It really
And then
helps
other
out the
drugs,
channel.
Around diabetes, thyroid medication, but notably a lot of these drugs.
And by the way, if any of you guys disagree with me, feel free to jump in the Discord and tell me why I'm wrong. You know, we got a lot of keyboard warriors today, and no shame there, but the people would like to see you actually defend your talking points. I know that's not an easy thing to do, but we implore you to.
There are generic alternatives for these medications. The pharmaceutical companies that are participating were not looking to give discounts on their bestsellers, their newest drugs. So in many cases, these are drugs where there might have already been discounts available. And if you go on the website and look, there is a warning even. If you have insurance, you might be able to get a discount that is better than what is available through Trump RX.
Plus, most Americans have insurance where copays may be less than even the discounted price of these drugs, right? And yet not all insurance policies cover these.
Claudia doing a perfect example of why this MAGA curse is so bad for America. She has to demonize and call me a. She has to say I'm retarded, essentially, to justify her worldview. It's very sad. It's very sad.
These really popular weight loss and fertility drugs, is that where experts say we're likely to see the greatest impact and consumer benefit, Dan?
Hell yeah, guys. Weight loss and fertility drugs. Lose weight and make babies. I mean, isn't that the Republican slogan? Make you lose weight and make you have baby. Wow. This is just embarrassing. For all you people that depend on blood pressure medication, for all you people that depend on mental health medication, fuck you. We want you to lose weight and have babies. That's it.
I think so. I think that's where there has been bipartisan excitement even over the obesity access. I talked to folks in Bernie Sanders' office when that announcement happened. Even they were saying this is something that would benefit many Americans. The challenge, I think, is that there are many drugs that are not listed here. I mean, if there are 43 drugs or so listed on the website right now, that is a tiny, tiny fraction of the medications that many Americans need. And
We
the
need
question
Medicare
is,
for
how
all.
fast?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think a public option right now is the best choice. I think that's what the people want, and we see a public option in a lot of services, especially the post office. So I think a public option is just necessary. Trump dropped prices by 1,500%.
Will more
I don't
drugs
think
come
that's
online.
true.
The Trump administration has said they're trying to add more, but as of right now, the benefits are limited really to the categories you highlighted.
Will Trump RX have any larger impact on other drug prices?
I think the effort that the administration has made that goes beyond the website is what I'm watching. So the president and his deputies, I think to their credit, have tried to bend the ear of pharmaceutical companies on these high drug prices. They've gone to foreign leaders and asked them to raise the price of drugs overseas to help carry the cost of research and development here. So Trump RX is a part of that broader strategy. If Trump RX does have more drugs available, if it is expanded to the 90% or so of Americans who have health insurance, then it would be more beneficial.
Mike just wants to go back to the culture war. He says, let me go back, please. Please let me go back to the culture war. I don't like talking about real politics. I don't like it. It scares me. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It does help out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. I do a show every day where I talk about the news, politics, and so much more. So if that interests you, remember to give a like and subscribe.
Broader strategy here too.
You've also written, Dan, about the politics of this move by Mr. Trump. It's being touted by the president as the most impactful prescription drug reset in history. And of course, it fits into his broader agenda to convince Americans he's helping make life more affordable. Will enough Americans feel the benefit of this program in coming months?
No one is going to feel the benefit of this program besides like maybe a couple people who are trying to lose weight. But then again, it's not even, ladies and gentlemen, it is not even a direct, like they're not paying for anything. They are literally just directing you to company websites for coupons. That's not helping anyone, dude.
Help the president make that case?
That's a great question. So Republicans historically have lagged behind on healthcare, especially in election years. There are polls, I saw one from KFF, a reputable firm recently, that found a double-digit lead for Democrats on most healthcare issues. Who do you trust to handle your health insurance? But on the issue of prescription drugs, it has narrowed. I think Republicans were only lagging behind by 5 points, which suggests that there is a messaging success potentially for Republicans. But healthcare has always been a crucial issue when voters go to the polls. Republicans are trying to make this more of their issue, and that's why this has been such a ballyhooed event by the White House.
Unfortunately for them, it just doesn't
walking
fucking
people
matter.
through this televised infomercial almost to show how Trump
Trump is actively destroying that with his non-efforts on healthcare. So embarrassing, dude. Who is this helping? Who is decreasing the price of weight loss drugs and fertility drugs helping, dude? It's fucking insane.
That is Dan Diamond with the Washington Post. Thanks for joining us, Dan.
Thank you.
Ooh. Gems and rubies. Oh, hold on. Nearly 30% of Americans say the cost of healthcare is the most urgent national health issue. The highest record score number since 2004. Wow. 10 years and no healthcare plan. That's the Republican way, baby.
This week, the Trump administration was sued for a sweeping pause of immigrant visa processing for people from 75 countries. The freeze, which started last month, was aimed at nations the administration said, quote, whose migrants take welfare from the American people at unacceptable rates. This comes on top of full or partial
Somali
travel and
racism.
visa restrictions
That's
on
what
citizens
this is.
from 39 countries, which federal officials say are necessary to prevent overstays and protect national security. Liz Landers has more on the impact.
The travel bans and visa suspensions have upended routine work, marriage, and family visa processes, leaving many U.S. citizens across the
Trump
country
is a
in
curse
limbo.
upon the nation and the world? For real, dude. It's very sad. I bet Alzheimer's medication is on the Trump RX plan. Oh, definitely. Oh, most definitely. That man is not doing well. Not doing well at all. I mean, really, he is shitting his pants in a press conference so bad that they had to rush the reporters out.
Over the last few weeks, we've spoken with some of them, including one man who asked us not to use his name because he worries it might affect his Brazilian
So fake.
husband's
Bart
visa.
C. Official. What an interesting name. No, Trump did shit his pants. He did.
Application.
Hi, my name is Samantha Coffey.
I'm David Swizon.
My name is Chris Jundeff.
My name is Ashley Ramos. I recently remarried 3 years ago to my husband, who's from Morocco. I am a mom of 5, and I'm a public school teacher that teaches Spanish.
Oh, geez, we have some anti-Americans here. Congress is holding back. Yeah, no, Congress is what allows the power, my friend.
My entire family actually are originally
Trump's
from the
rap
island of
name, Little
Dominica
Shitty?
and
Definitely,
migrated
dude.
here in the late 80s, early 90s, and I was born shortly after, and I have enjoyed the fruits of their labor and their working hard and going through the
Nicki
citizenship
Minaj
process
and Lil
doing
Shitty
everything
on
they
the
can
track.
to be able to achieve their own version of the American dream.
My wife and I met on my first trip out to Nigeria in 2021. I'm a travel content creator, and I had been trying to visit every country in the world, but we had stayed in touch. As our relationship developed, we eventually decided to get married in May 2024, and we immediately filed our petition, and we are currently waiting on our visa for her to come join me in the United States.
I met my husband through a language exchange app. He was learning English. I was trying to learn Moroccan Arabic specifically. He just became part of my everyday life, my kids as well, through our video chats and lessons. I've been to see him now 4 times. I'm going again in about 2 weeks. He's the most emotionally supportive partner you could ever ask for. And we've been waiting a long time, and we thought we were almost done.
I'm totally responsible for caring for our 25-year-old special needs daughter. My daughter is completely dependent, and she will be her entire life. And we have a 27-year-old son who's slightly on the autistic spectrum. We had gotten the services of what they call a direct support care provider, and her name was Jennifer. And she had worked with us from mid-June, I think, mid-June 2025, up until last Friday.
Bro,
And,
nobody cares about
she is
some
from
random
the
liberal calling an ICE officer the N-word. That's bad. I don't think they should do it. Nobody cares. Oh, I didn't realize. Okay. Yep. Have fun. Have fun in the pits.
Country of Sierra Leone.
Yeah, I didn't realize they were doing N-bombs. My bad. I was focused on the game and the PBS News episode.
Sierra Leone is
Sorry.
on the Trump administration's banned list.
I'm a U.S.-born citizen. My husband is a Brazilian citizen. We met at a bar, and it was as cheesy as a pickup line and talking. When we decided to get married, we wanted to make sure we did everything legal. We wanted to make sure we did everything right.
I think the average American really doesn't know
How did Trump hurt
what
me?
this process.
Well, he's constantly using divisive language, which makes political speech with the other side almost impossible when they all think you are an evil Democrat that wants to eat babies and children. He also has put up a giant trade wall, which has hurt someone in my family's business very bad. So he has hurt me in a variety of ways. Personally,
Process is.
not even just
And
nationally.
this right here, this is what I have given in support of our case. This is to show the relationship, but also to prove my financial standing, his ability and potential to, have gainful employment when he comes. It's very extensive.
We had kind of expected it to take about 2 years and possibly be getting that visa in May of this coming year. But now that looks like it's sort of on indefinite delay. Our visa won't get denied, but it's just going to be put on hold. It's not going to be processed. And so we're just kind of sitting here without any idea kind of where that ends.
When I saw Dominica on that list, it was honestly a shock.
One moment. It's going to go dark just for a minute, guys. One moment. Had to reload the chat. I apologize.
Folks are really terrified because they're like, I don't know when next I'm going to be able to see my family. I don't know if I'm going to be able to move freely even within this country. Like, people who are citizens feel like just because of the fact that they have an accent or that they look a little bit different.
This really felt like the door slamming shut, and it was just immediate panic.
What do we do? Where do we go? There's no instruction. There's no information. There's just a blanket thing saying there's going to be a pause.
Finding a replacement for Jennifer is much harder than most people would realize. The load on me is tremendous. It's a struggle to be able to get enough sleep, a struggle to continue eating well, and that's critical. It's not just my daughter and my son. I have to take care of myself in order to take care of them.
You kind of feel like, it's this punitive policy that doesn't really go about.
One side has to compromise for the other to peace on both sides. We all know which side needs to compromise. Amen, dude. The MAGA is never willing to compromise with the other person. And it's so sad because it just holds our nation back.
Doing, what it says. If you need to vet people more, then vet.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. We'll be going over some Epstein file news after this, and then trying to decode our way through the files. And it's going to be an extra long episode today, so get excited for that. Get a nice thing of, I don't know, hot cocoa Hot cocoa sounds nice. Get a nice thing of hot cocoa made and strap in.
But to just say, no, we won't even take a look is a real gut punch. And it feels like you're let down.
I think when people see the pause, they assume this is protecting us in some way from foreign invaders or stopping illegal immigration. And that's not the case. This is preventing families from being together.
My plan was to bring my family to the United States and to build. Now, the only option seems to be leave. That is the worst feeling. You should never feel punished for loving someone.
For more on these restrictions, we are joined by David Beer, Director of Immigration Studies at the Libertarian Cato Institute. David, nice to have you back on NewsHour.
Her administration will be tired and will be tried and imprisoned in the near future. Well, that's what I hope for. That's what I hope for. And I think that would really restore trust into our democracy. And show that people who do these kinds of crimes don't just get away scot-free. That's a message that I'm afraid we're sending, and really scares me, to be honest, because what about the next an administration in the future that's much smarter than Donald Trump? Because Donald Trump's a fucking idiot. But what about somebody who isn't a goddamn Neanderthal? What if they happen to get in power? So the next administration is going to have to set an example, but also they are going to have to restrict the power of the administration and restrict the power of the president, which, I don't know I don't know how easy that is going to be able to do for some people. One moment.
It's obviously this is impacting a wide range of Americans. Who is this affecting right now? And has the United States seen policies like this before?
Well, we absolutely have seen policies like this before during the first Trump administration, when he basically shut down almost all visa processing in 2020. That created a huge backlog of people who had to be processed under the Biden administration for put people in very similar situations. I encountered people who had to actually move out of the United States to be with their loved one in another country. And we're seeing similar decisions being forced upon people today. If you look at the totality of it, about half of all legal immigration, permanent immigration from abroad, has now been banned by these policies. So 1 out of every 2 immigrants. If you look at African immigrants in particular, legal immigrants, again, it's almost 70% of legal immigrants you're looking at the statistics from 2024, have now been banned by this administration. Over 100,000 of the 300,000 or so who are now affected by this policy on an annual basis are the spouses and minor children of legal permanent residents and U.S. citizens. So very close relations. We haven't seen anything outside of the COVID-19 pandemic. We haven't seen anything as severe as this restriction.
The State Department has cited concerns that some of the immigrants were at high risk of becoming
then go to their
trained on
country.
the
See,
welfare system. How vetted?
So sad that instead of engaging in political conversation, you're so afraid of what I have to say that you'd rather I go to a different country. That is so sad.
Are these immigrants, and is there evidence that that is actually a problem?
No, absolutely not. You have to have a financial sponsor in the United States who is willing to take ownership of you. You are also banned from accessing any means-tested benefits for the first 5 years that you are in the United States. And so there's both the restriction on accessing the benefits, and you also have someone who's there who has to prove their ability to financially support you. And if you look at the immigration system as a whole, we're now banned half of the legal immigrants to the United States. We have estimated that the immigrant population over the last 30 years has reduced the deficits by $14.5 trillion over that 30-year period. So immigrants, legal immigrants who are coming here, coming to work, coming to support themselves, are a benefit.
If you like to breathe, shut the fuck up, or you see, Wow, Fern's really feeling a little
benefit to the United States.
feisty today. Wow. He's feeling a little rough, a little angsty. Guys, if you want to destroy me with your words, not with your fists, I implore you to join the Discord, I just think it's so sad to see all this cope for Donald Trump in my chat, but none of his warriors seem to be willing to actually go up to bat for him, and I think that's sad. Are you freaking kidding me? Trump has done more for veterans? Fuck no, he hasn't. That is bullshit, bro. Trump hates veterans. What are you talking about? Trump does not like veterans. He actively calls veterans Senate members that are in the veterans seditious individuals that should be tried and executed. So no, Trump does not like veterans. Trump hates veterans.
Reduce deficits and ultimately support the American system of government.
The visa pause affecting nationals of these
Senile
75 countries
whack
is
job
currently being
sleazebag
challenged in
motherfucker
court.
Trump.
What do you make of
Amen.
the
Trump is a
legality
draft
of the
dodger
government's
too.
blanket pause here?
Yeah, that's why I find it, and even veterans are full, like, you talk to them now, they're fully aware of how bad Donald Trump is, and they hate the dude. They see him. They see what they were doing. They see that the Republicans were using veterans as their own personal toy that they got to play with whenever. And they're sick of it. That's why you see more and more veterans joining the Democratic Party.
Look at the Immigration and Nationality Act. One of the fundamental questions that Congress was trying to resolve for almost 4 decades, from the 1920s to the 1960s, was whether we were going to discriminate based on nationality.
Divided population, please stop projecting. I wish your sister and father were more divided in the population, because then they wouldn't have had you.
They put a provision in that law that says you cannot discriminate.
What are you talking about? The Austrian painter, was horrible at leading a country. He ran it into the ground. What are you talking about? He got the nation partitioned by 2 different sides. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Visa applicants based on their nationality. The administration is openly flouting that restriction and basically daring the Supreme Court to strike it down and say that, this is illegal. They've already sort of gotten the Supreme Court's okay on part of the ban for 40 countries because the president signed an executive act.
Oh, wow. Are you a big fan of the Confederacy, my friend? Because you should be thanking us every day that we let you guys go. You should be thanking us. You should. Because that's not how rebellions go in other countries. In other countries, everyone in the Confederacy would have been hunted down and executed. But because we are so gracious, we allowed you guys to stay.
Action proclamation saying he is ordering them being suspended, but 75 of the over 90 countries affected by this. It's just effectively the Secretary of State's tweets who are banning these people. This is not some formal...
Oh, Lise Cheller showing an absolute level of cope that I did not know you could have. Ladies and gentlemen, he's saying, I will not listen to you because your ideas are too based. That's okay, man. I forgive you.
Policy from the President of the United States. So I think the litigants here will have a stronger case because it's really not a formal policy adopted in any kind of formal manner.
You recently wrote for Cato, quote, that President Trump is leading the most anti-legal immigrant administration in American history. What does that mean? How so?
Well, not only are we banning about half of the immigrant
Yeah,
visa
I think
applicants,
Trump derangement syndrome is much more apt when you apply it to Donald Trump. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream and you want to see more of this, please remember to like and subscribe. I do a show every day where I talk about the news and politics and so much more. And as you can see, my chat is an absolute war zone. So I allow pretty much anything besides bigotry, homophobia, you know, stuff, basic stuff like that. And we also do not enjoy celebrating the death of our fellow Americans. We don't do that. So if you can abide by those laws, feel free to set up a camp in the trenches and fight for your fight.
under this policy,
Fight like hell.
we've also effectively shut down the refugee program for about 125,000 individuals who would have otherwise been able to immigrate legally as refugees from abroad. He's also shut down the diversity visa lottery, which is basically the only way that many people without family connections can immigrate.
Yeah, Trump,
legally
I
to the
agree with
United
Carl.
States.
Trump is just
He's-
creating trouble for everybody. He's hurting the nation, man. How can you not see it?
In addition to those actions, shut down the legal ways for people to apply for asylum at the U.S.-Mexico border and enter the country legally there. So overall, he's reduced legal immigration far more than
ironically,
he's reduced.
I didn't realize, but Benny Johnson had a show called The Left Camp Meme. It was so embarrassing. I mean, just absolutely one of the most embarrassing shows ever. I forgot about that little tidbit, though.
Illegal immigration into the United States during his first year in office.
David Beer, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
There were 3.6 million people on temporary visas, so he's making more illegal immigrants. He's not making less. He's making more illegal immigrants, not less. Trump does not live in my brain 24/7, my friend. I'm sorry that is what you are constantly thinking about how cool and dope and how much you would like to take Trump from the behind. I don't think that, though. That is a exclusively thing they do in MAGA. You guys literally call him daddy. Think about that. I would never call a politician daddy. Are you joking? But you guys will suck it up. Mwah. Yummy. Embarrassing, dude. Just embarrassing.
For more now on the fallout.
No papers equals no human rights? Oh, so you're just a bigot. Got you. That's insane to say.
From President Trump's call to nationalize elections and his immigration crackdown, we turn tonight to the analysis of Atkins Storr and Parker. That's Kimberly Atkins Storr, senior opinion writer and columnist at the Boston Globe, and Kathleen Parker, a columnist with the Washington Post. David Brooks and Jonathan Capehart are away this evening. Good evening.
Trump is a fan of our word? Yes, he is. All right, so I don't know if we're going to watch this part. And we'll probably skip over the settle in. Just a reminder of what Donald Trump posted to his Truth Social, ladies and gentlemen. That is Obama and that is the Obamas as monkeys. And these guys are defending that. They think that is great. They love that. They love that. They're like, fuck yeah. And you'll actually probably see it in my You'll see it in my chat coming in here soon. So let's wait for the cope. Let's wait for the cope. Wow. I mean, how do you say that this man isn't racist? They are. Oh, congratulations, Kramptha. You have just been timed out for 24 hours. Carl, I'm not going to be able to give you a wrench, brother. I am very selective with my mods. That's no offense to you. I just do not give it out. We're trying to eventually have a big enough community to do elections for mods. That seems like something that would be very enjoyable. But anyways, yep, that's nice. And it's so disgusting too, because it's only racists would think the depictions of the Obamas as monkeys are racists. What type of mental gymnastics do you have to do to justify that in your head? Anyways, we have a very interesting video by the Legal Eagle that I thought would be worth watching. Project 2025 set to go hypersonic. That was the sound of a hypersonic missile.
Again, when the Heritage Switch means it's time to talk about Project 2025. Again, when the Heritage Foundation published its conservative blueprint in 2024.
I'm brainwashed. No, bro, you literally have to do double think. Like, think about that. You have to do double think, dude. Do you realize how you're doing double think when you say only a racist would think this is racists? That's literally double think. And you're just like, well, seems fine to me.
Page manifesto. Trump surrogate Howard Lutnick told the New York Post that no one associated with Project 2025 would come anywhere near the Trump White House.
Yeah, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Howard Lutnick said, no one near the 2025 stuff is getting in the White House. Yeah.
Were radioactive. A year later, Lutnick is Secretary of Commerce, and he works alongside a whole passel of those supposedly banned Project 2025 guys. So how much of the manifesto did these people operationalize in year one?
By the way, if you guys aren't subscribed to Legal Eagle, go subscribe to them. I very much appreciate their coverage, especially on legal topics, because it is very difficult. That guy, have a good day. We'll see you later. Hey, see you a little later. See you a little later. See you later, brother. Have a good day.
The website project2025.observer estimates that the Trump administration has already carried out about 50% of the document's goals. Hooray! And they couldn't have done it without a big assist from the Supreme Court. Thanks, Chief Justice Roberts. Okay, we're gonna break it all down, but first let's talk about the one weird trick that made it all possible. The authors of Project 2025 have a lot of political and cultural goals.
You know what I think happened? I think a lot of MAGA watched Cyberpunk 2077, and they just liked the idea of the USA being dead and corporations taking over.
Criminalize abortion, end gay marriage, do away with environmental regulations, and lower taxes for corporations and billionaires. But most Americans are not down with that. Polls consistently show broad support for abortion rights, LGBTQ equality, protecting the environment, and funding the government, particularly when that involves rich people paying their fair share. Clearly, the Project 2025 agenda was never going to get passed by democratic means, and so the authors pinned their hopes on undemocratic means. Specifically, they sketched out an agenda for a president with sweeping powers, effectively unbound by the law. And the law that they most want the president not to be bound by is the Constitution's spending clause, which says that no money shall be drawn from the Treasury but in consequence of appropriations made by law. That is, you pay your taxes into the U.S. Treasury. And all of us have to pay our share.
Oh, one moment. God, for some reason my live chat isn't updating. It's very... I think I'll go over to OBS. Yeah. Anyways, let's continue on. Project 2025. This government... I mean, this is some real scummy stuff these guys plan. I mean, they were hoping for a government shutdown so they can just fire a bunch of federal workers. I mean, it's sad. I swear I'm 72 and I've never felt embarrassed to be an American until now. I know what you mean, man. I know exactly how you feel.
And Congress tells the executive branch how to spend the money.
Our taxes must provide the necessary funds to improve and expand our school system.
See, look at this, though. They're trying to blame an entire party, to whereas I'm just blaming one person for all of this. It's Trump, bro. It's not an entire fucking party. Trump is the one that is hurting America. But they are so convinced by Trump's waterfall of lies that they have to demonize the entire other party.
What the federal budget is. It's a law passed by Congress telling the executive branch what to do with your tax dollars.
None of us can escape.
And the big idea of Project 2025 is, what if not? What if the president can just ignore Congress and spend money however he wants or refuse to spend it at all? Then the president can use tax revenues to extort states into doing what he wants, irrespective of the will of the voters, and he can grant all of Project 2025's wishes simply by weaponizing U.S. tax dollars against the citizens who pay them. Blue states refusing to cooperate with ICE threaten to cut off all federal law enforcement funding. Mad about trans kids.
By the way,
playing on the
oh yeah, executive orders. That's Trump's favorite tool. But if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. I do a show every day where I talk about the news and politics and so much more. So if that interests you guys, remember to give a like and subscribe. We've got a big crowd today, and I really appreciate it.
The middle school volleyball team threatened to withhold
Shout out to
education
you
dollars
guys. You
from
guys are
states that won't
absolutely
forcibly
kicking ass out
trans
there.
kids and exclude them. Don't like foreign aid? Shut down the U.S. Agency for International Development, better known as USAID. If the president can just ignore the budget bill and do whatever he wants with the cash, then he can rule more or less by fiat. And that was
I
always
call
the
Facebook,
foundation
but
that
I'm done on my
undergirded
phone call. What are we talking about? Well, right now we're talking about Project 2025 and how it's about 50% of the way through all of the stuff they want. Now, that's probably just more of the minor stuff. The major stuff, he hasn't been too successful. And Project 2025, I feel like they're gonna regret having such a rigid set of rules, because unexpected things happen, and I feel like something like another government shutdown could throw a wrench into things like Project 2025, which we may see within the next 3 years.
Russ Vought, the current director of the Office of Management and Budget, wrote the chapter of the manifesto that laid all of that out. He said that the purpose of OMB is not to spend federal money at the direction of Congress, but instead to enact the best, most comprehensive approximation of the president's mind as it pertains to the policy agenda, and direct, on behalf of a president, the amount, duration, and purpose of any apportioned funding to ensure against waste, fraud, and abuse, and ensure consistency with the president's agenda and applicable laws. That's not what the Constitution says at all, and it's not what the Supreme Court said any time before 2025. In 1974, President Nixon said that he just wasn't going to spend all the money allocated by Congress under the Federal Water Pollution Control Act. And SCOTUS said, "Oh, yes, you are." Then Congress passed the Impoundment Control Act of 1974 to make it clear that the president
Yeah, this is the people's money. I think that's something else that the Trumpers seem to be forgetting. Like, they want to control, they want one person instead of a group of people that you elect to control all of our money. Just insane, dude.
Tax dollars and refused to spend them. In 1988, the court invalidated the Line Item Veto Act, which would have allowed President Clinton to cross out parts of the budget that he didn't like. All of which is to say that prior to 2025, it was settled law that the president could not just commandeer American tax dollars. But Vought had a plan to challenge legal precedents that served to protect the status quo. And that plan was to just do it anyway and hope the Supreme Court's conservatives would bail him out. And so
Trumpers want taxes to go away. Yeah, I know. But they seem more than willing to just hand the money to one person. It's like they're just against the idea of taxes. I think taxes are great. I'd pay more taxes if I knew my fellow man would have a place to sleep, a full belly at the end of the night, and didn't have to worry about healthcare. I'd pay 50% of my taxes for that. I'd pay 50% of my income for that because I think that's worth it.
we are living through some very strange times, and so now is probably a good moment to wipe all your personal and private information off the internet. Your cell phone number, home address, email address, private social media accounts, and tons of sensitive data are shockingly easy to purchase by anybody online. But malicious actors cannot hurt you if they can't find you, and so you can fight back and take control of your private information by signing up for today's sponsor, Incogni. Incogni wipes your personal
All
data
right,
from
we
the
don't need
internet
to
by
know about
searching
Incogni, do we? We've seen a couple Incogni ads before.
the department to release grant funding for teachers, which the Trump administration cut because there was language in the funding documents that referenced
By the way,
diversity,
if you
equity,
guys are
and
enjoying the
inclusion, or
stream,
DEI.
please remember to
Project
like and
2025 has
subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. For some reason, my chat keeps not updating, which is very frustrating, but it's all right.
literally hundreds of mentions of DEI. The introduction demands that the next conservative president make the institutions of American civil society hard targets for woke culture warriors. This starts with deleting the terms sexual orientation and gender identity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, gender equality, gender equity, gender awareness, gender sensitive, abortion.
They hate the idea of gender.
Any other term used to deprive
It's
Americans
scary to
of their
them.
First Amendment rights.
You know, at the end of the day, I really do think most of these dudes are probably beating it to T-girl scenes, you know? So it's just very ironic.
Every federal rule, agency, regulation, contract, grant, regulation, and piece of legislation that exists. It's a lot. When Elon Musk and his Doge Bros descended on the government, they used AI to scour government databases searching for grant language containing any of these forbidden terms, which is how those teacher grants wound up in the crosshairs. A district court in Massachusetts ordered the Department of Ed to pay up, and the First Circuit, which sits over Massachusetts,
They set their phasers to woke. How embarrassing. Let's set phasers to woke.
In April, just when it looked like the Trump administration would have to hand over the cash, the Supreme Court's conservatives, minus Chief Justice Roberts, jumped in with an unsigned 2-page shadow docket ruling saying that the government didn't have to fork over the money it had already promised to pay for teacher training. The putative justification for this was that the district court lacked jurisdiction over the case. Remember, jurisdiction is the right to hear a specific claim. The conservative justices said that under a law called the Tucker Act, all cases against the government for money owed belong in something called the Court of Federal Claims. The CFC is a tiny court where, like, contractors who install paper towel dispensers in the men's room at the Pentagon go if their checks don't show up in the mail. The Tucker Act has never been applied to grant recipients denied funding because the government decided retroactively that it didn't like some of its own grant terms, particularly because the grant recipient plaintiffs were asking for more than money. They wanted injunctive relief. That is, they want the court to order the government to quit making arbitrary policy changes in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. And they had other First Amendment claims which cannot be handled
Teachers
by
are
federal
woke.
claims.
I remember Donald Trump one day. He did say teachers were woke, so I think that's something we really need to think about right now.
The administration didn't have to pay. Then in August, the court put out another 4-paragraph shadow docket order in a case called National Institutes of Health versus American Public Health Administration. Once again, the Supreme Court allowed the Department of Health and Human Services to simply zero out $783 million
Trump!
been promised to grant recipients.
I like Trump. Gosh, imagine being so infatuated with a president. You must declare your allegiance to him at every point. That almost sounds like you know, they used to do that somewhere back in the day. I can't quite remember where that was, but yeah, I'm sure it doesn't matter. I'm sure it's not important.
Because of supposed DEI language in the contracts. Then in September, SCOTUS effectively allowed Russ Vought and his minions to nix any congressional grant by waiting until the very last minute and saying, nah, don't wanna. Okay, this one requires a little bit of unpacking. See, when Congress was trying to rein in Richard Nixon back in 1974, it included a provision in the Impoundment Control Act that allowed
Democrats suck and lying to seat us.
The law allowed the president to hold off on the expenditure for 45 days to give Congress time to consider it. If Congress did not respond, the president had to spend the money as allocated in the budget bill. Now, obviously, that was a provision designed to hem in the president, but instead, the Trump administration argued that it was designed to give the president a pocket veto tied to the budget calendar. So the fiscal year ends on September 30th. That's when all the money in the budget has to be spent. 45 days before that is August 15th.
Its bots must be woke. No, its boss is an absolute based fucking Chad. And they would absolutely destroy you in an argument or a debate, my friend. They speak about its bots in halls of yore. You know that, right? They speak about its bots in halls of yore. About his legendary debate skills, so I wouldn't be too sure. A lot of teachers need to go. My friend, if my chat is to base anything off of it, the MAGA in my chat, no, they need to go. They need to be paid way more because they must not be able to give as much attention to each individual. Not your friend? No, you're my best friend. What are you talking about, man? Everyone's my friend.
Trump argued that he could say to Congress on August 17th, I'm not going to spend this money, and run out the clock, which is very clearly not what Congress intended.
I need
so the trial judge
to-
ordered the government to disperse the $4 billion to USAID grant recipients.
This
before the-
male speaking is libtarded. Chelsea, go get me another drink. Liberals.
End of the fiscal year. And once again, the Supreme Court said he didn't have to do it. In a one-paragraph order, they said the asserted harms to the executive's conduct of foreign affairs appear to outweigh the potential harms faced by respondents. That is to say that the harm to the president's authority by being forced to follow the law is worse than the damage to grant recipients cut off from their promised funds. Can we just sit with that one for a minute? Because the relevant legal analysis here is about balancing harms between the two sides. And in all of these cases, the Supreme Court said, the people asking for their money aren't really being harmed that much. The real harm is to the president who can't
Donald
do exactly what
Trump
he
is
wants.
saving America, period. Saving it from you communist. How do you even address that? Like, I don't believe in communism. Like, what else are you supposed to say to that? There's no evidence that there's communist policies on the Democratic side, but unfortunately, they are brain broken. And we can fix them, but it's going to take time. It's going to take time.
Right away. According to Harvard School of Public Health, cutting USAID funds has
By the way,
already
if you
led
guys
to
are enjoying the
hundreds of-
stream, enjoying the chat, I do a show every day where I talk about news, politics, and so much more. So if that interests you, remember to give a like and a sub. And also, I do a podcast every Monday with my fellow content creators, me, Rootsy, and Mina, called Rage and Resist, where we talk about news and stuff like that, and we each present a topic. So if that sounds interesting to you, we will be doing that every Monday for the foreseeable future. We hope to have guests at some point. We do.
Thousands of deaths. Elon Musk bragged about feeding USAID through the wood
Didn't
chipper.
the U.S. buy a company or two? Well, Donald Trump took 10% of Intel, which is far more communist than anything any Democrat has done. I mean, that is classic communism right there. Shout out to Donald Trump. Didn't realize he was such a socialistic warrior.
Had to miss some terrific parties. Here's a running analysis by Boston University epidemiologist Brooke Nichols of the health impacts of these cuts. That is
Oh,
what
looks
the
like somebody dropped a
conservatives weighed against harms to the president's
Trump
authority and found
bomb.
to be
What
too
resolution you playing on? I think I'm playing on. I'm actually not sure. Here, let me check. We are playing on 800 by 600.
And
We've got a Trump bomb that just went off.
USAID is straight out of Project 2025, which referred to the global aid agency as a
I'll try to do what I can against it. It's a very that's a very powerful Trump bomb right there. So I may not. I have to send the fighters right now. So wish me luck, guys. All right, we got him. We got him, ladies and gentlemen. The boys did it. Good job.
The chapter on USAID says that Biden deformed the agency by treating it as a global platform to pursue overseas a divisive political and cultural agenda that promotes abortion, climate extremism, gender radicalism, and interventions.
Gender radicalism, ladies and gentlemen.
The solution for this, according to Project 2025,
what is that?
Support the reasonable management of oil and gas reserves as the quickest way to end wrenching poverty and the need for open-ended foreign aid. Or they could shut down the whole thing entirely, which is what ended up happening. And not just USAID. The Trump administration has effectively zeroed out the U.S. African Development Foundation, the U.S. Institute for Peace, the Inter-American Foundation, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
Wait, did I see someone complain about Morrowind? Ooh. I'm going to let it slide this time, but Morrowind is an amazing game, and if you're hating on it, it kind of shows, I don't want to say it, but it definitely shows something about your character, you know?
Established and funded by Congress. And thanks to Project 2025 and the Supreme Court, Trump was able to simply defund them, firing all their staff and canceling grants.
God. Geezer 3. God, it's like, why do the anti-Semites just come out to play when, why do they just come out to play? Israel is hurting America. Okay, and you think Donald Trump is going to do, anything about that? Donald Trump said he would be Israel's best friend. Biden and Kamala handed them a ceasefire when they left office.
2025's long-term plan. They haven't yet managed to kill the Department of Education, one of the primary goals, but they are still working on it.
President Trump promised to send education back to the states, and we're keeping that promise.
If stealing Congress's power of the purse is the means, the Project 2025 end is an attack on everything that conservatives consider woke.
Yeah, it's an attack on the woke. The biggest threat to America, the woke. It's not our economy. It's not our, the growing AI bubble. No, it is the woke, ladies and gentlemen. A term no leftist has ever fucking used, or no leftist has used since 2016. Jesus. The copening from the right is real. The Department of Education is absolutely shit. I don't see where your evidence for that is. It's the gays. Do you have an issue with gay people, my friend? Is that a problem for you? That somebody likes the same gender? That's kind of weird, bro.
And LGBTQ plus issues, of course, but it also covers any policy that fights climate change or makes space for criticism of America or subsidizes healthcare or subsidizes childcare, or makes life in cities where most of us live affordable. And there, too, Project 2025's authors have succeeded beyond their wildest dreams. For instance, the manifesto called to repeal fuel economy standards for new cars, which they claim are deadly. I believe...
Yeah, dude, this was just an insane... Like, why would you not want the government to ensure that they're not just making the shittiest of cars with the most horrible fuel economy? That is insane, dude.
The theory here is that more efficient engines make new cars more expensive, which means people will drive old cars, which are less safe. Ipso facto, gas guzzlers save lives. Of course, that excludes all the money car owners don't spend on gas, but Math is hard, especially when you're slashing teacher training grants. Immediately upon being sworn in, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy rescinded the Biden-era fuel economy standards. He also went to war with New York City to end its
All right,
congestion
we
pricing
need
plan to reduce road traffic and encourage use of
dispel.
mass
We need a
transit.
dispel
Apparently, he's
spell.
deathly afraid of the subway and thinks it's Marxist to object to traffic jams. Brutalistic energy.
If you want people to take the train, take transit, then make it...
Look at this dipshit, Sean Duffy. I mean, he just has the name of a dipshit, right? There's Mr. Duffy. I mean, he sounds, it's like a Mr. Magoo. Dooba-dooba-dup.
safe, make it clean, make it beautiful, make it wonderful. Don't make it a...
Hatred of mass transit is a recurring theme in Project 2025, which treats it as a frivolous waste of tax dollars.
Oh my god. Yeah, guys, if you're tired of spending a shit ton of money on your car, then the Trump administration has some great fucking news. You're going to have to continue to be spending a shit ton of money on your car. How's it going? What's up, Natalie? We're just vibing and currently going over a Project 2025 video.
Unlike highways for gas-powered cars, which are a solid investment. With respect to media, Project 2025 expressed deep antipathy for the U.S. Agency for Global Media, which oversees several international news outlets, including Voice of America and Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, which were established by Congress during the Second World War as a means to counteract Nazi propaganda.
Second World War? Woke. Woke as hell. The Second World War? You mean the Second Woke War? I think that's what you mean to say, my friend. Yeah, the FDR was way too woke, dude. He was way too woke. That's why the country elected him 4 fucking times. Way too woke, man. I just, you know. They embarrass themselves. They really do.
And spread American democratic values. These agencies are funded under the federal budget with a mandate to continue broadcasting, but Project 2025 accused them of promoting anti-American propaganda that parrots adversarial regime talking points or promoting politically biased viewpoints, by which they meant criticizing Trump. They're also torqued about reporting on the erosion of democracy in Hungary under Trump's ally Viktor Orban.
Wait, Malakath? Malakath is how we got Trump? The king of shit? It's all making sense now. It's all making sense. That's a little Elder Scrolls joke for you guys, you know. In case you know, I got a little bit of political Elder Scrolls lore under my belt, you know.
Arizona gubernatorial candidate Carrie Lake as head of USAGM, and she's worked hard to shut it down. She testified to Congress that VOA was a rotten piece of fish and tried to replace its original programming with content from news channels, Newsmax, and One America
I'm
News.
not LARPing as a revolutionary. I think you're LARPing as a brown shirt, though. I'm gonna be honest, stream runner. Kinda seems like you're LARPing as a brown shirt.
So far, she's been blocked by a federal judge in D.C., but as of now, the agency staff has been reduced by 80%. In fact, conservatives have wanted to kill off all non-corporate media for decades. In 1967, Congress established the Corporation for Public Broadcasting to support public media. Recognizing that market forces will not produce educational and cultural content needed by American communities, Congress found that it is in the public interest to encourage the development of programming that involves creative risks and that addresses the needs of unserved and underserved audiences, particularly children and minorities. For almost 50 years, CPB has doled out cash to local public radio and television stations so that they can produce programming for local residents, as well as airing shows like Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers, and for adults, All Things Considered. And the Public Broadcasting Act is still on the books, but Trump persuaded Congress to claw back
Orsmere. Yeah, he's got that Orsmere DNA, you know what I'm saying? He has got... Poor guy.
the funding for CPB.
Guys, after this, we have to rewatch the video where he shits himself. I'm sorry, that shit is so funny, dude. You see his face. I mean, and you see Typing, that's all. Oh, that's okay. Trump isn't hurting America. It's dumbass people like yourself. You mean your fellow American just talking about politics is hurting America? Wow, that is embarrassing for you. But if anybody disagrees, you know, I got a large audience here. Why not try to show me up and show everybody that you're right, you know, and that I'm just a fraud. Feel free to come join the Discord. Let me know that you're there in the chat, and we can have a good faith discussion, you know. Show the video? Okay, we can show the Trump video right now. I mean, I think it's worthwhile. I think it's worthwhile. Trump rushes reporters out due to pooping in pants. They'll know exactly what I'm talking about here. I just want the raw video. Here it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now turn your volume up. Turn your volume up. And ladies and gentlemen, in slow-mo, unfortunately we tried it in slow-mo last time and you just couldn't hear it. You just couldn't hear it. So I agree, Kayla, they are very disgusting. But that's what we get. Pooping in pants. That's your intelligence? No, your president is shitting himself and making these poor individuals smell every whiff of it. Nothing this coast fucking says is ever good faith. Wah, wah. Find the one where the sound engineer isolates the sound. Oh, you can hear it. You can hear it. Trust me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to turn it up, so if it's too loud, let me know in chat, but...
I'm so proud to be part of this. And fellas, some great things.
All right, this is, I believe, here, let me check. This is about 25 seconds before contact. This is right before we are inundated with the, what some experts are calling chemical warfare. When did this happen? Just a couple days ago.
It's great, really great things happening, I hear, and some pretty big announcements over a short.
I think right now he's currently shitting. I'm gonna be honest. Like, that looks like a shitting face to me. I don't know about you guys. No, Stream Runner, you are crying. You are absolutely soying out.
Short period of time, right?
Yep. Moving drugs.
Hey, what game is that, Boro? It's Morrowind. I really enjoy Morrowind. It's a fun time. I currently am doing a build where I am a spell sword, and I'm gonna try to do some mercantile quests and stuff like that. Looks like Diablo. I played that when I'm 11. Well, it's a fun game. I recommend Morrowind. Very fun game.
Over the counter.
Morrowind is peak. Amen, dude. Amen. I love it.
Naloxone, which treats opioid, is one of those.
All right, this is moments before. And you can see Pam Bondi. Look at Pam. She knows something's about to be coming. She heard the rumblings from the seat. This is, you know, if you guys are adverse to the effects of chemical warfare, if you're afraid of seeing just absolute devastation, please look away. Oh, sick, I played Skyrim for way too long. Yeah, I really liked Skyrim. I honestly, if you like Skyrim and you can get past the graphics, I think Morrowind is amazing.
Drugs, and we're
proactive. Oh no. Oh no, here it comes. No one is ready. No one is ready.
With synthetic 7-OH, a new opioid that's showing up, and we're working with the DOJ on addressing that because chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has.
Oh, there it is! Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, hit the deck. Hit the deck. Diaper 1 has hit the White House. Oh no. And it's a number 2. Good Lord.
Able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. No,
That's great. Oh geez, we gotta go back. The Great American Recovery. This is the Great American Defecation, my friend. That's what this is.
And the government has been able.
Oh, we hit it right there. Look, they all heard it. He's got a little smile on his face. Pam Bondi braces for impact. Oh, geez, the entire room is just absolutely. I mean, it's like. And then look at this woman. She's looking down. She knows what just happened. He's been shitting his pants a little bit, but this one really took the cake. Let's go back here. I want to, so this needs to be studied, ladies and gentlemen. They better keep my hands off my raw powder kratom, though. Well, I think that's on the chopping block for the Republicans. If you had credibility, you would only be streaming to 29 people. Well, by the way, guys, if you are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm. But I don't think that's true. You see people like Benny Johnson getting like 5,000 viewers a day, and he is the definition of a shill. So, anyways, let's rewatch this. There's a distinct moment before Trump shit himself and after Trump shit himself.
We're working with the DOJ on addressing that because chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has.
Oh, there it is. She heard it. She heard it. Oh, no.
Keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. No,
Oh,
you're
sorry, guys.
fantastic. Thanks. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it.
Oh,
Thank you.
geez. He crapped his pants and he sent the cameras away. I don't blame them. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Anyways, let's get back to Project 2025.
Dozens of public radio stations are expected to close within a year. As a final act of patriotism, the board of CPB voted to dissolve the entity entirely rather than.
It's funny how audible it is. There's a video of a guy isolating the sound. I think we watched that yesterday.
For the president to potentially resurrect and funnel tax dollars to prop up his preferred brand of MAGA media influencers.
Wow, I think that video managed to just... Everyone who was MAGA just left. Need a deep analysis video? I think we can do, you know, we can watch the isolated fart sound, but I do want to get through this first.
Lake tried to turn VOA over to Newsmax, and so they put out a statement ruefully acknowledging.
That's so funny. They come back after. They're like, yeah, he shit his pants. He shit his pants.
And defunded CPB could have become vulnerable.
Then their BS is hurting America. No, I think the person who is constantly demonizing the other side, painting them as evil people, and not releasing the Epstein files, protecting a class of people that deserve to be prosecuted for their crimes, I think that's hurting America more.
Manipulation or misuse, threatening the independence of public media and the trust audiences place in it, and potentially subjecting staff and board members to legal exposure from bad faith actors. And then they shut off the lights and lock the doors for good. Another mission accomplished for Project 2025. But Project 2025's biggest culture war fixation was on LGBTQ plus people.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, dude. They hated the fact that trans people didn't feel like shit. So they made sure to cut back on all of that stuff. So sad for our country.
One huge with a major
Have the Dems passed any bills in 2 years? Holy shit, Brad. You are actually dumb. But yes, we have passed a bill. It's known as the Epstein Transparency Act. It had bipartisan support, but it was originally authored by Ro Khanna and then later Thomas Massie. So, yes.
Supreme Court. They called to restore standards of lethality and excellence to the military by kicking out all trans service members. And in February, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth ordered the military to do just that.
Service members who have a current diagnosis or history of or exhibit symptoms consistent with gender dysphoria may elect to separate voluntarily. There's a timeline here, and then eventually involuntarily if necessary.
Yeah, we're going to kick people out that like serving our country. So disgusting, dude. Yeah, let's just kick people out who want to serve our country. Epstein only hurt Prince Andrew? What? That's insane. Yeah, I'm a fucking, I'm actually an astrophysicist, believe it or not.
Washington blocked that order for being illegal gender discrimination based solely on animus, having nothing to do with military readiness and denigrating the service of honorable members of the armed forces. But the Supreme Court said, go for it. Trial judges said that trans and non-binary people should be able to have passports reflecting their gender identity. The Supreme Court's 6 conservatives allowed the Trump administration to take them away on the theory that displaying passport holders' sex at birth
Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You don't have to do that here in Kansas. If you want your driver's license to be your preferred gender identity, you can get that. We're not going to be pieces of shit to you. I served in the military. Oh, geez. He's an engineer and now he served in the military? What's next? Are you going to be a astronaut, dude?
no more offense equal protection principles than displaying their country of birth. In both cases, the government is merely attesting to a historical fact without subjecting anyone to differential treatment, which is kind of like saying the house you grew up in is your address forever and the government should be free to put it on all your identity documents for the rest of your life.
Army.
It's historically accurate.
You were in the Army? Well, thank you for your service, brother. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like your drill sergeant was mean enough to you.
What are you mad about, right? Project 2025 is absolutely rabid on the topic of ending gender-confirming care for trans kids, and there, too, the administration scored some major victories. In June, the Supreme Court upheld the state of Tennessee's ban on health care for transgender children, and the Trump administration has pressured hundreds of hospitals and universities to withdraw care for kids and force trans students out of sports by threatening to withhold federal subsidies. Again, none of that would be possible if the Supreme Court hadn't allowed Trump to commandeer the federal
Yeah,
budget.
Supreme Court reform is something that's absolutely needed in this time in America. It is. It's something we have to have right now.
States into abiding by his edicts. So yeah, that's Project
sorry, guys.
2025. And that guy. If there's one thing that Project 2025's authors hate more than trans people, it's an independent federal bureaucracy.
Whoa.
By experts and
I didn't do nothing.
beholden to the American people and not the partisan whims of the president. Although the document avoids the term deep state, it's full of attacks on government employees. Vote sneers.
Yeah, I think that was the issue. Unfortunately, it's bot. Too stupid for the Navy or Air Force.
Carrying out its own policy plans and preferences, or worse yet, the policy plans and preferences of a radical, supposedly woke faction of the country. Vote once fantasized publicly about traumatizing.
What would be the first thing to reform about it? I personally think our democracy does best when everyone gets representation. So I think we should have a each state elect a judge.
Of wokeness.
And then obviously 18-year term limits.
Because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want to put them in trauma.
He's presided over purge after purge of government employees.
What a nice guy.
Pretext to fire them for cause, ensuring black marks on their records and hampering their ability to collect unemployment. And here again,
By the way, if you
Supreme Court
guys are
said,
enjoying the
"Go
stream,
for it."
please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there. I do a show every day where I talk about the news and politics. So, peace out, Chads. Later, T-Cruz. Good seeing you, man.
After Trump signed an executive order on February 11th empowering Elon Musk and the Doge Bros to slash government payrolls, the administration summarily fired tens of thousands of civil servants. A judge in California enjoined the terminations, finding that they violated workers' rights in Congress's mandate for agencies to perform statutory functions. On the shadow docket, the court took just 2 paragraphs to say, nah. Project 2025 also urged President Trump to end public sector unions, and on March 27th, he issued an executive order outlawing collective bargaining rights for 2/3 of federal workers on
Wow. For all of you MAGA that voted on Trump based on a pro-union stance, you're looking real dumb right now.
purported national security grounds. On August 28th, he issued another order expanding that
That's
rule
kind
to
of MAGA's default, though, eh?
even more public employees, again, on the basis of national security. At the end of Trump's first year in office, 300,000 federal employees had left or been fired. And yet, the budget deficit is still $1.8 trillion, pretty much exactly what it was for the prior 4 years. And the national debt went up by more than $2 trillion. So I don't know where those cost savings went from firing all of those people, but it wasn't into the national treasury. But for all their successes, Project 2025's backers failed to achieve some of their most important goals. The authors advocated for using the Comstock Act, which is a 19th century law which banned the interstate transport of obscene materials.
They all work for the same people? No, they don't. The Democrats are are just better than the Republicans by 1,000%, dude. You can't say they're all the same. Corporations literally pay the Republicans like 200 times more than fucking the Democrats.
Effectively outlaw abortion and limit access to birth control. That has not happened, nor has the Department of Health.
But this is some common cope you guys will start to see here soon. This both sides stuff. Why Democrats sold the country off. That makes no sense. Okay, you know the fact they rushed everyone out of the room so quickly when he farted, it does make you think that maybe that was, maybe there was a little. No, I think he shit himself. I'm gonna be honest.
Banned mifepristone, the most commonly used drug for performing medication abortions. The Affordable Care Act, better known as Obamacare, is still standing. And 17 Republicans in the House broke ranks with the president and voted to extend subsidies to ensure that their constituents' health insurance premiums wouldn't skyrocket in an election year. More broadly, while the Heritage Foundation guys did get a lot of what they wanted, almost everything can be reversed by a different president. Now, that's not going to help the millions of people who get sick or even die because Doge killed USAID and other foreign aid agencies. And the damage to the federal bureaucracy, both in terms of squandered legitimacy.
Who's on the Epstein list that we give a damn about? Who's on the Epstein list that is an actual participator in politics? No one. However, for the Republican side, Howard Lutnick and Donald Trump are on there. Some of your biggest people. Yeah, Legal Eagle is mainstream news, ladies and gentlemen. Jesus, the cope is unreal.
But once you've wrested power away from Congress and given it to the president, that power stays with the office. The next president can undo much of what Trump and Project 2025 have done, with, of course, a very big asterisk that the law is whatever the Supreme Court says it is on any given day. In the meantime, Heritage took a major blow this year when it waded into the culture war on the side of an unabashed white nationalist. In October, former Fox News star Tucker Carlson invited MAGA influencer Nick Fuentes on his show, where Fuentes did what he always does. He said a bunch of anti-Semitic stuff, attacking organized Jewry and Christian Zionists. It's kind of his shtick.
It was the Zionist Jews, like Dave Rubin, like Ben Shapiro, like Dennis Prager.
The Zionist Jews, ladies and gentlemen.
These, the guys that were really controlling the media apparatus that seemed to me to be the biggest impediment.
Fox is not
a Jewish business, though.
There was a major backlash led by conservative influencer Ben Shapiro, and then Kevin Roberts, head of the Heritage Foundation, jumped in to say that he and his organization were
There are no reports that Trump was an informant. No, there is no reports that Trump was an informant, Brian. I'm sorry. That's just not true.
We will always defend America, and we will always defend our friends against the slander of bad actors who serve someone else's agenda. That includes Tucker Carlson, who remains, and as I have said before, always will be a close friend of the Heritage Foundation.
The Heritage Foundation has
that's
consistently
not
presented itself
great.
as a bastion against anti-Semitism and an unabashed supporter of Israel. Dozens of longtime staffers quit in protest, with many of them decamping to a think tank called Advancing American Freedom, which is associated with former Vice President Mike Pence. I interviewed a former Heritage staffer who told me that the organization is a shell of its former self and will never wield the same intellectual influence that it did before. But don't count those Heritage Project 2025 guys out yet.
I haven't personally seen any reports. The only thing I've ever seen about Trump being a quote-unquote secret agent is when Mike Johnson said it. That's it. No, you're hurting America, says Randy White.
Post got its hands on a draft report for Saving America by Saving the Family. It's a plan for you, yes you, to get married, have babies, and never get divorced, even if you really wanna. It starts with a plan to ban social media for children under 16. Then they'll ban porn, which is linked with lower relationship commitment and quality. Then they'll crack down on dating apps, which promote fear of settling. Oh, you think you're worth more? These Heritage guys are here to tell you you are not. And they want to make it harder for couples to
So
get
this
divorced.
is how you entertain people, by just filming someone else's content? Have you ever heard of fair use, my friend? Oh, I guess you haven't. That's too woke.
Quote that. They want to make it harder for women to get divorced. They want to get rid of no-fault divorce, where people are allowed to split up simply because they don't want to be married anymore. They want to get rid of community property divorce laws, which divide assets equally, because they say that provides an incentive for the lower.
Yeah, and I always give credit to the channels I watch. It's okay. It just seems kind of like they're... I don't really know what's up with these guys that do that. I don't understand it. Yeah, filming? What are we? You know, this isn't the Montauk Project.
Particularly if she stays home with the children.
Not
to
found
leave
footage
and
out
take
here.
her husband's money. They object to alimony for the same reason. Instead, they want to offer tax incentives for couples to stay married and have lots more children. So who's psyched for Project 2027?
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation.
John, I know you don't have any talent yourself and you're just projecting onto into the chat, but I just feel bad for you, to be honest, man. You know that Donald Trump is doing bad, and you just can't admit it. I think that's sad. All right, anyways, go check out Legal Eagle, guys. He's an amazing content creator. Him and his team are. And now we're going to go on to the next video. I actually kind of wanted to talk about this article first. Immigrants whose skull was broken in 8 places during ICE arrests says the beating was unprovoked. Now, I don't even know if people, you know, it's not necessarily in the headlines as much, but ICE is still continuing their operations, and they're still being extremely wanton and aggressive with people. It's very disgusting. So let's begin. We'll probably read about... Actually, this seems very interesting, so let's just begin reading it. This is an article by Jack Brooke What type of name is that? Jack Brooke Mitchell. Belserker? Yeah, I have no idea. Minneapolis AP. Alberto says his memory was so jumbled after a beating by an immigration officer that he initially could not remember. He had a daughter and still struggles to recall treasured moments like the night he taught her to dance. Jesus, that is so sad. But the violence endured last month in Minnesota while being detained is seared into his battered brain. He remembers immigration and customs enforcement agents pulling him from his friend's car on January 8th outside a St. Paul shopping center and throwing him on the ground, handcuffing him, then punching him and striking his head with a steel baton. He remembers being dragged into an SUV and taken to a detention facility where he said he was beaten again. He also remembers the emergency room and that the intense pain from the 8 skull fractures and 5 life-threatening brain hemorrhages. Jesus, like, why do you, is MAGA, like, who's okay with this, with treating people like this? They started beating me up when they arrested me. The Mexican immigrant recounted this week to the Associated Press, which recently reported on how his case contributed to mounting friction between federal immigration agents and the Minneapolis hospital. Alberto is one of the unknown number of immigration detainees who, despite avoiding deportation during Trump's administration enforcement crackdown, have been left with lasting injuries following violent encounters with ICE officers. His case is one of the excessive force claims the federal government has thus far declined to investigate. He was hurt so badly he was disoriented for days at Hampton County Medical Center, where ICE officers constantly watched over him. Officers claimed he ran headfirst into a wall. No fucking way. They claimed he ran headfirst into a wall. That's like the dumbest excuse in the world. These ICE officers, they're crooks, dude. I swear, they're absolute monsters. The officers told nurses Alberto purposely ran headfirst into a brick wall, an account his caregivers immediately doubted. A CT scan showed fractures to the front, back, and both sides of his skulls, injuries a doctor told AP were inconsistent with a fall. That was never a wall. Alberto said in Spanish, recalling ICE officers striking him with the same metal rod used to break down windows of vehicles, the windows of the vehicle he was in. He later identified it as an ASP, a telescoping baton routinely carried by law enforcement. Training material and police use of force policies across the U.S. say such a baton can be used to hit arms, legs, and body, but striking the head, neck, or spine is considered potentially deadly force. The only time a person can be struck in the head with any baton is if that person presents the same threat that would permit use of a firearm. A lethal threat to officers or others, said Joe Key, a former Baltimore police lieutenant and use of force expert who testifies in defense of police. Wow, so that is somebody who usually defends officers not standing up for these ICE agents. That's very interesting. Once he was taken to ICE holding facility at FT Snelling, I don't know what that is, in suburban Minneapolis, Alberto said officers resumed beating him, recognizing that he was seriously hurt. He said he pleaded with them to stop, but they just laughed at me and hit me again. Jesus! They were very racist people. No one insulted them, neither me nor the other person they detained me with. It was their character, their racism towards us for being immigrants. It's Fort Snelling. Oops. By the way, good to see you, J. Cole. Anyways, the Department of Homeland Security, which includes ICE, did not respond to repeated requests for comment over last 2 weeks on Alberto's injuries. We've got Cope in chat. Bedford Forest says, still opening your K-Cole about shit, Kansas? Hey, you don't talk shit about Kansas. You know this is one of the best states in the union. I just feel bad. He's probably in some super red state where the politicians don't care about him. It is unclear whether his arrest was captured on body cam footage or if there might be additional recordings from security cameras at the detention center. In a recent bid to boost transparency, DHS announced a broad rollout of body cameras for immigration officers in Minneapolis, as the government also draws down on the ICE presence there. Say to the other person, thank you for stepping up, and I do appreciate it. Yeah, anytime, of course. I got you, dog. Anyways, if you guys are enjoying the stream, by the way, remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted. I do a show every day where I talk about the news, politics, and so much more, so why not give a like and a sub? Anyways, we're going to continue with the article. ICE deportation officer William J. Robinson did not say how Alberto's skull was smashed in a January 20th declaration filed in federal court. Hey, that's my birthday. During the intake process, it was determined he had head injuries that required emergency medical treatment. He wrote in the filing. The declaration also stated that Alberto entered the U.S. legally in March 2022, and the agency determined only after his arrest that he had overstayed his visa. A federal judge later ruled his arrest had been unlawful and ordered him released from ICE custody. That is very damning. A video posted to social media captured the moments immediately after Alberto's arrest as 4 masked men walked him in handcuffs through the parking lot. The video shows him unsteady and stumbling, held up by ICE officers. Don't resist, shouts a woman who is recording, 'cause they ain't gonna do nothing but bang you up some more. I hopes they don't kill you, she adds. Jesus. That is so disgusting. And these are the people that MAGA are praising. Just disgusting. The witness who posted the video declined to speak with AP or provide consent for the video's publication, but Alberto confirmed he is the handcuffed man seen in the recording. At least one ICE officer later told staff at the medical center that Alberto got his blank rocked. According to court documents filed by a lawyer seeking his release and nurses who spoke with AP. Jesus, what monsters, dude. AP interviewed a doctor and 5 nurses about Alberto's treatment at HCMC and the presence of ICE officers inside the hospital. They spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss patient care and feared retaliation. AP also consulted an outside physician who affirmed injuries were inconsistent with an accidental fall or running into a wall. I haven't seen anyone praising unnecessary violence. I have. I've seen it everywhere. In my chat, just online, it's everywhere, dude. Minnesota state law requires health professionals to report to law enforcement any wounds that could have been perpetrated as part of a crime. An HCMC spokeswoman declined to say this week whether anyone at the facility had done so. However, following the January 31st publication of AP's initial story about Alberto's arrest, hospital administrators opened up an initial inquiry seeking to determine My bad, one moment. Seeking to determine which staff members have spoken to media according to the internal communications viewed by AP. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz posted a link to AP's prior story about Alberto, but his office has not said whether the state authorities would pursue answers. Law enforcement cannot be lawless, Waltz wrote in the post on X. Thousands of aggressive, untrained agents of the federal government continue to injure and terrorize Minnesotans. This must end. Alberto's arrest came a day after the first of 2 fatal shootings of U.S. citizens in Minneapolis by immigration officers, triggering widespread public protest. And then we see what the lawmakers are saying. And there's a little bit more. I highly recommend you guys go check out this AP article. It's very good. I don't want to read the full thing. You got to go read that yourself. But it's those first 2 parts are very representative of what this case is about. Anyone who's joining the stream, the host is gay. Oh my god, total immorality to society. Well, I'm not gay, I'm bisexual, but yes, is that I guess if you are afraid of the gay demon, the woke, run for the hills, because I am one of them.
I'm joined now by 2 of the hosts for the QAnon Anonymous podcast, Jake Rockatansky and Travis View. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me. Always a pleasure. Kind of.
So, yeah, kind of. So, y'all are the foremost experts.
Anyways, this is a video about Epstein related news, talking about QAnon. And by the way, I think it's so sad when people like Vernon come in and start spewing their filth about how LGBT is immoral to society. No, I think it's immoral in society. I was going to say something. I just think that type of language is disgusting.
Conspiracy theories.
No, Vernon, you're a disgrace to the American ideals. You obviously don't represent freedom, justice, and liberty for all. And I think that's so sad that you're such a little boy that you can't open up your mind. I do think it's sad.
Stream from QAnon, and I think what we're seeing right now as the Epstein files are front and center in the news is, and I feel like I have to give an apology here, because a lot of this stuff where it relates to, the basis of QAnon, that there's this elite pedophile ring, this cabal of people who act with impunity. A lot of us on the left, I think, scoffed at this because it just seems so fantastical. But in fact, I think we're seeing, as it relates to Epstein, that it's very much a real thing. I mean, maybe not, a pedophile ring in the basement of a pizza place that has no basement, but in effect, this stuff does exist. And so I'm curious, as you have all of these adherents to the whole QAnon.
Yeah, I don't think it's, guys, it is not illegal to be gay. No matter how hard they try, that is never going to be illegal again in this country. So they may spew filth and talk a big game, but trust me, that will never happen.
The whole QAnon universe, whether there's any acknowledgement of the fact that the people that they voted for to usher in exposure on all of this stuff are the very people that are participating in the crime that they want to condemn.
No, I wouldn't say that there is a lot of self-awareness about that. I mean, because they spin these wild stories on the idea that, for example, Trump was somehow undercover working with Epstein to take him down. They credit Trump with the fact that Epstein was arrested under his last administration, even though he was not sort of watched carefully enough that would allow him to die in his prison cell, and they also credit him with the fact that these files are being released now. So yeah, no, there's not a lot of acknowledgement, even though Trump was a close associate of Epstein, and so was, as we've discovered in these emails, so was Howard Lutnick, the current Secretary of Commerce, and Steve Bannon was also extremely close with Epstein. They exchanged hundreds of messages, according to this.
Oh no, I died.
Branch of documents.
That's not good.
Like there's just this really blatant cognitive dissonance then, because I guess the question is this more about exposing this cabal of pedophiles, or is it about protecting Trump? Because anybody who is acting in good
it's
faith
obviously all about protecting Trump. It is so obvious that the MAGA base has no interest in getting justice for these victims, and they just want to protect Trump. And I think that's so sad, dude.
in taking down or exposing the people involved in this pedophile ring could easily see, okay, Trump is involved, Lutnick is involved. He named Alex Acosta, who obviously gave Epstein his sweetheart deal in his first term. He was involved. Trump's new Fed chair pick was implicated in the Epstein files. And so you have all these people. Anybody acting in good faith would just be able to say, like, okay, these people are clearly not on the level. They are the very people that we're seeking to expose. And so is QAnon more about exposing pedophiles, this cabal of pedophiles, or is it about just protecting Trump?
I think you can see two sort of differing systems of belief here, and it tends to be between the QAnon influencers and your sort of standard on the ground believers. I mean, if you go to the most popular sort of QAnon or pro-QAnon accounts on X, they also are combing through the Epstein files and finding things that label people that, kind of...
There has to be a victim who accused Trump? No, there doesn't. There doesn't necessarily... If it's found that Trump is trafficking women or has any part in that, they don't have to necessarily have a victim. And there are victims. There are plenty of victims that have tried to speak out against Donald Trump, but unfortunately, all they do is deflect and deny. And you can't lie, there are plenty of tips talking about Trump. I mean, that is pretty obvious.
Are combing through, and ignore.
Vanna Loven misses the Vanna Loven. The video seems a bit low. Could just be me though. I can turn it up a little more. Oh yeah, it does seem a little low. I apologize.
Pointed out to me, we had an episode come out about 7 years ago that was called Epstein, the Real Pizzagate. This has always been the hardest part of my job, is on some level understanding that QAnon directionally is kind of right given everything that we know about Epstein. And yeah, I think you have a lot of influencers, at least that I've seen, who are going to do whatever they can to keep reframing the information as it comes out to align with, their pro-QAnon beliefs. Now, I do think there is an opportunity for your run-of-the-mill believer to see this, and if they are, here's the question: are they more passionate about, anti-pedophilia than they are pro-Trump? And I do think that the answer for some is yes. I think this could be a potential exit ramp in the same way that when Trump called Epstein a hoax, think about that now, given everything that's come out. But when he called it
can
a
you
hoax, there were a lot of
believe
people who
that?
said, "Wait a minute, absolutely not," and they began to kind of fall away.
Well, what are you guys seeing in online forums and stuff? I mean, you have to part of your job is that you have to subject yourself to an even darker part of the internet than even I have to deal with on a daily basis. And so but that's your loss is our gain. And so what are you seeing on these online forums from folks?
I mean, there's lots of claims of vindication, if you can believe it, from these people. Just
That's
because,
because by the way, Dylan, is it better now? I hope it's a little better now. Less government equals less corruption. Well, that's just blatantly not true. Less government means more processes are handled by one person, therefore leading to less pressure valves to release for corruption. I mean, come on. This is simple stuff, guys. Oh yeah, much better. Hell
General
yeah.
narrative about like elite corruption and child abuse and cover-ups and elite impunity was generally correct. But like we mentioned, like on our podcast, we've been talking about that for like 7+ years. I mean, the fact
Vernon,
that,
I feel
that
so
there's-
bad for your browser history, man. I feel so bad for the FBI agent that goes through your browser history. That's all I have to say. That's all. If you know, you know.
Elite abuse and impunity and people who sometimes abuse children and cover up for those who do. That part has been well known. We've got a lot more details about what this network looks like thanks to these documents. But they do this thing where they sort of like
It is weird though, right? That MAGA has to paint me as like this anti-free speech. I allow a shit ton of stuff in my chat. Probably stuff I shouldn't, but I don't really, I believe that people need a place to be open and get their feelings out. So, but it's very interesting how they have to call me all these names, But I think it just shows we're getting through to them. I'm going to be honest. I think it just shows we're getting through to them. It's not safe here for transgender individuals like myself. Yeah, I know, but it will get better. You just have to believe. I know that's hard in these times, but it will get better. Because if you don't think it's going to get better, then there's no point in even talking about this stuff. That's why I go against that there's going to be no midterm elections. They will try. Make no mistake, these people will try to steal the election. But they're incompetent and they are far too dumb to achieve in their ambitions. So that's why I'm not worried.
Into these abstractions where they feel like, well, they were generally right, so their wildest nonsense about pizza code words are also right, which is just not the case.
But they feel vindicated at the fact that they ushered in a Trump administration who are themselves the ones who are implicated in all of this. And so where does the vindication come from? Okay, yes, that there is a cabal of people, but the people who they empowered to expose all of this stuff are the ones who did it. And so does that part ever register?
Well, I mean, kind of baked into the theory. There's so many little rules kind of baked into QAnon that allow you to kind of opt out when you run up against a piece of real information that makes
something
the
that's
entire
inconvenient.
that makes the entire mind pyramid collapse, otherwise. And one thing that has been consistent is that Trump is, I remember what's really interesting about the Epstein stuff is that QAnon and people and conspiracy theorists, they would always use Epstein as like a stepping stone to then launch into another unproven conspiracy to say that that's real. That they never talk about the facts of Epstein itself, but they would always use Epstein to say, well, because Epstein exists, then all of these other conspiracy theories about Hillary
We've seen
Clinton
some
and
of
all
that
this stuff
happen in our
are
chat.
real. And they've consistently believed that Trump has infiltrated this circle. All of the stuff about Trump, being a Democrat in a former life, being friends with the Clintons, and attending Chelsea's wedding, all of his interactions with Epstein that we've seen up until this point.
He was just a double agent this entire time for the last 50 years.
Exactly. Now, my brother sent
We've
me a
literally
video
seen
this
that
morning
cope.
of him audibly shitting his pants during a meeting and ending the meeting. So the idea of him being like Liam Neeson from Taken and infiltrating like the biggest, child trafficking ring, and he is this sort of hero at the center is becoming less and less plausible. But it was unplausible in 2017, when the first Q drops started happening. So the idea, if they believed it then, it's they're gonna believe it now.
Right. Is there? I mean, why do you need like Epstein to be a stepping stone into some bigger conspiracy when Epstein's situation in and of itself is already gigantic? I mean, you have world leaders, you have princes, you have, I'm sure, like, you have all of these people. I mean, Elon Musk was planning visits to Epstein's island that we found out.
Elon Musk.
Half the Trump administration is named in these files. Why do you need this to be just like some little stepping stone to a more vast conspiracy theory when this is pretty damn vast unto itself?
Yeah, I share your frustration with the way they interpret things, because like I always feel like, isn't this enough? What we know, isn't this relevant enough? Isn't this outrageous enough without having to add on all of these extra sort of like wilder theories that have no evidentiary basis at all? And I think the problem with a lot of conspiracists is that they're really attracted to this idea of secret esoteric information. And if it's being reported in like everywhere, if it's provable in documents to the point that just normal casual news consumers know about it, it's no longer secret esoteric.
Right. It's kind of like embracing conspiracy theory because they want to be in that world of conspiracy theory.
Yeah, and they want to feel like they have sort of like they possess a higher level of knowledge of how the world works than everyone else. I feel like this feeling of like specialness, I think, is really more important to them than sort of like adhering to what's known and what's well in evidence.
Do you think that it was a mistake for the Trump orbit? And I don't necessarily say Trump himself, because I don't think he was ever that involved in like the QAnon stuff, but there were plenty of people in Trump's orbit who were. Do you think it was a mistake for them to embrace this, given the fact that, we're now in a situation where all of these people themselves are either implicated or are part of an administration that's implicated in this, and so it's only reflecting poorly off of them? Like, there's no world in which the last few releases of the Epstein files do anything but reflect poorly on Trump and Bannon and Lutnick and Warsh and
Jim,
Elon Musk.
Bro, what the hell? This is something I've noticed with MAGA. They are obsessed with sex. Jim, I promise you that is probably the first time she's done that in about 10 years. That's why it's such an event in your mind. You're like, holy shit, I finally did it! Becky! We finally did it! Was that after your bull, by the way? Yeah, I had to.
Whoever it may be. So do you think that embracing this whole world from the outset, given where we are now, was a mistake?
Well, I mean, I think like politically, maybe their idea was like, well, they're going to sort of like encourage this sort of like this very passionate sort of like but minority base of people who believe that Trump in a circle can do no wrong, and anyone who opposes him are pure evil, right? And all of a sudden you don't have to worry about things like like proving your case. I mean, I feel like this was sort of their way of trying to solidify their base and keep them in a bubble and keeping them from ever questioning why for example, Epstein called like Trump like is his best friend in a recording and these sorts of things. I mean, I think it's like it's kind of like a desperate strategy, but I think that was probably what they were trying to do.
Yeah, my general opinion is that they kind of had no choice to a certain degree. I see this happen with Trump just since 2016, is he's constantly kind of left with the bottom of the barrel as he sort of peels away anybody still reasonable that's sort of in his orbit. And like Travis said, I think there must have been some kind of internal data that QAnon was enough of a contingency and enough of a voter bloc that they eventually had no choice. And who knows? I mean, in the early days, I remember, they were trying to distance themselves from QAnon as much as possible. And it was Trump who was going, well, I don't know. I think they like me quite a bit. He was the one who.
Oh, he's
who
got a
kind of-
killer Trump
He couldn't
accent,
stop talking
dude.
about him because they were, they loved him the most.
Right. I mean, the crazy thing, like even
Oh,
even with
Steve
the shooting of
2278
Renee
is
Good, who-
against our Constitution. He says, Trump 2028, let's go ice. Yeah, bootlickers, man. You gotta love them. You gotta love the men that lick the boot. At least they have enough embarrassment to do it, you know?
who was like the perfect foil for Trump. The fact that her parents were apparently Trump supporters, like that gets to him. It doesn't matter ideology or beliefs or philosophy.
Oh,
He
yeah.
just likes
I
that
know,
you like him.
Brian.
That's it.
It's fucking insane. Steve, I'm gonna be honest. You sound like you're kind of like 15 or something, and I don't think 15-year-olds are allowed to be in the chat. So it's not bootlicking if you're wearing the boot. Oh yes, it is. There will always be another boot on your neck, my friend, that you are going to gleefully lick the scum off of.
I mean, I think he's very strategic in terms of like coalition building, where he's like even if he doesn't necessarily agree with people, it's like he said that like when there's only 2 times he was really asked about QAnon during his first administration, and one of the times he asked what he knew about it, he said like, I know they like me very much, and that's really all that's important to him. It's like he knew that these were people who were passionate about them, who supported him, and he was not interested in alienating them as a consequence of that.
What is the state of the QAnon movement right now? I presume that it probably peaked sometime around 2016, 2017, 2018, maybe around the time that Marjorie Taylor Greene was getting into Congress. But I'm just curious whether.
Yeah,
whether
I
you
agree.
think that
Uncle Trump. He's like that weird, creepy uncle that asks you way too many personal questions and you just want to get away from. Sorry, I was stretching, guys. Sorry ass losers talking about trash. No, I think that's you, my friend. You are projecting in my chat, and I think it's very sad. I think it's very sad.
it's hit its peak, or whether we're still seeing this movement grow as more people come online, more people get sucked into rabbit holes and conspiracy theories, and we have obviously less digital literacy with the introduction of more AI and on and on. I feel like just people's general sense of what's real and what's not is kind of getting worse, not better.
Well, I mean, I think it kind of just sort of got absorbed.
Trump is a traitor.
Into the wider
Amen.
kind of like.
Do you even care about America? I love America. It's the best place in the world. What are you talking about? Flawless 839. Stop projecting your own feelings in my chat, man.
I mean,
it's very
we saw
sad.
recently, like with just a few weeks ago, that the Department of Labor.
Hey, got him. It's bots. That one was a good one.
QAnon-related slogans. And so, it's like either someone at the Department of Labor social media team is very pilled, or they understand that this is still a base that's worth signaling to.
Or they know how much it
What's so
upsets
great about it? Our ideals of freedom, liberty, and justice for all. I love America, dude. If you got a problem with America, this may not be the best place for you. Like, obviously, you can have problems with the administration and try to put forth ideas that are actually going to help America. But if you're just an America hater, then, you can go watch Hassan or something.
Liberals, or even your Never Trump Republicans, who hate QAnon more than anything because it you know, to them, it made the whole conservative movement look like complete
Do we have a
idiots,
chud in the chat? Oh yeah, we've got all sorts in the chat. What's up, Rhino Raider? But yeah, we've got Steve here who unfortunately is having a mental breakdown and typing his fantasies into my chat. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing, honestly. Kind of gross, too.
Disconnected from reality. You know, so that's like the third option is that they know that people know where it's coming from. They know that some journalist is going to go, why is the Department of Labor doing where we go one, we go, blah, blah, blah. You know, they know it's going to cause a reaction, and that is unfortunately a part of politics now is this like sort of like antagonistic nature that I really think, you know, began you know, in 2016 with Donald Trump.
I mean, look, it's rage bait, and it's that's the currency of the internet. I think that if they have the opportunity to get a bunch of libs mad, so they can you know, own the libs online, then like that's a perfectly acceptable thing for them to do as far as they're concerned. How many people do you think we're talking about here? Because you're talking about this contingent, and I think for normies like myself, like I cannot grasp a world where there are more than like a handful of them in some, you know, MySpace group or some Facebook group circa like 2013. But like, roughly what are we talking about here in terms of raw numbers?
It's pretty bad. Travis, the last numbers were really bad.
I'll confess, I haven't checked on the polling. People haven't done polling on QAnon belief in a couple of years, but like last they checked, it was in the neighborhood of sometimes like 4 or 5%, which is, you know, millions
of
and millions
America?
of Americans. Yeah. It's
by the way, if you guys are enjoying the
like-
stream,
that's like-
please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm.
15 to 17 million people.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right. Yeah, that's right. And
Yes,
like, I mean,
people
that's
are
also,
pilled.
That's also happens to be roughly the same level of polling for belief in that that there's a cabal of lizard people who rule the world. There's lots of people who believe some
Great.
silly things.
We're getting close to like the number of people who think that Tylenol is safe. You know, like we're gonna have more people who believe in QAnon than believe that like you can take Tylenol and be okay.
But like, look how powerful QAnon is to a certain degree. I mean, if you watch that original Marjorie Taylor Greene Facebook post video where she's going over all the Q stuff, she's not looking great, but her steadfast belief in QAnon propelled her to, you know, some of the highest levels of power one can achieve in America, only now to have her kind of back away from it. Now, she's an interesting example
Oh,
of somebody
jeez.
who-
We've
who's
got
true
some big brainiacs. You're right. I don't know what 1933 Deutschland? Yeah, of course I know what you fucking mean. I thought it said 1993. You think you're going to call ice on your neighbor? Well, I think you're probably a piece of shit, to be quite honest.
beliefs might
You
put
do
them at
seem
odds
like a
with the
real
president. Now,
loser. I can't
would-
lie.
I
But it's
don't wanna
okay.
give
We
Marjorie
accept
Taylor
losers
Greene
in the
that
chat.
kind of credit. I think it's
MAGA has
probably
been in
more
and out
likely that
today.
she kind of just senses where the wind is going and is an opportunist and doesn't actually believe in anything and will go wherever she feels is like, you know, most advantageous for her. But you know, there is an example of a very public person who has you know, gone against Donald Trump in the wake of how he's handled the Epstein files.
I'm curious what the reaction has been to her, because she was even more bought in. I mean, she was a better representative, a clear representative.
Damn
of
right.
the whole QAnon
Bootlickers
movement
hate
than
America. Amen, dude. They do not stand up for what America truly believes.
Trump ever was. But there is a lot of kind of allegiance to Donald Trump within the whole QAnon movement too. And so now that those two hate each other, are in conflict with each other, where does the movement more closely align with? Like, is it Trump, even though he was never really like a QAnon, you know, true believer like Marjorie Taylor Greene was?
I mean, yeah. I mean, Green is interesting because, yeah, she was someone who very sincerely believed a lot of. She was on the QAnon bandwagon just a couple months after the first Q drops, and then she somehow got into Congress. But it was, but the problem was that she was a true believer. According to reporting, one of the things that caused the rift is that she pushed for release of the Epstein files, which Trump was a lot more uncomfortable with, and it was really interesting. If you watch her video in which she announced her resignation, which was it was in November of last year, she said that there is no plan to save the world and no 4D chess being played. This seems to be a direct reference to QAnon. The plan to save the world is a very successful, very popular.
They really do
QAnon
like own themselves. Like I don't even have to say anything, and MAGA will just auto own themselves. Flawless cringe, dude.
So she seems to be saying what got her to stop believing some of the wilder claims of QAnon was working with Trump directly.
Yeah, but I mean, there's irony in that. In that the whole basis of this thing is that Trump is going to be the salvation, right?
Yeah, that's the big fantasy. But like I said, it was like because we have the only example of a QAnon true believer who got to Congress and was able to work with Trump himself. Wound up coming to realize that that's not true. He's not the savior.
I'd be curious to know how many people lost.
Hey, I know. I was about to say that. I can bench about as much as your mom is weighing right now.
True believer. You have Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is now at odds with Trump over this very issue, is because he's the one suppressing these files and clearly implicated in these files. If that's not enough for a bunch of these people to say, look, if Marjorie Taylor Greene...
Flawless is literally just being the definition of a troll, which is sad. Like, I don't think these types of people really believe in anything. And so it really just, it's sad to see. Imagine being so lost in the world that you don't know what you believe in. You know, he probably goes home every day. Yeah, he goes into his shitty apartment, unlocks the door. It stinks like shit. It stinks like absolute hell. There's flies buzzing around the garbage bin. Bzzz. He's like, ah, fuck, I'll get it later. The ground is carpeted, by the way. And so he doesn't see it, but those fucking flies are laying maggots all over his fucking couch and carpet. And then he sits down, he slops down on his greasy sofa. You know, you hear it deflate because it knows it's about to get another 8 hours of ass grease all over its leather exterior. And so he sits down. He wants to play a video game, but he's so indecisive and doesn't know what to believe that he just sits on his phone for 10 hours and just scrolls endlessly on YouTube Shorts Live. He's got a MAGA hat. It's hanging from the top right. You know, he was really proud of it for a while, but then he spilled some Baja Blast all over it, and now it's a greasy mess. But when he's scrolling on the lives, he'll take it out. He sees the lice hopping off of the hat, but he wears it anyways. And then he goes and he defends the most beautiful. He defends streamers. Or no, he defends MAGA, but he claims not to believe in anything. It's a very sad life people like Flawless exhibit.
Who's like the only one in Washington, D.C. who's actually like, you know, on our level, if even she is going to break with Trump because of his involvement in all of this
God,
stuff
such a sad life, dude.
like,
honestly, Flawless, buddy, if you're still here, where can I donate to your GoFundMe? That's sad, dude. Like, get a different couch, vacuum up a little bit. Life is not bad.
How is that not good enough for these people who've put their faith in Trump?
That's a good question.
I mean, I'm coming here with logic too. I mean,
Yeah,
a lot
but-
of this is you kind of have to suspend that.
Yeah, I mean, we are increasingly barreling towards a world where it's of no use to look at time poorly spent and reflect. If that makes any sense, you know, why go? Because now at this point, if you're still on the QAnon bandwagon, you've now waited through 4 years of Trump, 4 years of Biden, and a year into this new administration for Hillary Clinton to be perp walked, and it's just the opposite. It seems like Hillary Clinton is
For
doing
real, dude.
far.
People like that, like, you know, I don't believe in semen retention, but you gotta stop beating the meat at some point, man. You gotta stop beating the meat and actually go into the real world. It's a beautiful world full of beautiful people. It's vast. It's a great place to live, man.
Are far better than Trump is. So at this point, you would have to say, you know what? Wow, these last like 10 years almost that I've spent are like wasted. That's really hard for people to do. You can do it. I just, right before we jumped on, I checked one of the very
Oh,
popular,
geez. Peter is now spitting right-wing talking points. He has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. So those 300,000 children were actually administratively missing. There's no evidence that they were trafficked, you absolute scumbag. You have no evidence of that. You're just saying stuff you want to believe. All to distract from the fact that your guy is in the Epstein files, and he's all over it, ladies and gentlemen. Donald Trump's divine will has sent me here. That is interesting.
like pro QAnon accounts.
Oh, do we have the Groypers now? You know, we had the like 67-year-old MAGA supporters. Are we now getting a wave of Groypers? I think we are.
On
Oh
X.
no, they're taking over my chat, guys. What am I gonna do? Oh no. They're taking over my chat. Oh god. Not like fucking Trumpers have been in this bitch 24/7 for the entire time I've been live. 6-7? Whoa.
Or Twitter, whatever. And
I wonder what sad Groyper posted this to his Discord. I really do feel bad for them.
And the post today was taking a break, gonna go spend some time with my family.
You know it's bad when even like the terminally online people are like, hey, I'm gonna go touch grass outside right now.
And that is, I think, in my opinion, probably the best thing that could come from this for.
It was flawless. Oh my god. Dude, flawless. Oh my god, you're just filling in the role altogether. So, as Flawless sits on his grease-covered couch that is absolutely bathed in the smell of his body, as he does that, he is watching me and he's getting really upset because he knows I'm spitting straight facts. And so as he does that, he sends a Discord to his friends. Guys! This guy is being mean to me. He's saying bad things about Trump. And so he lets everybody know. Oh yeah, I know Flawless called you here. I feel bad for Flawless that he can't defend his points on his own. I do feel bad for him.
People who are still wrapped up in conspiracy theories, QAnon, all that stuff, is if it makes them upset enough to want to take a break. You know, one thing that we've seen over time is that the less time you spend on the internet and the more time you spend with loved ones, family, something that's grounded in reality.
Dude, this is sad, but I'm down for it. You guys are absolutely giving me the engagement that I need, so thank you. One moment.
These conspiracies can become, you can become less passionate about them as other things sort of like take their place. But that's, you know, it's for a lot of people, it's fun. You know, I was on Blue Sky and Threads looking at all of the posts about Epstein and all of this stuff.
It's okay. It's okay, regular chatters. Just let them have their fun. It's just sad. It's like these guys definitely didn't get very much attention from their parents. So what can you do? What can you do?
Look, people are baking. It's fun to go online and try to figure out a narrative that makes sense, no matter what political aisle you sort of reside on.
Space Movie 1992. I answer the emails on Sunday, okay? So I will get to you. I promise. But first I have to, there's some prerequisites that have to happen.
And you know, it's tough. As long as the internet's there, there's going to be people that are going to have a narrative for you that aligns with something that you like, and it's increasingly useless to try to go, well, this is just from this one source, or who is this from? Like, let me go check. I'm going to see what this other outlet is publishing.
I didn't know Flawless did that to you, man. That's so sad to hear. Well, I hope you get the justice you deserve. You're going to make love to me. Well, let me think about that for a moment. I got to think about that proposition, okay? Whether you want it or not. See, there is the issue. That's what we kind of run into right there. I think that's the problem. But that's all right, man. Well, it's not all right. I'm going to be honest, that is not all right. But we're trying to fix the MAGA mind out here, and I hope you're one of them.
It's way easier to just find something that you go, yeah, that sounds right to me, and that's reality.
You guys said something interesting in our last conversation that stuck with me, and that is that there's always going to be a new, like, if you're in the world of conspiracy theory.
No, those are American jobs, my friend. Those are American jobs. Sad to see our fellow MAGA brethren celebrating the loss of jobs.
There's always going to be another conspiracy theory to explain away conspiracy theories that aren't neatly.
Why do I have so many tabs open? Why don't you... Okay, hold on. This is not nearly as many tabs as someone like Asmongold. Have you seen? That motherfucker's got tabs on tabs on tabs.
Resolved, like,
right.
Or that don't make sense. And so I say that as the backdrop for this question. Will there come a point where Trump will have been in office 4 years during his first term?
Felix, or Flawless, I guess. If this is your crew, I feel bad for you. You guys gotta get some better debaters on here, man. I mean, it's kind of sad. But again, I implore you guys, if you guys have any disagreements with me, feel free to join the Discord and tell me why I'm wrong. Join the waiting room and tell me, Unfortunately, it seems like we got some keyboard warriors here, which is fine, but unfortunately, it doesn't really add much to the conversation.
4 years during his second term, and even now with full control of government, full control of the Department of Justice, he's got as compliant an attorney general as you could
What's going on in chat? I'm not quite sure, but it's boosting the engagement, so shout out.
possibly ask for, we're still not going to see, Hillary Clinton perp walked because of some, pedophile ring in the basement of a pizza place. It's just not going to happen. And so will
Damn.
there ever be a
Flawless, your goons accidentally leaked your name. How does that feel? Your goons just leaked your name, Felix.
point where those folks who believed in all of this stuff will say, even under the best conditions possible, all of our people in charge, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Donald Trump, Pam Bondi, all those people, we're not getting what we want. Maybe it was always bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, the research really shows that, conspiracies.
I'm just imagining the situation poor Felix is in. He's probably got his shirt off after a long day at, I don't know, the local Quick Mart. So, it's probably hot. He's got his shirt off. And the grease is just pouring down from his face, and the sweat because of how angry he is. And he let his Discord friends know, but unfortunately, they're just not very good. They're just a bunch of hymns.
Set, and that does something for people. It aids sort of sometimes even social bonds. I mean, being a conspiracist gives you instant access to a passionate community who are kind of interested in the same things as you. It's sort of sometimes it's more of a
not even a gas station employee, because hey, gas station employees provide pretty valuable services. But I'm saying like a corpo slave. That's what I'm saying, like a corpo slave.
Ward off.
We're doing some Agartha memes now. Speaking of Agartha, I did have a meme I wanted to show you guys. We're done with PBS NewsHour, so we can Chris Chan Agartha remix. This shit's pretty... I wonder how you guys feel about this. It's pretty innovative. Will I get copyright struck if I show this? Because it's Chris Chan singing. It's Chris Chan singing. I guess I'll just... If it gets claimed, I just hope it doesn't get claimed. It's not... Kate, it's not the person singing it, though.
I dive into frozen waves where the past comes back to life.
Hey.
Fight fear for the selfish gain, it was worth it every time. Hold still right before we crash.
Okay, am I getting copyright struck with that? Let's find out. This is pretty great. We are Charlie Kirk. Amen.
Cause we both know how it sins.
Come, Chris. Come to Agartha.
Haha. One of my finest creations.
Yeah, so I saw that and thought it was pretty funny. So hope you guys enjoyed that. Oh yeah, racist meme sent out by Donald Trump. Love, I love seeing that. That's always fun to see after that. Anyways,
uncertainty and fear and anxiety and loneliness. More,
I think Chris Chan really hits those notes, to be quite honest.
more than as an earnest attempt to find the truth. So yeah, for that reason, of course, there's always
Hell
going to
yeah,
be
we didn't
people
get caught for that. That's going to be a stream alert. That's going to be a stream alert right there, ladies and gentlemen. When I finally get super chats and members unlocked, that's going to be a stream alert right there.
who concoct these elaborate theories, not because they're.
I I used to be really into like crazy stupid conspiracies and shit. And the Agartha stuff is great, isn't it? I'm more of a fan of the Lemurian conspiracies. Those ones are really good.
Really interested in uncovering corruption because it makes them feel connected, makes them feel special in a way that nothing else does.
Oh wow. Never did I think I'd see the day where Morrowind is turned against me. Full screen the doofus cam? That's Nick Shirley. I can't believe you're making fun of one of the investigative reporters known as Nick Shirley.
It's more like it's a journey, not the destination type deal.
Yeah.
Jake, what do you think?
Oh, that's great to hear, Kayla. Hell yeah.
One reason that I started the QAA pod was because I myself a default kind of to conspiratorial thinking. I was working in the entertainment industry, and I always wanted to be a screenwriter, and so I followed conspiracy theories casually because I loved the story. I was always looking for a really interesting story, and I can tell you that when I was at my most vulnerable and susceptible to believing conspiracy theories and even being pulled further right wing, I credit finding more lefty political podcasts like Chapo.
No,
Trap House,
unfortunately, they're completely different formats. You see, the main camera is running on facts and logic, and the doofus cam, unfortunately, is running on disinformation. So they're just not the same inputs. I hate to tell you.
and just other people in like the lefty space that were critical of government but not going to such a conspiratorial means. I think in a lot of ways that saved me from going further right. And I can tell you that at that time in my life, I was struggling financially. I was lonely. A lot of my friends were partnered up and were kind of feeling like they had moved on with their adult lives. I was angry. I was bitter at.
But I do need to. You know what? You are right. I do need to play a little bit more Morrowind. We got to get out of Balmora, dude. It's just ridiculous. We've been here for that long. Where isn't he? Huh?
More success than I was, and that is when I was the most susceptible. So I think a lot of it has to do with where people are in their lives, which can change, there are times when you can be really susceptible to these kind of things, and there are times when life is so good outside of the internet that these theories hold a lot less weight. So unfortunately, the answer is as long as there is this community there to accept people who are lost, who are looking for an answer, who are looking for somebody to blame, there's always going to be these communities online, especially there to welcome them with open arms. But that's not to say that there aren't points of exit. And my hope is that, I don't know. Part of me is like, I hope Trump makes it the 4 years because if he dies in office, there's going to be.
Yeah, I think the sugar rush is finally dying down. I think it's finally the kiddies are out. Poor guys. How much phonem is too much? That's a great question. I do wonder that. How much information, how much is too much? Got busy gooning. Poor guys. See, this is what I'm saying.
New new slew of conspiracy theories about who poisoned him or whatnot. But my hope is that in the decades to come, that maybe
I hope I
we
don't
can
make it to
sort of-
4 years. Holy shit. You know, I was cool with like all the, you know, just the random raid or whatever I just had, but Walter out here, he's going for the shot. God, I feel so bad that, like, why do you have to sexualize so many things, man? That is not good. How is he hurting us? Well, he's leading to constantly dividing the country with his waterfall of lies that come out of his mouth. Not only that, but he put up a giant trade wall with the entire world. He's destroying our image on the world stage. I mean, come on. I don't know who that guy is. Well,
back.
occasionally
I don't know. I mean, the people who have
occasionally we get a dump of MAGA. We call them big dumps.
power to do so, which is the people who run these big social media companies, it seems like they're not on our side. So, especially given some of the revelations from the Epstein emails.
Oh, geez, where do I begin with? He called the Epstein files a hoax. Let's start with that. Do you believe the Epstein files are a hoax?
I don't know. It's kind of a bad answer. I sort of think people are just going to continue to get more pilled.
No,
and more segregated
America,
unless we can
Brian,
find,
America should be the popular kid in the world. Do you want someone like China making the decisions? Someone like Russia? I thought you guys were America first. Now, come on.
like some kind of political figure who can make everybody feel loved and listened to. I don't know. It's a bad answer.
Yeah, no. I mean, that does make sense. Well, I am curious, because you mentioned like moving forward, in time here. Is there something on the horizon that somebody like me, like again in kind of the more normie space of the internet, doesn't know is coming, but is coming, like in very much the same way that I learned about QAnon last. Like I'm not in those corners of the internet, but I'm curious, like what's coming down the pike that we should know about?
Liberal QAnon.
Well, shit, let's go.
I think people are already kind of like aware of this, but like I think partly in consequence to the fact that that Trump was reelected, a lot of social media networks like Facebook sort of like just took off the guardrails. There was like before they had some sort of moderation and fact checking efforts before, but boy, those are all but gone now. That's better for that's better for their bottom line because they have to invest in less moderation, and is good because they the clicks from conspiracists are just as good as the clicks from everyone else, and so there's lots more nonsense that's going to, so you just have to be more guarded. You have to be a cautious person.
I'm telling you guys, we're gonna see it.
The recent release.
I'm seeing it in the chat. We're gonna see the normalization of Jeffrey Epstein. And then at the end of the day, what's going to happen is that Republicans will actually become the party for protecting pedophiles. I mean, we're already starting to see it, the normalization of Jeffrey Epstein. I know it's a meme, but
with Elon Musk,
that's how Donald Trump's presidency started, dude.
Few emails that show him actively trying to get invited to the island, but there's one in particular. It says something like, "Oh, can can I go? Oh, girls for the win. I think it was said.
Yeah.
It was like,
Yeah.
that one is totally fake. But a lot of people thought it was real. But like it's like was like one of those things. It's very convincing. I mean, that's all. It's like as bad as sort of like misinformation was before, the fact that now there's essentially no regulatory pressure on these social media companies now means that you have to be a conscious consumer of social media in the moving forward.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to my buddy Dave from college yesterday, and he actually put it really succinctly, and he said that I asked him if something was real or not, because he had sent me one of the files, actually one of the documents from the Epstein files, and I asked, "Is this real?" And he said, "I just assume that everything is real and also that everything is AI." And like you just like the line between what's real and what's not is just obliterated these days, where we are immersed in so much lunacy that if you told me any of this stuff was real, I believe you, because look at what's happening. Look at the world we're living in. But at the same time, if you told me it was all fake, I'd believe you if you said that too.
Yeah, I'm at the point where I'm getting videos coming across my feed, and it's like, can you tell the difference between the AI and the real one? And I can't anymore. I think past 40 years old, you lose that ability to detect AI. Maybe it's just me, but I think that's where we're going. That's what to look out for. And
do I support companies by
here.
people on the list? Well, I mean, I'm using I'm using a Lenovo ThinkPad, so I don't know, man.
We used to never talk about AI on the podcast. Now I feel like every other episode we have to debunk like some kind of AI image or video or something. There were so many that came out revolving around the two ICE murders. I mean, the two most recent ICE murders, I should say. Yeah. It's just, it's exhausting, and all I can say is to folks listening.
Sponsored? God, I wish, bro. Dude, I would straight up accept a Lenovo ThinkPad sponsorship. Are you joking? I put a nipple in the middle of the screen to remind you guys this is a Lenovo sponsored stream. Are you joking? AI is evil. Well, aren't you like a Trump supporter though, bro? Like, don't you realize that Donald Trump is not putting any restrictions on AI?
Is just to try to have a little bit of patience. There's such a rush for information to come out, and there's this whole ecosystem of influencers and independent
I'd
journalists.
blow Trump for Jesus. What the hell? Why are you guys getting that imagery in your head? Oh, what's up, Walter? I didn't know that was your husband. Don't worry, we've got some trolls in the chat. Let them have their fun. They're just doing some engagement for me anyways, which I very much appreciate.
Who really want to be first on the scene with some kind of narrative, and it's really easy to just kind of take that as fact.
The company set boundaries on AI? In what world?
As I've seen, if you wait long enough, usually enough information comes out that you can kind of have some picture of the truth, and that's okay. And that's okay. So maybe a picture is all we're able to get, but it's better than nothing.
Totally. Hey, Jake and
Oh, you live under a bridge and charge money people? Well, that's fucking sick, bro. Can you spit one of your riddles, please? Can you please spit one of your riddles? I'm interested now. Yeah, that sounds like a good side hustle, to go under a bridge and ask people riddles for them to cross. I think it's honestly probably a pretty good market. especially if you take care of the bridge. I mean, you get infrastructure reform and a fun little thing, a fun little tool people have to, keeps their mind sharp. Are you okay? Space movie from 1992. Are you all right, man? Well, Kayla, it's a war zone out here, dog. I've told you. It's an absolute war zone.
Travis, where can folks who are watching right now or listening right now see and hear more from you?
Yeah, you can check us out on it was like any podcasting app. Go to QAA and you can find our free feed. If you like what we do, we also have a Patreon, which we offer premium episodes. We also have a podcast network where we do really fun mini-series about topics like online tradwives. It's called Curse Media. You can find that at cursemedia.net.
Awesome. I'm going to put the link right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video.
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that is from our boy, Brian Tyler Cohen, an absolute liberal Chad. I mean, I feel bad if you're walking down the street and you're with your girl on a date and you see this guy coming down the road. I mean, it's just an instant. It's just an instant. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with the Epstein file coverage. We're going to be getting into the files here soon, much like Donald Trump already has been. So
image here. We are seeing something you don't usually see, the convicted Epstein associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, in another way that we have seen the law working late, delayed, slowly, as I've told you in our special reports, and yet ultimately working. Now, what we're seeing is Epstein being discussed from a 2016 deposition.
dude, I can say it however I want, man. I can say it however I want. Okay?
As far as I'm aware, a professional masseuse showed up for a massage. There is nothing inappropriate or incorrect about that. And
Dude, could you imagine, though, Donald Trump just, like, giving her all this leeway, giving her a nice prison? That's insane. I guess you don't have to imagine it. That is some real gross shit. I'll be getting back to the Morrowind here in a minute, but I gotta play this.
mischaracterization of it, I think, is unfortunate.
How many teenagers did he have that were professional masseuses that worked in his home?
Check the Foreman Foundation.
How many?
First of all, I'm not aware of teenagers who worked in his
She's not aware. There we go. Horse's mouth. She did nothing wrong, guys. Don't you guys see? It's so clear. It's so obvious. A twerk off between Trump or Biden? Trump does have cake. I'll give him that. He's got some cake, so I imagine it'd be Trump, but I don't know. Biden could probably bust it like it's the 80s, so who knows? It's a toss-up, in my opinion.
At that time, she was defending him. The DOJ had this material, and we have reported on how the new files show not only how Epstein built his web, but how often he was able to corrupt elite power centers, sometimes in both parties, to evade the long arm of the law. Drawing on the new files and new evidence we've only just gotten in the last few days, let's look deeper at
Although, it would detract because Donald Trump may shit himself in the twerk-off, so that might detract from the competitive score, unfortunately. He might shit himself. That's the thing you gotta watch out for Donald Trump.
In 2007, prosecutors internally said they had the goods, that they had enough material, evidence, testimony.
It's really
on
quiet.
Epstein for an
Oh shit, yeah, it probably is. My bad. Here, I'll rewind it for you guys. You guys don't frown? You and the Felix Mercenary Squad? You guys don't frown on a little brown? Hell yeah, dude. It's always good. I mean, I personally am not into feces during my sexual proclivities, but hey, you do you, man. If it's two consenting adults, what do I care?
We're tracking new footage tonight of this image here. We are seeing something you don't usually see, the convicted Epstein associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, in another way that we have seen the law working late, delayed, slowly, as I've told you in our special reports, and yet ultimately working.
Well,
Now,
congratulations, Kayla. I know we got some trolls in chat, but I do think that's something you should be proud of.
Is Epstein being discussed from a 2016 deposition.
As far as I'm aware, a professional masseuse showed up.
Well, I think that is very true, Scams Carson, probably because that's a child, I would imagine.
For a massage. There is nothing inappropriate or incorrect about that. And your mischaracterization.
Oh, okay, I know this isn't one of the trolls. The title of your station is exactly what Democrats always do! News, politics, and more? Oh, geez. We must really be rocking the boat there. Lie and deflect reality and truth! Trump is the best thing this country has ever seen. I don't know. I think that, like, cars are pretty good. I think those are probably, like, a good thing. I could imagine, you know. I'm glad we have electricity. That's a big thing. Big deal. I don't want to think about that, to be quite honest. She's just she's a weird looking woman. I'm not going to lie.
I think is unfortunate. How many teenagers
But if she's anything like your mom, she'll probably be a squirter.
did he have that were professional masseuses that worked in his home?
Check the Foreman Foundation.
How many? First of all, I'm not aware of teenagers who worked in his
At that time, she was defending him. The DOJ had this material, and we have reported on how the new files show not only how Epstein built his web, but how often he was able to corrupt elite power centers, sometimes in both parties, to evade the long arm of the law. Drawing on the new files and new evidence we've only just gotten in the last few days, let's look deeper.
Your mom joke in the Big 26? You're goddamn right. She was all over me, man. I'm sorry. It was a magical experience. I can't help but talk about it. I mean, dude, you should have heard the screams. You know, it was a magical experience for me.
At the timeline. In 2007, prosecutors internally said they had the goods, that they had enough material, evidence, testimony on Epstein for an actual sex trafficking case of not one or two, but actually a dozen teenage girls. And they wrote, and this is new that we've learned this, a 56-page draft indictment. So back then, some inside government were ready to charge Epstein for that whole terrible alleged conspiracy. But here's what I want to show you tonight, and this is newly revealed. That was the draft indictment, but it was discarded. The Bush DOJ never allowed
Oh no,
it to
it's Decoding the Files. That's what the stream name is today. Yep, that right there is why America hates Democrats. That right there. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Defiled. And that was the big
By the
case.
way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, and I'm sorry, just that is such a weird thing to say.
Instead,
Yeah, the files were unfortunately encoded. Yep. We're decoding them right now.
Prosecutor, later a notorious name, Trump official Alex
Demon
Acosta,
rats. Yep,
at
right
the time,
there.
He let Epstein off the hook with that controversial
Yeah, well,
secret.
you're the DOJ. They're so coded they put blank boxes and they put black boxes in the wrong places.
Deal. And that meant just 1 year in prison for the lesser count of soliciting prostitution. Acosta and others
Kayla, they're just trolls. I'm sure it's just some dude with his Discord, but I mean, shout out. They're giving me the engagement that we need to get to 500 subs, so you
argued that this was basically the case they had, that these things are complicated. Well, it's taken all this time, but I can report for you tonight that now the new Epstein...
not just aircraft, buddy. Okay? Not just aircraft. There are also black boxes on ships. So why don't you try to study up on your language, brother?
Files released from Friday shows that's false. That there was...
Yeah, Kayla, I wouldn't worry about the trolls. Like, just ignore them. You know.
a whole written draft indictment of the bigger case, and they just discarded it. So, what happened? Some prosecutors had...
But Trump is a convicted felon trying to avoid prison. I mean, I think that's just an obvious fact, you know?
That case written up, ready to go. We've now seen it, but their bosses, this later Trump ally Acosta, or perhaps bosses in Washington, discarded it. The DOJ, since then, I should mention, has only indicted one person related to what's been documented as this sprawling conspiracy. And so I'm going to get into this because we are learning new things. For the first time, the new Friday files show the DOJ was eyeing...
But honestly, if anyone disagrees with me or wants to have a discussion, I am in Discord. You guys can feel free to join the waiting room in the void. That's where I reside. Sorry, I'm getting stretched. I'm getting stretched. That's funny as fuck.
It's a mob-style chart. And the feds made this of Epstein's inner circle. So let's take a look at this right now as part of our special report. I just can tell you, this is a rare view inside a normally secret federal probe. You almost never see this type of thing before, during, or after a case, and the federal laws protect that. What's different here, of course, is Congress changed the laws for this particular mess of Epstein and the secrecy. So we have questions stoked here about why the feds, under first Trump and then the Biden DOJ, did not apparently pursue and indict most of these men, or the others who knew or partook in what the government also calls a broad sex trafficking ring. Which is it? A giant sex trafficking ring with someone at the center and other men involved in crimes, knowing and otherwise? Or not? And if it's not, then what were the feds doing with their chart and their leads? What are the feds doing? Who has gotten off the hook? And how is this pressure building in ways that have completely come out of control of elite institutions? We've seen people ousted, sidelined, even fired.
You know, and I do
week.
kind of feel bad for these trolls because at the end of the day, they probably don't have very many people that will accept them into their community. And I believe in coalition building and building a bridge. I do. You know? Anyways, you have 22 children in your basement and 12 are dead? So technically you have 10 children in your basement. I know, I'm a compassionate individual. What can I say, man? What can I say? Oh, me? No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that, man. I'm not a leader. No.
We're joined by Gretchen Carlson, a veteran journalist, advocate, and expert on these issues, co-founder of Lift Our Voices. Welcome back.
Hey, great to see you, Ari.
Great to have you. I showed some of the reporting we've done, and to let audiences in on how it works, if you get 30 documents, you go through them. You get 100 documents, you might leave.
Oh, geez. Bodies will... Dude, what is that, bro? Oh, geez. You have 23 and they are all alive and making iPhones. Well, personally, I think you should help them learn some stuff, but yeah, I honestly probably, now that I'm thinking, I don't think you should be doing that, man. Yeah, the internet is a crazy world, dude. It's a crazy world. You meet all kinds of people. Baby Yaba, why did you have to do that, man? You can't threaten people in my chat, brother. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to go in timeout. Now it's 30 minutes. It's 30 minutes. I think you can last that long. Unlike your mom, who unfortunately didn't even take 5 minutes.
Lean more on a print outlets coverage and you go through them. When you get 3 million documents, everything then becomes this deluge. And I'll put our timeline back up. This was new reporting we've done, but also leaning on the documents and other materials where I showed before the break that draft sex trafficking indictment is newly detailed, although there were reports about how much they backed off then.
Yeah, it was that Felix dude who's like, how much do you bench? It's very embarrassing.
These new emails from Trump officials like Lutnick and Musk are revealed as of Friday.
Dude, somebody already did the your mom joke in the Big 26. These folks are doing a lot of underhand anti-Semitism. Are they? I honestly have kind of just been tuning them out. It's bots. Should I don't know.
Today, and we go on through that timeline. I wonder what you think about this overdue reckoning as people learn what's really in the files.
Yeah, I think two things. I think that this was pre-Me Too. And so I think that it was easy to pass.
They had their fun. I feel bad. They're definitely not gonna have very many friends in the future, but that's all right. They have their online friends, so that's good. Let's see. I think it was this guy. Oh, definitely that guy. He was just cringe, I'm gonna be honest. Like, if you're gonna troll, at least don't be a cringe lord. Execute order. And I think that one. Oh, there we go. We got that one too. I think this is the most people I've banned on my channel. Love the underhanded anti-Semitism. I don't have a great nose for it, so I'm glad it's Bots is there to help me out. But I think that was all of them. I think it's clear. All right. Well, I hope that was the Great Purge. Oh, user is a chud as well? Got you. All right, that was the Great Purge. All of you were here to witness it. Actually banned? Wow, you actually do have a limit? More gracious than most? Yeah, I don't really like... No, you miss Kayla. No, Kayla's a good person. Kayla is a home dog. I don't think she, Oh, there's that one too. They're like cockroaches, eh? They just, you think you got them all, but you gotta use a little bit more raid than last time.
Pass this off, you know, much more so than it would be post Me Too to be able to get away with that. So that.
And honestly, they were just kind of annoying. You know what I mean? It's like, Jesus, guys, can anybody talk? It's like the Jesters came into town for a little bit, and it's funny for a little bit, but then it's just like, oh, you guys are just boring. Anyways, let's continue onward.
That's my first thought. My second thought is that this is affecting both sides of the aisle. And so there was a reason to try to quash it no matter who was the president at the particular time.
It's such an important point you raise that while we don't need to only sift
Yeah, sorry they were being losers, Kayla. I try to keep my chat and let it be open and free. But when people like that are just being giant losers and acting like that, obviously we got to get rid of them. They're probably children, you're right.
Politically, we are in a two-party system where the DOJ and these powerful forces are usually under one of the parties. And to your point, Epstein cultivated both parties. He had a top Obama-Biden era lawyer, Kathy Rumler, which we reported on. He had outreach to others.
Take solace in knowing that every one of those chuds are definitely overweight and greased up to all hell. I feel bad for their hair. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, it's not hard to use conditioner. It's not hard to wash it. Something tells me they like the stink, though.
Alan Dershowitz is a complex figure, but he did spend many decades sort of on the center left of law, of course, later representing Trump. And so, again, to your point, when you look back at what he was doing 20 years ago, it was cultivating those figures as well as Ken Starr, Alex Acosta, and these others. As someone who's been at the intersection of law and journalism, does it bum you out? Is it depressing that it worked for so long? And what does that teach us about fixing it?
Yeah, I feel bad for their families.
It teaches us that power.
You know, I got to look at those guys every day. Agree with you on that. Well, I am very sorry for that, for letting that happen, as if it was making you uncomfortable, Kayla. I feel bad for the air, not just their hair. Jesus, dude, I feel bad for the tome that their parents have to open every day to check on them, make sure they're not dead. It probably smells like fucking sweat, dirty shoes, and mold. There's probably some bugs flying around too. Ugh.
Rules and sex rules. I mean, unfortunately, when I read through these documents now as well, it's completely disheartening to know that sex has always ruled, right? I mean, it doesn't matter what political party you're in. When somebody wants to treat you
It's
poorly,
okay.
they
I'm
don't
sure someday, you know, I was kind of like that back in the day. Back when I was like 18, 19, I was a little bit of a troll. I engaged in some trolling activities. And I grew up. I just hope they grow up. You know what I mean? I hope they're not stuck in this perpetual state of, I don't even know, filth. They're definitely groypers, though, or something. So I feel bad that that's the future.
ask you, are you a Republican, an independent, or a Democrat? I mean, we're finding that out when we look at this. And I think that, honestly, the Me Too movement has changed all of this, because this would never have happened post 2016. He would not have gotten that sweetheart deal back in 2008. And no administration, well, I shouldn't say that, maybe some administrations, but for the most part, most administrations would not allow this to be covered up. I think one of the most important things, though, that we should be talking about tonight
Now,
is
here's
that
the bet. Do you think they try to make a second set of accounts and do it again? I think that's probably all they have, poor guys. They're not very dedicated to anything.
members of this, House committee are going to get a chance to go in and see these.
I'm a little bummed they offered no substantial commentary or challenge. Yeah, I know. That's how they are, unfortunately. But they did boost the engagement, so... Oh, hold on. We may have some White Bread 777. Wow, if that's not a 5-year-old's name, I don't know what is. I think if you're just, we're going to put you in timeout if you're just going to make, yeah, I think that's probably a, one of their alts. That's all right. God, I just wish there was actual, like...
And so much of the criticism...
See, that's all they can do. They can just joke and jest. Unfortunately, I'm a real person, and I'm not just a set of talking points like the right wing, so joking and jesting with me isn't quite as entertaining.
Criticism, since they started releasing this on a Friday a week ago, was that they redacted a lot of names of these powerful potential men. Well, now you're going to have members of Congress who are going to be able to go in there, and they're going to be able to see this. And they're going to be able to come out and say what they saw. And they're also going to be having potentially public hearings. So I don't think this story is over, Ari. I think that they tried to come out.
I feel so bad for the next generation. I do. We had a lingerer? Yeah, we did.
A week ago and say that, okay, we've released everything and that's it. And nobody ask any more questions. Yeah. You know what?
Well, do you think as part of the oversight, Congress and the Democrats could do it themselves, should hold more hearings? I mean, they could do the January 6th model. You can hold primetime hearings. You go through this. People sometimes forget that effective hearings, effective congressional oversight usually is built on a bunch of research. This was a research bonanza. It took years. It was overdue. But now...
Is there any report on Trump finding out about Lutnick? Oh, he knew. I'm sure he knew. You don't think that's going through Donnie boy? I think he knew.
More material than you normally have for any hearing.
Yeah, well, the people that you show in your timeline, Congress has said that they're going to subpoena them for these hearings. So
Okay, so okay, I do have a question. Is the Agartha and I think the Agartha and the Yakub stuff is like the dumbest shit in the world. And I think it's like a meme. Is that shit like an anti-Semitic dog whistle? I kind of feel like it is. That's something I've been wondering, because I think that Chris Chan Agartha remix was actually pretty funny, but it kind of seemed a little sketch, I won't lie. I just think the idea of Chris Chan gaining ascension is pretty funny. The fuck he is? What did he do? Idiot, what's rights you lose? Show how stupid you are. Well, he's threatening the Second Amendment. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm not too familiar with them either.
So, I mean, one of those...
I mean, the Yakub meme is that there's a black scientist who created white people as an experiment, I guess. I don't fucking know. Weird shit. And I think it's just like memed on, but I do think it's probably used by like white supremacist groups or some shit like that. You're an idiot. See how you talk, retard. Oh, my bad. See how you talk, retard. Oh, Mike, I feel so bad for you, man.
One of the men committed suicide in a
Another liberal who serves no purpose in society. That's weird that you judge people on their value to society. That's kind of weird. I judge people based on just who they are and what type of interesting stories they tell and their set of values and beliefs. I'm sorry you're so simple-minded that you have to judge somebody based on their worth to society.
But the other people who are there, they are going to
I gotta get this ceramic bowl.
Bill Clinton tonight, former president, has said, let's do this public hearing. Let's do it on camera. And so, you know, I think that this, as much as we tried to say that a week ago, or at least the Trump administration has tried to say that a week ago, this was a document dump on a Friday afternoon and, you know, let's be done with this. And that he attacks female reporters who continue to ask him about this, legitimate questions about this. I think this story is far from over, Ari, because if they have these public hearings, these members of Congress will have seen these unredacted files. And they're going to tell, I think they're going to tell the American public the truth.
Yeah, for real. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that's the pants. Are we done with all the videos I had up for today? That's insane. Well, I guess we can go through a couple of the Epstein documents now. We're going to have some music while we do this. Or, you know what we could do? We could go to, I think it's called J Drive, and explore there. If there's any searchable database you guys recommend, now would be the time to send it. If you guys have it, go into my Discord and send it in stream suggestions. And I guess right now would be a good time to plug that I have a podcast with my fellow content creators, Mina and Mirutsi. I don't know if she's quite a content creator, but she's featured in a lot of Lonerbox related content. But I have a podcast every Monday where we talk about the news, politics, and we each have a topic that we bring forward to the day. And we also have call-ins. So if that interests you guys, don't forget to give a like and a sub. The deep state is made of the FCC, the CIA, the Security and Exchange Commission, the IRS. Oh, so the FBI isn't included there? The FBI is totally free of that? Just, just asking questions. Is that something the FBI is free from, or? I don't know. I don't know. We need to get some debates going on. Oh, nice. I will watch that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We have our first episode last Monday. I would recommend watching it on Mina's channel just because my audio is a little wonky, but I did fix that. So we should be good to go for the next episode. Leave America. That's insane. You want your fellow American to leave America just because they disagree with you. Host, do you like living in America? I love America. It's the best place in the world to live. In my honest opinion, but Europe is starting to beat us on the freedom index, so I don't know how much longer I'll love living in America if things keep going like this. Let me get some music while we do this. You guys want Front Mission 4? I mean, how could you not? How could you not? Honestly, we could do... Nah, we'll just do Front Mission 4. It's loading, okay, guys? It's loading. Anyways, we'll be getting into the files here soon. I just want to know if there is a searchable database or anything. Yeah, starting. Yeah, good point. They're kind of beating us, but that's all right. We can get back on track. Well, the reason that a lot of Europeans don't like America right now is because we're threatening to invade a sovereign nation in Denmark. That would be why they don't like us. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. If you guys have any links to the Epstein files, by the way, send them in stream suggestions. A little bit of a low point right now. But we had a max of 62. We had a top of 62 viewers today, so shout out. That's really impressive, guys. It means a lot to me that you guys were out there and liking the stream. Trump said he wouldn't use military to get Greenland. Yeah, after he scared all of our allies, and then I don't know what the Europeans told Trump to make him back off. I think they showed him the Epstein files. I have a theory, one moment. I just want to see if my theory is proven correct. I think later today I'll also make some shorts content. I think that'll be a good vibe. I've got a couple ideas. Couple ideas that are going to be revolutionary, guys, let me tell you. Damn, we're up to 30 likes, by the way. Thank you, guys. That means so much. Something I do need to do is get a face cam in. So many people, I think a face cam would really boost things. And I think we'll have that when we hit the 500 goal. I'm working on something. Europeans are too far gone? Jesus Christ. Yeah, we definitely helped out the Europeans with Lend-Lease and stuff like that, but unfortunately, we could have been better. You could always be a VTuber. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's just not my vibe. You know, and I think, you know, my face isn't, you know, there's nothing fucked up with it, so... Not that if somebody is streaming with a fucked up face, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, but we had a lot of, we had some MAGA come into the chat today. We had some, I think the trolls were interesting. I haven't had that happen yet. How I compare it to is like, I don't know, I've been playing this game War Sim recently a lot, and so I see them as like somebody hired a mercenary group. Protection against doxing psychos. I mean, yeah, I get that, but I mean, I ain't got nothing to hide, you know what I mean? I'm an open book. Truly. Hold on, I don't want just a video. Legal Eagle is a very handsome man, but I don't want just a video of him. Let me check the Discord, see if we got any suggestions. Again, we don't, I'll move on here in a minute. I'm just taking a little bit of a break. Just stretching and stuff. Yeah, I do think doxing might be an issue in the future though, just because of people take politics very far, you know. People do not like being proven wrong, unfortunately for them. I think it's fine. I think it's fine to have your disagreements and stuff, like, I don't think it's any issue. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there. I do a show every day where I talk about the news and politics, so if that interests you, give a sub. And I mean, where else can you get this unique UI? Where else can you get it? I don't think you can get it anywhere else. I mean, it's a very unique AI. You cannot lie. Nice foreboding music. Love it. Anyways, I'll probably get started at the 5-hour mark. Don't get, yeah, or threatened for sure. Poor kids, they don't know how to not take it to the nth degree. And I think that's hashtag sad. Okay? I do. I think I might share my link again just to let people know. It's that I'm still live. Maybe. Now that was just beautiful. I'm actually gonna check the AP real quick before I get started, see if there's any breaking news. Hey, it's the intro music. Oh damn, it looks like the I would love to have a Yu-Gi-Oh match against you one day. Well, I would love to. Operation to never? Oh, bet. Thank you, JTHM. I actually didn't know that. The issue is it's not my Discord, you know what I mean? It's somebody else's that I use because we wanted to conglomerate all of the Discords related to Loner Box. It is very frustrating that they that it expires that quick. I'll message my fellow content creator Kalinda, and I'll get on top of that. Thank you for letting me know about that. But yeah, I would love to have a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament with you sometime, Kayla. That sounds fun. I think we should start getting a permission to send link. You can set expiration dates to never expire? Really? Ah, there we go. I see. Never. I see. Shout out, JTHM. I appreciate that, man. Shout out. That's very, very much appreciate that. And now, place pinned message, stream settings, and then when I'm done streaming, I'll replace the Discord link on my main channel as well. All right. Well, that's sick. That's a nice little upgrade. All right. Well, here soon. I guess we'll just here. I'm gonna see. We have about 3 minutes before we get back into it. Let me see if I can find some. I guess we can just go on the J drive or something like that, man. The issue is it's not a searchable database. Trump doing everything the majority of Americans did not vote for Donald Trump. 49.8, buddy. That's not 50%. How can I watch you debate against people? Well, I mean, I'm trying to figure that out myself. But, I guess just recommend me to any debate panels you see online. Say, hey, TGDE would be a great guest. I'm very bad at reaching out to people. Wait, you hit a user? Oh, I hit multiple users. Unfortunately, what happened, Bill, was we had a set of, I think, about 5 goons come into the chat, and they were very much groypers, and they were doing underhanded anti-Semitism, which I didn't pick up on because I was just kind of ignoring them, using them for farming engagement. But unfortunately, and they were starting to be really mean to Kayla, which is bullshit. And so I hid them. You know, I don't want that in my chat. I'm cool with having MAGA. And I do want to eventually change those people's minds, but you know, sometimes you just can't engage with that. Here soon, speaking of debates, yeah, I did do 2 debates the other day, and then I did have another person call in, and we had a little discussion. I don't think I have had yet, like, a proper, like, I haven't done a content creator versus content creator debate yet. And I would really like to do that, but I'm gonna get a Google phone line set up so people can call into the show. I think that'll be really good for ratings. Yeah, I support banning them. Honestly, wish you'd do it more. I know. But, it is, you know, I try to keep it as open as possible. And I just think some of these people are so easy to fight off, you know what I mean? Steve Bossy, the man behind Citizens United, is the man who introduced Steve Bannon to Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein directly after the 2010 decision was made into law. Interesting. I think we should ban Citizens United, so... Hey, Bill, do you by any chance have a link? I just set off your Google speaker. So sorry about that. So sorry about that. Yeah, by the way, you guys are absolutely killing it on the likes today. We had a peak of about 60 viewers today, and we held them for about 20 minutes there, so I think that's pretty impressive. It shows I have potential, you know what I mean? But yeah, I would love to get some debates going. I am in contact with the Tomfoolery Show. And I do think that that would be a very fun show to join sometime. A Link to the Past? Oh, yes. But Bill, a link, yeah, my bad. Do you have a link to any searchable database of Jeffrey Epstein files. I know there's the J drive, but my problem is that I don't even know how to navigate that. I guess we could probably just go there. Wouldn't be too much of an issue. Yeah, the searchable database doesn't really... didn't really create one there now, did they? That guy doesn't exist. How many people did you debate and lose? Well, so far, I mean, I don't think I've had any debates like necessarily where it's like there's a winner and loser. But what I will say is that in the debates I have had a lot of people concede. Usually it's about the ones have mostly been about immigration. And they do concede that, yes, these immigrants are valuable and that we do need to work on a way to naturalize them and have them become citizens. But I haven't had too many epic poems quite yet, which I'm okay with. I don't think we need I need to get absolute dubs out here. I just need people to agree that Trump is he's not helping America. He's hurting us, and he's being, now he's kind of being used like as a puppet, it feels like. I know that is like not, it just has like sounding of like the deep state and stuff, but I mean, do we really think this man is making these decisions entirely by himself? Of course not. Ooh, Epstein.media and wikiepstein.com. Also, have you seen what Kalinda said? No. What did Kalinda say? What has Kalinda the, By the way, if you guys don't know Kalinda, go give her a sub. She is my fellow content creator. Jesus, it's like this guy who is obsessed with, okay, yeah, we gotta ban that guy. Or at least time him out. I think I timed him out last time. Let's put him in the shadow realm. I've been a lot more putting people in the shadow realm for a lot. I've been a lot more gung-ho about that. Let me check hashtag memes though. Oh. Here, I'm gonna mute my mic and I will... this. Bill doing God's work? Yeah. Do not kill Republican politicians. I think that's definitely, oopsie. Oopsie daisy. That one's good. That was a good clip. Shout out. I never laughed so hard like since I joined your chat room. I never see my husband laugh like this since he joined your chat room. Oh, well, I'm so glad to hear that, guys. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream. I really am. That means... made me smile out here. Making me smile. Alright, but we should probably get to the Epstein stuff. So, Bill said Epstein.media and Epstein Wiki is a good place to start. the Epstein files. Okay, so we got people, 2,000 documents, every file to date from the House Oversight Committee. All right, this is not bad. So we got Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Clinton. Why is Donald Trump not a key figure in the file here? That's interesting. Well, I wonder if they do the, I want to see if they browse the documents by date. There's anywhere that does that. I think that'd be a good thing to do it. Hey. Oh yeah, Bill. Bud came in the chat today and tried to say that the Epstein files were, that they released, not Reddit, damn it. Actually, damn. Reddit may be a good place to start. Nah. Was it Epstein.wiki? Yeah, I'm not seeing. Oh, right here. Epstein wiki. Let's look at this. Whoa! That is crazy. I'm liking this one already. Trending wiki news? Damn. This is not bad. I like this one personally. Okay. So DOJ database. Epstein AI tool? What is that? What does that mean? No way. What is this, guys?
Could you please give us your name? Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay. Bro, what is this? What the hell do we have here, guys? All right, well, here we are, guys. Do you guys got any questions for Jeffrey Epstein here? Do you guys have any questions for your friend here? Is this like actually Jeffrey Epstein? No, it's not gonna be him, right? It's gonna be like it's gonna be something else. All right. Are the 10 co-conspirators mentioned FBI report? Now, what I'm assuming is it will gather any potential evidence that would be related to those 10 co-conspirators that could help us decode it. Oh my god, is this like an actual AI? Well, yeah, no shit, it's an AI, but the Sasha Riley interview? Could ask him about that. Hey, I'm down. Why is this taking this poor bot so long? This is the peak of human achievement, ladies and gentlemen. Drives me insane. Yeah, I know. Well, while we're waiting for this, I did have a very silly idea. Jeffrey Epstein AI. Come on, there's got to be an AI chatbot that is... So we can have the man himself answer. We can get the answers from him. Could I just make ChatGPT like... All right, where's the link? I mean, this may be... ChatGPT? Yeah, I bet that'll work. Epstein AI chatbot. Come on, there's gotta be one. Oh, Zobot. No, I don't think that's it. I don't think that's what we're looking for. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get it. There are no gorillas in The Lion King? Yeah. Obviously. It's just so sad. Anyways, let's see what this chatbot brought up. Alright, their roles. Procured minor females to be M-worded by Epstein. Got my husband to enjoy himself in the chat room? Well, that's great, man. That's great. Sorry, I just used man as like a general noun. Employees or cook invoked their Fifth Amendment rights when deposed in... Okay, so what's that famous, here. Famous picture of Epstein with the FBI, like, lines going to people. There we go. I think that one's, by the way, I'm sure this is absolutely boring. I apologize, guys. I just think this is interesting. I want to get to the bottom of who those people are. Sorry, I somehow went to the beginning of the stream. Oh, you're totally good. You say you thought, it says it thought for 2 seconds, but I think I could probably find this on my own. Chat AI is a lie. All right, let's start with Epstein connections. I think that's Great place to start. Holy shit! I don't need to. Somebody else already did. Oh my god. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody already put the connections together. Here, let me exit out of a... Fuck that AI chat bot. It didn't seem that smart. Seemed like a pretty dumb idiot to me. Wow, this is insane. Alright, so... Look at this. It's like I'm looking at a galaxy right now. This is exactly what I was looking for. Alright. So it all starts with one man. And that is Jeffrey Epstein. Radial? Oh, I want to see how the radius looks. Wow. This is detailed. I like this. No, I think force is good. And we need to turn... Oh, I have to sign in to turn on organizations? BS. Fortunately, most of the American people aren't caught up in these podcasts. These are minority views? No, sir, they are not. Trump is historically a unliked president. Alright, so these people right here, the people closest to Epstein, seem to be the ones we really need to be paying attention to. Now, obviously, Jeffrey Epstein, these are all his connections, but what is this on the outside, on the periphery right here? Interesting. I don't know how these people are connected. I mean, I guess we can just follow the money, you know, we can follow a line. Huh. Well, that's strange. The two biggest people here seem to have, it's just very strange. It seems like there's the two, It's like Bill Clinton and, oh, that's Donald Trump. Alright, so how are they connected? What are these connections looking like? Obviously, this is what we gotta start with. I mean, come on, it's the prompt. So, what are these connections looking like? Okay, Jeffrey, yes. Oh, we've shifted it. I don't know what I turned it into. This is interesting, though. Okay, no, not Monica Lewinsky. No, I know who Monica is. Max nodes? Dude, turn those nodes up. We can get as many nodes as you want in here, dog. Dude, why do I have to... That's very frustrating. Okay. So Donald and Jeffrey. How are these two connected? Let's look at these mentions. Let's look at these mentions here. I mean, we gotta start with the president, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like a galaxy. Yeah, I mean, shout out to whoever did these EpsteinSecrets.com. This is amazing. Okay, so sources, Bureau of Prisons FOIA. I don't think we really need that. Let's start with the emails. Any emails? Oh. Well, isn't that nice to see right there? Emailed Chris Delirio regarding alleged connections between Apollo, Jeffrey Epstein, Jared Kushner. Now that's interesting. There's a Jared Kushner connection. I am wholly convinced that this, this administration is full of crooks and creeps, dude. So I think it's important to focus on just how many of these people are connected. Wow, and it gives an overview of each document? Oh my goodness, that is incredible. Wow. Hide newsletters and has text. So just emails related to Trump and Epstein. I gotta go off so I can cook for us. Well, have a good day, Walter. Thank you for joining the stream. I really appreciate it. Now, is there a way to preview these? Oh, geez. So they put the text there for us from Chris Delirio. Who's Chris Delirio? That guy seems to be popping up a few times here. So the key highlights that the EpsteinSecrets.com are giving for Trump is that Ghislaine Maxwell was questioned about Trump in the DOJ proofer transcript. Do you guys want to watch that? The Ghislaine Maxwell interview? We could do that. One moment, gotta check my phone. My apologies. It is getting pretty late out here, but we're gonna try to make it to 8 hours. We're gonna try, okay? But I do have to take my medication, so I'm gonna get up and do that. Don't say bad things about me while I'm done. All right, I'm back. I'm back on the front lines. You heading out, Bill? Oh, well, have a good day. Have a great day. Yeah, I mean, somebody already did what I wanted to do, so looks like we don't even need to do it. Now we just have it. We just have it here. God, there's just so much here, guys. It's, you know, how do you parse through it all? Let's watch the interview with Ghislaine Maxwell, though. Interview. Because I believe they released the video, didn't they? Or they at least released the, I don't think it was just the transcript. I thought they released the full... Yeah, there's the audio recordings. Day 1, Part 1. Alright. Let's turn off the music and we can start listening to these. Honestly, are there any other audio recordings? I think that would be good for the database. Good to check out here. Amazon orders. That might be funny. Photos. No, thank you. I don't want to see the Epstein photos. Web tracker, connections, DOJ, FBI Vault, FOIA. See, I'm looking more for, because I know there were a couple videos released and stuff. And I think those would be important to watch over. Survivor Voice Spotlight? Oh, that's amazing. Anyways, let's begin with the audio transcripts. All right. Well, let's turn off the music and get listening to these audio transcripts. If they're interesting, we can listen more. If it's not, we can find something else to watch. You know, usually my streams don't go this long. I ran out of things I wanted to watch with you guys and react to, so this is just kind of free play today. Free play right now. All right. Day 1.
Today's date is
Thursday.
Thursday.
Jesus, why did you have to blow my ears out, Blanche? Oh my God, Todd Blanche. Thank you. I never had anybody before that was stood up when needed to be in the way. Walter, well, hell yeah, I'm glad to hear that.
July 24th. This will be the recording of a proffer agreement of Ghislaine Maxwell.
Whose phone is going off, dude? Whose phone is going off?
From the Deputy Attorney General.
Okay, Blanche, can you back up from the mic just a little bit, brother? Just a hair.
DOJ, and the time is currently 9:16. Maxwell and counsel are arriving to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and we will commence the proffer shortly.
Thank you. Warrior of Justice, Todd Blanche.
I'm going to ask everybody to put their name on the record. Of course.
Good morning. My name is Assistant Special Agent in Charge Spencer Horn of FBI New York. Today we're doing a proffer of Ms. Maxwell. The date is July 24th, and the time is 10:12 a.m. This interview is being recorded.
And my name is Todd Blanche. I'm the Deputy Attorney General.
My name is Todd Blanche. I'm the Deputy Attorney General. Jeez, he just sounds so low T, man. That's mean. But these are the insults they use against us. Why can't I just, you know? Oh, I'm sneaking. Why can't I reverse it on him?
Before we start formally asking questions of Ms. Maxwell, I'm going to put on the record everybody that's in this room in addition to me. Starting with you, Diego.
Diego Pastana, Associate Deputy Attorney General.
And then you heard from Special Agent in Charge Horn. Mark Beard from the United States Marshal Service is here as well. And then David.
Yes, this is David Oscar Marcus, and I'm counsel for Ghislaine Maxwell.
What was that?
And I'm counsel for Ghislaine Maxwell.
My name is Melissa Madrigal, and I'm counsel for Ghislaine Maxwell.
Holy shit, she's got an army.
And I'm Ghislaine Maxwell.
Good morning.
Ghislaine. There it is. Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, this came out over 3 months ago, so it's technically old news, but I don't think we ever listened to it together.
I told you that we were going on the record. And before we start asking questions, I know that you've been given by your lawyer a copy of what's called a proffer agreement. And I just want to spend 2 minutes.
Oh, you guys probably can barely hear it right now. I apologize.
What governs our conversation today. The most important part of this agreement is that this isn't a cooperation agreement, meaning that by you meeting with us today, we're really just meeting. I'm not promising to do anything. I'm not promising to ask Judge Nathan or any of the judges that's been assigned to your case to do anything. We're just talking, and so that's the most important part of this agreement. However,
see, and I think this is BS because, I mean, it was directly after this interview she got a better prison and better treatment. How can they say that?
What's important is the fact that what this agreement does for you is it gives you protection. So what it means is that the government cannot use what you say today against you, with some exceptions, which we'll talk about in a minute. But whatever you talk about today, you
Much
have what's
better?
called
Hell
immunity.
yeah.
So that means that the words that
Glad-
you say today,
sorry about that,
we
guys.
cannot use against you in a case in chief if we were ever to bring one. Okay?
Thank you.
There's exceptions to that. The
And
most
also,
meaningful one-
listen to her language. Thank you. It's like that, I don't know. This sounds a lot, it doesn't quite sound like it's a confrontational environment, I guess.
Which is that if you say something today that's not true, that's a lie, we can bring a prosecution against you for what's called false statements. So I'm a federal officer. I have several officers here.
I know, I can't
here,
believe
and
it either.
If you lie to someone that's like me or like Special Agent Horn, it's a crime. So you have to be truthful. The other exception to this that doesn't necessarily apply directly to you, but if there ever was a retrial in your case, or if there ever was a criminal case, a future criminal case against you, and your lawyer or you said something different or took a position that's different than what you say today, we can then cross-examine you or a witness based upon what you say today. So it's a little bit nuanced, meaning I can't use what you say against you in our case in chief. However, if you were to testify, or if your lawyer called a witness to testify, and they said something that is totally different than what you say today, we could then cross-examine you or the witness and say, hey, do you remember when we met with Ms. Maxwell back in July of 2025? She told us, and then say what she said. Okay?
This is why nobody listened to it. Todd Blanche is so boring.
I know you didn't have a lot of time this morning to meet with Mr. Marcus, but did you have a chance to go over this briefly with him?
I did.
Okay. All right. So I've already signed it, as has Special Agent Horn, and Mr. Marcus signed it as well. So you got a pen? Please sign it right where it says clients. Yep. And I will provide a copy of this to your lawyers so you guys have it.
Well, hey, I tried to fix it there. I hope that did something.
So Ms. Maxwell, about a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago,
You see the light blinking on there? On the Sony.
Jesus. Todd Blanche, Mr. Magoo.
Okay, we're just confirming the
Obviously
report.
fucking fucked
Ms.
something
Maxwell,
up.
I guess about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, Mr. Marcus reached out to me and said that you wanted to speak with somebody from the government about not only your case, but about everything that's been in the media and that's been publicized about
It's a little
Mr.
better.
Epstein in your case.
That is true, and I did speak to him, and I did.
Well,
In,
it's to the point on my headphones where, you know, it's getting hard to, like, it's almost too loud, so. Bullshit! Hold on, we've got Cope in chat. Bullshit! He has done more than anyone before him. We stand with Mr. Trump. He's done more than anyone before him, more than FDR, more than Abraham Lincoln, ladies and gentlemen.
Early 2000s has ever spoken to me, and indeed, I believe ever reached out to me at any time to even speak to me, and that includes.
And this is just a complete, this is bullshit, because the reason nobody reached out because they know she's a fucking liar. Ghislaine Maxwell, she's already been tried once for perjury, dude. She's a liar.
Up to when I was indicted and prosecuted, I believe that, or I understand, I should say, rather, that my attorneys at the time did tell the government that I wanted to speak to them because I was very keen to meet with anyone so that I could tell or have them ask me any question. I've never had any problem to speak to anybody, and I offered myself, and I kept asking if they would meet with me so that I could talk to them, and for whatever reason, that was not happening.
Okay. I have questions that I want to ask you, but I'm not, if there's a question that I'm not asking that you think should be asked, I invite you to volunteer. Same thing goes to your lawyers.
Yeah, I
to
think the
start-
audio might be a little scuffed in this one right now. And honestly, it is kind of just fucking them having a little conversation. You know what I mean? Yeah, I hear fuzz and whispers. All right, we'll split from it there. Let's see what's going on in YouTube land. Trump spends 24/7 cleaning up Biden's mess. No, my friend. He is not cleaning up anything but his shitty diapers. He is not cleaning up anything but his shitty diapers. I see a piece by BBC here. We could go over that, about the Epstein files. And I'm assuming this is about beat you to it? Yeah, I know. I mean, that one was just obvious. How could you not? Bill Maher torches Hollywood. Oh, we got Benny Johnson, dude. Fuck. We got Benny Johnson, bro. There's so much. Honestly, I kind of want to watch some Benny Johnson with you guys, you know? Actually, since we're on the topic, we could watch this video by Simon Whistler.
All right,
Oh!
let's talk about Jeff's Island, shall we?
my
It's little more
ears!
than a tiny speck of land in the Caribbean.
You know, I want to put together a comprehensive episode, you know what I mean? But having a job is just antithesis to that. Like, dude, if I was unemployed, I feel like I'd be killing it right now. I'd be able to set things up. I'd probably be doing So much more. I'd have like a cohesive schedule to my streams. But unfortunately, there's no rest for the weary in these lands. Anyways, you guys want to watch this? Watch a little bit of this? PBS. Oh no, it's Sunday and they don't do PBS News Weekend anymore because Trump had to cut it. Piece of shit. Hell yeah. Bet. Actually, I got some other stuff here too that I...
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, there is a massive voter suppression bill gaining a lot of traction in Congress right now.
Yeah, that sounds important as fuck. So first we'll watch the Epstein Island. So we can at least, you know, all of my coverage today has been related to Epstein. So, and I'm actually going to explore this at some point. This seems interesting. Where's the boy? Where's the boy? There he is. God, look at all the connections he has. He is in this web, dude. He is in this fucking web. There is no doubt about it. He has connections to almost everyone there. That's insane. Jean-Luc Brunel. He's got a tie to Maklanovit, or Markinkova, or whatever their name is. He's got a connection to Victoria Beckham. He's got, obviously, Kevin Spacey. Obviously related to Alex Acosta. Like, this guy is deep in the files, dude. How can you say anything but? Him and Mark Epstein were homies. I mean, this is insane. This is insanity. He has so much. He has so many connections. You can't tell me a man who has this many connections is just completely innocent. Oh, just so completely innocent. Oh, I can move them? Like, look at this. This is insane. Look at how many connections he has. The spider you ain't escaping the spider's web, my friend. Anyways, that's fucking insane. Anyways, let's talk about Jeffrey Epstein's island. Why don't
70-something acres of sandy beaches and a coral reef about 50 miles east of Puerto Rico. Sounds like an island for a peasant. But despite its small size, this island has become one of the most notorious pieces of real estate in the world. What is officially known as Little St. James is part of the US Virgin Islands and lies adjacent to the Caribbean territory's capital and largest island, St. Thomas. And while it may normally have been renowned for its azure waters, it has now become associated with something far, far uglier. And that is definitely revealed by its nickname, which we can't say early in the video like this, but it's P-Word Island. You know what we're talking about. Today we're going to talk about how Little St. James became a global symbol of corruption, secrecy, and horrendous sexual violence. We're going to unpack who Jeffrey Epstein was, why this island was so central to his operation, and what we still don't know, even now. And yes, we'll also touch on the latest release of Epstein files to have dropped, which suggests even more connections between Epstein and some of the world's most powerful people. Let's get into it. Jeffrey Epstein was born in Brooklyn, New York in 1953. After a brief stint at New York University, began his professional life humbly, teaching physics and maths at a private school in Manhattan. In the early 70s, still in his early 20s, he pivoted into finance, first as a junior assistant, then trader for investment bank Bear Stearns. RIP. Epstein climbed the corporate ladder quickly. In the following years, he cycled through various powerful companies as financial troubleshooter, then founded his own financial management company, J. Epstein & Company, creatively named in 1988. Even by then, evidence of his deviousness and immorality had manifested. He was known to possess a false Austrian passport issued under a fake name and which listed his place of residence as Saudi Arabia. He also became a key figure in Towers Financial Corporation, a debt collection agency which collapsed in 1993, being revealed to
Guys, I got given some nicotine pouches. Should I slap one of them babies in? I don't really do I'm more of a vape god, you know what I mean? But should I slap a couple double deckies? They're 12 milligrams, so I would definitely throw up if I did 2 of them. But should I slap one in and see what the experience is like? I tried doing nicotine pouches the other day. Do I like foreskin? Well, personally, I'm not a fan. I think it's a little icky, but everybody is entitled to their own thing. You know? And yes, it's bots. This dude is amazing. I love Simon. He is definitely one of my favorite YouTubers. I watch a lot of his War Fronts channel videos and political fronts. Or home fronts now, I guess.
Schemes in history. And in 1996, he was subject to his first accusation of sexual assault. Despite this, nothing came of the accusation, and Epstein succeeded in cultivating a network of ultra-wealthy clients.
You're foreskin maxing? Hell yeah, bro. How's that going? I hope that's going well. Damn, Kalinda's still alive. Hell yeah. Proud of her.
Powerful friends, from financiers and billionaires to politicians, arms brokers and royalty. And what he and his connections got up to remains one of the most disturbing questions of our time. By the early 2000s, Epstein was phenomenally wealthy. It's not entirely known how he became that wealthy, but Forbes estimated that by the time of his death, he was worth almost $600 million. In effect, Epstein was kind of just well known for being rich, as well as, of course, being a notorious and convicted sex
Biotech, you're one of my favorite, you're one of my, not favorite, but you're one of my biggest you're one of my biggest fans. You're always complaining about the channel, but you are one of my biggest fans. It's going good, bro. Grew it myself. Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad to hear that, man.
His first legal troubles came in 2005 after the parents of a 14-year-old girl accused him of sexual abuse in Palm Beach, Florida. Not long after, more than 50 women also came forward. Yet Epstein struck a controversial plea deal that allowed him to serve just 13 months in jail with 12-hour daily work release, no less, in exchange for pleading guilty to 2 lesser charges of prostitution. This was later described as a sweetheart deal, and we can see why. The leniency of the sentence later shocked many, and emboldened criticism of how money and influence shape justice, but it didn't really do so immediately. And as became clear, not all of Epstein's contacts were put off by his crimes against women and children. Even after his conviction, Epstein continued to cultivate his wealthy social circle.
That kid ain't right. That boy ain't right. That boy ain't right.
Perhaps a bit more surreptitiously than before. Only years later did more serious charges finally catch up to him. In 2019, Epstein was arrested and charged with the sex trafficking of minors across state lines, but he never went to trial. 1 month after his arrest, in August 2019, he was found dead in his Manhattan jail cell. His death was ruled a suicide and left nothing but conjecture and lack of justice in its wake. You see, by then, the scale of his crimes was becoming ever clearer. The New York Times indictment laid out a sprawling scheme involving dozens of young girls, all of whom had been shipped into Epstein's private homes and properties. One of those properties, featuring some of the worst accounts of all, was his...
That boy ain't right. I tell you what, there's something up with that boy. I saw him sniffing on some charcoal. I don't do a very good Hank Hill impression. I'm just going to be honest. I never really watched the show. You love sucking on demon-crat tit. Well, at least I'm sucking on titties rather than you guys sucking on Trump's cock.
Borea's private island in the Caribbean. Little St. James is no longer the unremarkable island blip it once was. After St. Thomas, the capital, the islands might now be the most well-known, and certainly the most notorious of all of those in the Virgin Islands. I think it's even more well-known than capital, to be honest. Epstein bought the islands for around $8 million in 1998. Over the decades, he transformed it into his private enclave, complete with guest houses, luxury amenities, and secluded coves ideal for privacy and secrecy. What's less known is that Epstein also owned the Little St. James's larger twin, Great St. James, which he purchased for $22 million in 2016. By that time, of course, his crimes were increasingly revealed, and it wouldn't be long before they'd land him in custody. As such, Epstein had founded a private LLC to mask ownership of Great St. James, and its owner was listed as Emirati businessman Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem. At the time of his arrest...
You love sucking the fart. That's funny as fuck. Yes, they do. They are big fans of it, actually. Huge fans. The biggest!
Epstein was alleged to be building a compound on Great St. James. Who knows what depravity may have occurred there had he not been arrested. Now, owning an island in the Caribbean is actually nothing out of the ordinary for the super rich. Personalities like Johnny Depp, Eddie Murphy, and David Copperfield all own private islands in the Bahamas, while British billionaire Richard Branson's privately owned Necker Island is located in the British Virgin Islands, not a great distance from Little St. James. But none have gained infamy like Epstein's island. Epstein liked to nickname it Little St. Jeff, while others used the name that we mentioned earlier, which again we won't say. Ominously, the latter was actually not invented by journalists or internet users. It came from the people who lived in the region, the results of whispered rumors that something badly wrong was going on there. Now, to the island itself. Little St. James is home to more than 20
Yeah, this is
structures.
something
On the
else
north side-
that, like, it was a pretty much open secret amongst the island goers there that this was a place known for trafficking young women.
In a bay facing Great St. James sits a dock and landing area. This would be the port of arrival for guests.
King Trump!
Wait. This
Oh,
is the
we've got another MAGA warrior here. Are they going to mount a defense that will finally break the Palisades? Let's find out.
The island by sea, connected via internal roads to the nearby residential core. That residential core, found in the northeast, features a large villa-style main house, often described as a compound, which existed before the islands came into Epstein's ownership, but was expanded under his direction. This is where most indoor living and hosting spaces are concentrated, with terraces and landscaped clearings around it. Also located in the center of the compound is a pool and 4 cabana cottages, likely used to house guests. Located behind the compound on the eastern shore of the island, facing the British Virgin Islands, sits an ostentatious compass and a statue of a crouching archer. Why? We don't actually know. All the way to the island's northwestern extremity lies another pool house, consistent with an estate-style layout visible in aerial imagery. In the center lies a service area featuring a private desalination system, crucial on a small island without municipal water service. There are also storage rooms, generators, and storage facilities, as well as a grassy embankment believed to have once been a tennis court, but likely later used for the parking of service vehicles. The center also houses a telecom tower and communications setup used to support high-speed connectivity, an expected requirement for a remote property hosting guests and staff. Several isolated cabanas lie on other points of the island, including one on the otherwise structureless south coast. It has been reported that beneath the roof of this open-air building lies a rack of massage tables, an ominous fact given what has been suspected to have occurred on Little St. James. The island's infrastructure continued expanding through Epstein's term of ownership, which lasted until his death. By 2019, descriptions note the
He's
expansion
the
of a
emperor.
sprawling complex
Jesus,
of maintenance
guys.
and
You
support
guys
structures,
really hate
storage,
America.
staff
That's
facilities,
sad
and
in my
equipment,
opinion.
typically positioned slightly
Hashtag
away from the main
sad.
residential areas, but connected by the internal road network. The island's most visually distinctive structures are an enormous sundial in the center, sometimes confused for a helipad on satellite images, and a blue-striped box-like building with surrounding square pavilion nicknamed the Temple. The eerie, cenotaph-like structure sits at the southwest point of the island, completely isolated from the other buildings, but connected by the golf cart sequence of roads. Satellite imagery and spoken accounts describe it as having a golden dome added in the mid-2010s, later reportedly lost in Hurricane Maria. What the temple's actual use was has been disputed.
Oh yeah, thank you for the support of the channel to all the chuds out there. You know, they're really making it easy to, you know, get engagement. So shout out.
Subject of major scrutiny, which suggested purposes ranging from a music room to the site of demonic cult rituals. It has, however, been suggested that some infrastructure like the temple served no significant purpose at all, other than to look like a gaudy feature of a standard Caribbean resort, thereby masking the true horror of what went on the island.
Yeah, I know. They can't help but lick boots, man. They're big fans of it.
Girls, many of them underage, being brought to this island and coerced into abhorrent acts with Epstein and his associates. Court filings from the victims' attorneys repeatedly identify Little St. James as a central location to where his crimes took place. Meanwhile, flight logs showed private jets, including Epstein's infamous Lolita Express, landing frequently in St. Thomas, from where guests would travel by boat or helicopter to Little St. James. These were not just random visitors. These were well-connected, successful people, some of whom denied ever visiting. Others acknowledged knowing Epstein, but disputed the meaning or timing of their interactions, not least their presence on his island. But regardless of how many or who,
yeah, I know, they've been so helpful today.
Abuse of the most demented kind. So what actually happened on this island? This is where facts and allegations blur, and why it's critical to rely on court records and survivor testimony. Victims who came forward described networks of recruitment. Young girls, mainly still minors, would allegedly be approached by Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell.
Oh my God. It's all out now, ladies and gentlemen.
Once they were under Epstein's influence, flights to his
I don't think anything has proven that Epstein was an Israeli Mossad agent.
Maria Farmer, Epstein's first accuser from 1996, described her experience in an interview for Netflix's Jeffrey Epstein, Filthy Rich. She described how she had been encouraged to meet with him, which she hoped would benefit her fledgling career as a painter. And so she traveled to a property owned by billionaire Les Wexner in Ohio, where Epstein was residing. She said Epstein would push more and more of her boundaries, often relying on Maxwell as a sort of calming influence, laying the ground for what would come. She eventually managed to flee and reported her ordeal to the FBI, and no action was taken. All this occurred 2 years before Epstein had his own island, far from the prying or disinterested eyes of the world. But Farmer's experience would mimic those of girls who were later trafficked there. Model Lisa Phillips described being invited to the island in the early 2000s to further her career, where she was immediately lavished with attention by Epstein. She was soon coerced into performing a massage for him, being abused, and later cyclically abused, again at Epstein's other properties, all while being told that he would benefit her career. Sarah Insome described her own ordeal similarly in a victim impact statement against Ghislaine Maxwell, as well as in Filthy Rich. She added that the island was a place designed to strip victims of autonomy, geographically isolated, heavily staffed, and structured to make escape or refusal difficult. And Virginia Giuffre described her experience in more harrowing detail still. She alleged being trafficked, age 17, to various of Epstein's properties.
The people I worship? No, dude, you're the only one. I don't worship Democrats like you guys worship Donald Trump, bro. I'm sorry, but those are you're the ones worshiping Trumpy. It's not the other way around. Sorry, MAGA. I know you want to claim that we're the ones that are sheep, but you are following Trump right into defending a pedophile. So I'd think about that for a bit of a moment.
Andrew Mountbatten of Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew, Duke of York. She claimed that in the case of the island, she had been forced to take part in abusive acts with Andrew and with 8 other trafficked girls. It was later alleged that Epstein had been known to receive massages up to 3 times a day. Details from the 2005 investigation revealed the ages of some of the people who'd been trafficked to Little St. James or elsewhere, reportedly including 12-year-old triplets who were flown in from France for Epstein's birthday.
You are so wrong. Bummer. No, dude. What am I wrong about? What am I wrong about? Please tell me. You'll have to get the scum from licking the boot out of your mouth first, but please tell me.
Day. It was also alleged the girls had been flown in from Brazil and other South American countries, as had girls from the MC2 modeling agency run by Jean-Luc Brunel, also a convicted. Following Epstein's death in 2020, the US Virgin Islands Attorney General...
Dude, Bio has a bit of a sad life, I can't lie. I mean, he is in here non-stop, which I appreciate the fandom, but, I mean, Jesus. Imagine just staying in a chat, like, mad in a YouTube chat room. That's a little embarrassing. I mean, hey, do what you want, though, man. Do what you want. I appreciate the support.
Filed a lawsuit against Epstein's estate, claiming that this island was used for decades as a base for trafficking and exploitation of young women and girls. What has followed has been a years-long question mark as to the full extent of the depravity occasioned on Little St. James, as well as the identities of those guilty of participating. While some individuals have been linked to Epstein through flight logs or email exchanges, being mentioned in court records or files is not itself proof of criminality. Many have denied wrongdoing or have denied ever visiting. In many ways, Epstein used the island, as well as his wealth and network, not just to amass influence, but to shield himself. Prosecutors in the 2000s negotiated a deal that prevented federal charges and were finally poised to bring a full case to him when he died. And then after his death, the true battle over his legacy began.
I don't make money from this, Robert. At some point, I will be making money from this, but not right now. I just do this for the enjoyment, dog. Yeah. Biotech is a sad man. That's okay. That's okay. We'll revitalize him. I have a feeling he's probably in the 65 plus demographic that is popular with my channel, so give him some time. He's slow.
2019 may have marked the end of Epstein's life, but it was the beginning of a much larger reckoning for his record. No sooner had he died than 2 days later the FBI raided Little St. James. What was discovered or removed from there was at the time not disclosed. After Epstein's death, survivors, journalists, and lawmakers began a fight for transparency. For years, much of the evidence gathered by investigators, interviews, emails, logs, and more, was sealed under court orders. Victims argued this secrecy protected powerful people and blocked justice. It's not to say that justice has remained entirely stifled. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor long denied any wrongdoing with regards to Giuffre, and he denied recollection of ever having met her, although he did admit having attended Epstein's Island, something confirmed by Lisa Phillips, who'd seen him on her first visit. For a time, he succeeded in avoiding a major uproar. And
all right, I'm putting some double deckies in the top row.
Don't mean innocence or guilt in a judicial
Good for you. Couldn't do it. 7 people? I mean, hey, Robert, that's more than you. 7 people, that's enough to play a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament with. That's enough people to have an extended Warhammer 40k campaign with. 7 people? That's so many people, dude.
Reflect the high stakes involved when powerful people are named. But the wheels of justice eventually found their way towards Andrew. In the wake of his discrediting interview with BBC's Newsnight in 2019, multiple revelations which disproved his claims, and following more allegations made by Giuffre in the press and a tell-all book, he fell into disgrace by late 2025. The same year, the battle for answers led to a 2025 law, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which required the US government to release all documents related to the investigations into Epstein and his network. And so, in late January 2026, that law produced a massive dump of files, over 3 million pages, including thousands of videos and images. These include previously hidden emails, like an exchange between Elon Musk and Epstein, where Musk discussed possible plans to visit the Caribbean island.
See, Biotech is just jealous because he doesn't have 7 home dogs to play Yu-Gi-Oh with. And I know dang well everyone in my chat, everyone watching me right now would play Yu-Gi-Oh! We could play a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament and have a good time. He's just sad.
Insisted that he never actually attended. Current US Secretary for Commerce Howard Lutnick was another notorious case. In October 2025, he told the New York Post that Epstein had been his neighbor in New York and that the financier...
And I honestly feel like if, for example, I was to go on Vertical, I do feel like I'd be more... I don't know. I feel like I'd be more popular, but at the end of... But to begin with, you just have that bump where it's like nothing, dude. Like no one even gets notified that you're streaming. So, all right. This is Grizzly nicotine pouches, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a shot. I used to do Zins, so this shouldn't be nothing. Oh, I'll give you guys a good old down low. I'll do the Western boy. Damn. You know what's kind of crazy? Damn, I'm not even trying to do this accent. Anyways.
Invited Lutnick and his wife to his home in 2005. He declared that they both felt uncomfortable and that, quote, "My wife and I decided I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again." But Lutnick was a liar. The January 2026 tranche of files revealed Lutnick suggested Epstein meet with him and his family during a December 2012 visit to St. Bart's, not far from Little St. James. Other images surfaced, providing insight as to the shadowy corners of the island, massage rooms, walls with eerie masks, and the insides of the various shared spaces and cabanas. The new file sparked political fallout. A Slovakian official quickly resigned after being linked to Epstein in the documents.
Well, it caused fallout in Europe, but it didn't cause fallout here in America. Nobody's getting punished for being in the Epstein files, whether that be Democrat or Republican.
From his disgraced exile to answer US investigators. But the release has not been without controversy. Critics, including survivors and lawmakers, say the files are only a fraction of what exists, with millions more identified but not released, and many pages heavily redacted. Some survivors have even argued the Department of Justice mishandled the release, exposing victims' names and withholding key investigative material. So even as the public sees more than ever before, there remain huge unanswered questions as to all Epstein got up to, not least on his murky island. So what's become of it now? After years of legal battles and scrutiny, the island and its sister property, Great St. James, were sold to billionaire Stephen Deckoff in 2023 for roughly $60 million. Part of the proceeds of their sale went to the US Virgin Islands under a settlement with Epstein's estate to help compensate survivors. Deckoff initially discussed building a luxury 25-room resort to transform the island from a place of alleged horror to a place of tourism, but as of early 2026, no major development plans have been submitted and much of the island remains untouched. The island has been recently infiltrated by IRL YouTubers such as Nico Grigg and Tyler Oliveira, which has allowed a glimpse into the infrastructure on the island as well as the security presence there. Meanwhile, legal battles continue. Survivors and advocates are still demanding the release of the rest of the files, including grand jury notes, financial records, and unredacted documents that might clarify who else was involved.
Yeah, didn't you see his recent shit on camera, bud? Damn, it's really hard not to talk like that. Oh my God. When I have this, it's my forefathers who used to dip. They're coming out and they're saying, "Ree, son, you need to talk like me." Anyways, let's begin on, apparently the Republicans are trying to execute a scheme already to steal the election. So let's check that out.
That is the top of the news. It's called the Save America Act. Can you explain what the breaking news is on that front?
Yeah, so this is a major effort by Republicans to try to undermine free and fair elections in 2026. The White House has been all over this. Donald Trump personally said that the prior name, the SAVE Act, was not strong enough. He wanted America added, which is why, Brian, as you say, it's called the Save America Act. And House Republicans are going to try to ram this through early this week, as soon as Tuesday.
All right, gang. So you know what to do. Call your representatives if you live in a Republican district and tell them you do not want this to go through. I've heard a little bit about the SAVE Act, so let's get the lowdown on it.
Just taking a sledgehammer to the right to vote. So this bill, among other things, would impose the so-called proof of citizenship, which is really just a fancy way of saying we don't want young people and married women who change their last names to be able to register to vote. It would also contain a new updated provision, just hot off the presses, that makes it explicitly clear that government-issued ID does not include, wait for it, Brian, issued ID by colleges and universities. That's right. The states can issue any kind of government ID with photos, but if it's from an educational institution...
So if it's from an educational institution, that's bullshit, dude. What the hell? So college, they're basically banning college students who don't have a government-based ID. That is fucked up.
Flagship university or college of that state, it is specifically excluded from the Save America Act. I mean, these guys have dropped all the pretenses. They have dropped the facade. They are just in out and out voter suppression mode because, Brian, they are panicked. They are panicked because their redistricting gambit didn't work. They are panicked because Donald Trump's polling is dropping through the floor. And they are panicked because they know that a big blue wave is just forming over the horizon.
I have actually been asked this question.
Yeah, dude, I'm so excited for the midterms. Honestly, I go over like a Democrat of the week in the podcast that I do with my fellow content creators, Mina and me, Rutzi. But there are so many great Democrats in the Democratic Party, dude. It's a wealth of them. So these midterms are going to be a slaughter for Republicans who have they never provide any real solutions, you know?
A lot of folks who watch our videos, for women, for example, whose names have changed, what happens when they try to show up at the polls? What happens when somebody tries to show up at the polls and they have a student ID?
So with the women, they wouldn't be able to register to vote. I mean, forget about getting to the polls. I mean, those married women who changed their last name, unless they had a new passport or some other kind of documentation that would square all these things up, like they're just shit out of luck. They're not going to be allowed to register. And by the way, for the rest of us who are not married women who changed their last names, it's not going to be a whole lot easier because proving citizenship is not easy in a country where we do not issue national ID cards. I mean, this is the thing, Brian. Republicans for years opposed the idea of a national ID card. By the way, I also oppose the idea of a national ID card. I don't think Donald Trump should have a national registry of all of us. But it was initially Republicans and civil libertarians who said, we don't want these national IDs. Well, if you don't have a national ID, proving citizenship is not
whatever
easy.
happened
Obviously,
about whatever happened to that? These people were like, we don't want government ID. We don't want the government knowing about us. They were so against a national form of ID. Nowadays, it's like papers, please, and it's so backwards and so against what Republicans believe, or used to believe, I should say.
Prove citizenship, but most Americans don't have passports. An original birth certificate would prove citizenship, but don't fool yourselves. How did Donald Trump come onto all of our radar screens? He came onto our radar screen by saying that Barack Obama was not born in the United States. And when Barack Obama produced an original birth certificate from Hawaii, what did Donald Trump say?
Wasn't good enough.
It was a forgery, right? So, that's not going to be good enough. But
dude, you're so fake, says Biotech.
And then people say, well, what about a driver's license?
You're right. I don't exist. You got me. You're right about that, my friend. I do not exist.
Well, that's fine, except the real ID driver's licenses have not rolled out everywhere. And even where they have, not every state issues real ID driver's licenses only to U.S. citizens. In many states, they issue real ID driver's licenses to green card holders who are here lawfully, who are here, or visa holders. And if you start to get in the business and say, well, don't issue them driver's licenses, I'm sorry. What do you want someone who lives here permanently, which is what a green card holder is. It's a U.S. permanent resident, a foreign national who is here legally on a permanent basis. So none of this squares up with the attack on immigrants. None of this squares up with their effort to prevent a national ID card. And finally, Brian, what case are we all watching in the U.S. Supreme Court right now? The birthright citizenship case. Well, what happens there? All of a sudden, birth certificates would no longer prove U.S. citizenship because the Trump administration is trying to do away with birthright citizenship. So this is all just one big smoke and mirrors effort to try to make it harder for you to vote, easier for them to cheat, and don't get...
All right, I gotta step up and stretch real quick, but I'm still listening, so...
fooled by their propaganda.
I want to talk about the question of whether forcing people to get IDs, which cost money, is tantamount to a poll tax. But first, I want to note that Mark has been fighting against this stuff in the courts where it matters most relentlessly for years and years and years. A small step that everybody watching right now could take to support his work and his team's work where it matters in the courts is to sign up for Democracy Docket, which is the news outlet he founded to focus on everything voting and elections. I use it on a daily basis. I use it for to find out about the Save America Act, which we're talking about right now. So again, if you're not yet signed up, please go ahead and sign up. That link is right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video.
Hey, Brian, you know where I first met the current Solicitor General of the United States? This is the guy that Donald Trump appointed to argue cases in the U.S. Supreme Court. First time I met him in the Missouri Supreme Court, where I beat him before that Supreme Court, that state Supreme Court, over Missouri's photo ID law. So as you said, I'm fighting about this in court, but not only are we fighting, we're winning.
So I want to talk about poll taxes now. As I had mentioned before, is forcing people to get an ID, which of course we all know IDs are not free in this country, is forcing somebody to get an ID as a prerequisite to go and vote. Is that basically akin to a poll tax?
Look, if they don't offer a free version, it is a poll tax, and it would be struck down on that basis. But even when they say it is free, it is never free, right? You still have to pay to get there, right? You may have to take an Uber or take time off from work to get it. But the bigger question I'd ask you, maybe the next time you're on debating one of these complete knuckleheads, you know, if you guys have not subscribed to this channel, you need to do so, because first of all, you get great news, information, analysis, but also Brian takes on the right-wing establishment. You know, I come on and I talk to Brian and try to spread good information, but Brian goes into the lion's den. He goes on with Piers Morgan and Chris Cuomo and on CNN and takes it to these Republicans and talks to these, swing voters and independent voters who watch these programs. And so I want to make sure everyone subscribes to this channel to support him and his work in doing that, because it's vitally important. But Brian, next time you do it, ask them why.
Sorry, it's going to go dark
ask them
for a
why
moment.
The college ID that is given for free to college students, that shouldn't count. Right? I mean, like here it is. Here's an example of a free ID that does not actually inconvenience people to get, because you get it when you enroll in colleges. And that, Brian, they took off the list.
Right.
Maybe you could ask one of those MAGA apologists.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please
In fact,
remember
I'm
to
going to
like
put the link
and
to subscribe to this
It
channel
really
right here on the
helps
screen.
out.
So if you're not yet subscribed, please go ahead and subscribe. Mark, you know what? I have looked at the polling on this, and when people are asked about the issue of voter ID at the polls, it seems to poll as an 80-20 issue in Republicans' favor. And so what's your response to that polling that shows that more people, in fact, do support showing photo ID at polls?
Hey, what's up, dog?
Yeah,
How you doing?
First of all, we need to distinguish between ID and photo ID. Like, there are already ID requirements for certain voters pursuant to federal law, right? If you have registered by mail the first time you vote in person, you have to show an ID. But that can include a utility bill. It can include a lease, right? There are lots of ways of proving identity that do not require a photo ID. The second question is, does it have to be government issued photo ID? Like, let's say you work for a big corporation. You're out in California. Let's say you work for, Disney. Right. Or you work for Google, and you have a photo ID from
MAGA is kicking your libtard ass. How so? I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening at all, actually.
In that community as, an ID that is oftentimes used for other purposes. Your bank may use that ID, for example. Why aren't you allowing those? But then even within the scope of photo IDs, why are we limiting the kinds of government issued photo IDs? It's always struck me as odd that if I have a Texas driver's license, it's good enough to vote in Texas, but I can't use that Texas driver's license to vote if I just recently moved to Ohio. And if I'm in Ohio, it's good enough to use in Ohio, but I can't use it in Texas. Why is that? Why wouldn't it be that if all we're worried about is state issued ID, why does it have to be the state you're from? Right. And then finally, you get to the question of what is the ID being used to prove? Is it only being used to prove that the person standing in front of you is who they say they are? Which, can be legitimate, right? You want to make sure that I'm Mark Elias. But oftentimes these state laws and the federal laws are written to prove not just who you are
All right,
standing in front of them.
Biotech, you are, congratulations on displaying your bigotry. We're going to time you out. Nah, you're just being a fucking anti-Semite. Get out of here, loser. We don't like anti-Semites around here.
But, they become traps. Like, for example, the address. Well, why does address matter if all you're trying to do is prove identity? Hey, Brian, you know what kind of photo IDs don't have your address? Passports. Yeah. So if a U.S. passport is good enough because all you're trying to do is
I'm not little, but I am a Jew.
Why then?
Well, hell yeah, man. I'm sorry that the right and the most extreme of our left wing have been the most disgusting people I've seen in a while, but you got a safe place. You got a safe place here, brother.
Do we require that the photo ID issued by a state have a full address or have a current address? Like, there's all kinds of ways that this ID question gets asked at a top line that then when you look at the details of what Republicans are doing, it's actually a lot more. And finally, I'd add this. There was a lot of
check my phone.
There was a lot of discussion among the right wing about in Minnesota, and by the way, it's not just Minnesota, it's a whole bunch of states, including a number of Republican states, that allow people who know the person who is voting to serve as their ID by vouching for them, by signing an affidavit saying, yep, the person standing in front of you is the person you are. So if you and I went to vote together, we live in different states, so let's say I was out in California and you were going to vote and I was going along with you and you forgot your wallet at home, I could sign an affidavit saying, I know Brian Tyler Cohen. I know him personally. I've met him. I'm familiar with him. And this is Brian Tyler Cohen. And so, why isn't that good enough? And particularly, it was shocking to see the attacks on home healthcare aides and nursing home aides who are allowed to vouch for their patients. So this was treated shamefully by the Republicans and the right-wing activists as an evidence of fraud. Let me ask you this. If you're 95 years old and you're in a nursing home, you don't have a driver's license, you have no reason to have a passport, what better way to establish your identity than for the nurse who takes care of you every day to swear out that you are the person you say you are, right? I mean, the effort to disenfranchise elderly people in nursing homes or who have home healthcare aides by somehow saying they need to have a valid driver's license or passport and that their home care aide can't swear that they are who they say they are is an absolute abomination. And it shows the moral bankruptcy of a party that claims, Brian, to care about life, to care about the elderly, to care about the infirm. And it just goes to show that what they want to do is make it harder for you and me to vote and easier for them to cheat. And don't anyone let you tell you otherwise.
Amen,
Last
dude.
question here, and that was perfectly put. Does the fact that they're not going to get Democratic approval on the Save America Act, is that obviously...
Anthony, I think Brian Tyler Cohen is a monument of truth. I don't know what you're talking about there.
Imperil the ability of Republicans to be able to pass this bill?
Brian, this is a five-alarm fire, all hands on deck moment. Okay, Republicans are bringing this SAVE Act, this voter suppression bill, to the floor of the House as their top priority. And they are going to jam it through one way or the other. And then it goes to the Senate. And let's be honest, Donald Trump has already said he wants the filibuster abolished. He is already pressuring John Thune and Senate Republicans to abolish it, at least for this one bill. And so it is time we all need to man the phones and call our elected representatives, call our senators, call our members of Congress, and also share this video. Put it on your social media feeds. Share it with your friends and your families, because Republicans are going to try to abolish the filibuster to undermine voting rights, and it all begins with this bill.
Could not agree more. Again, for those who are watching right now.
Yeah, and I think something else that's dangerous is Donald Trump's use of saying he wants to use ICE at polling locations. I think that is extremely dangerous for our democracy. But if you guys are just coming in, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. It really helps me and boosts my channel out there. I do a show every day where I talk about the news and politics, and the closer we get to that 500, the sooner I can turn on monetization for you guys, so you guys can have TTS and send messages during the stream. I also am planning some in the future for members content. Again, I don't want to offer members content without actually providing something a little bit extra. So get excited for that. Anyways, like I said, we are just kind of riffing right now because we don't have much else to talk about. So, well, we do have stuff to talk about. It's just I don't have my preset of tabs to go through. A former Intel guy. God, we gotta stop watching. We can't keep watching Nick because he's just so irrelevant now. He's just so irrelevant since he lost his position. Is there... I kind of want to see... what is Asman talking about? What is our fucking least favorite cockroach talking about right now? It's not easy to cheat. What will Democrats do? We can't win. Acting as if they didn't try to overturn an election. All right, so I'm really just not seeing... yeah, not that interesting. Yeah, it just looks like a bunch of boring shit no one cares about from Asman. Always a good time. Let's see what else we got here. On ICE funding levels for Homeland Security. That could be interesting. Is there anything else that I've been missing today? I don't think so. Trump got drug prices lowered? How did he do that? Preferred nation status. That doesn't mean anything, dude. He just made up a word and said we're that now. We got Jeffries. Jeffries has been very good on coming out and speaking to the people, in my opinion. It's been very impressive from Leader Jeffries, honestly. I guess President Trump gaggled on the press. We can do that. You guys want to watch Trump gaggle on the press? Yeah, we'll watch that. Yeah, we are very late right now. I don't think we've ever done a stream. No, we've been later than this. I think I've streamed till 9 before. Oh, there's our president waddling out like a like the true penguin that he is.
We had very, very good talks today, having to do with Russia, Ukraine. Something could
Yep,
be
it sounds like there was some good Good talks with Ukraine. Oh, we've got Cope in chat. You're effing delusional. What lower drug prices? I haven't seen lower drug prices. I go to the pharmacy and it's still an arm and a leg, ladies and gentlemen. Where are these lower drug prices that MAGA is talking about?
We likewise had very good talks on Iran. Iran looks like it wants to make a deal very badly. We have to see what that deal is.
That doesn't mean any. He put the heat on the drug companies to treat Americans fairly. I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean? Biden did not do nearly as much damage as Mr. Trump did here. I don't know what you're talking about.
It looks like they want to make a deal very badly, as they should. Last time they decided maybe not to do it, but I think they probably feel differently. We'll see.
One moment, I will be AFK for about 5 seconds, so give me a moment.
What the deal is, it'll be different than last time. And we have a big armada, we have a big fleet heading in that direction. We'll be there pretty soon. So we'll see how that works out. The stock market, as you know, broke a number that they thought was going to be impossible to break. Certainly during my first year, they said if you could do it in your fourth year, by the fourth year, we broke 50,000 on the Dow. Most people thought that was not possible to do so quickly. We did it in the first year. So we're about 3 years ahead of schedule. It's going good. Prices are way down. You don't hear the Democrats talking about affordability anymore, which they caused the affordability problem very badly. But you don't hear that word. I haven't heard that word spoken in a week and a half because they can't speak because the prices are down. Energy's down. If you look at oil, if you look at gasoline, a gallon of gasoline in Iowa, I was there last week, was $1.85, $1.89, and $1.99 at 3 different stations. And it's that way in a lot of places. So gasoline is way down, energy's down, groceries are down. We've broken the Biden disaster, the mess that I inherited. The border is extremely secure, more so than it's ever been. We've got 9 months with 0 people coming in illegally. And I think the immigration problem is, we're doing very well. And crime is at a record low for 125 years, just announced. The lowest has been since 1900. That's pretty good, that's a long time. So, do you have any questions, John?
Mr. President, media post that you took down earlier today.
Oh yeah, this is the Trump double down on being a giant racist. Let's see this.
The White House says that a staffer sent it. Who sent it, and are you going to fire them?
No, I looked at it.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted out there in the algorithm.
Looked at the first part. It was about voter fraud in someplace, Georgia. There was a lot of voter fraud, 2020 voter fraud. And I didn't see the whole thing. I guess during the end of it, there was some kind of a picture that people don't like. I wouldn't like it either, but I didn't see it. I looked at the first part, and it was really about voter fraud in and the machines, how crooked it is, how disgusting it is. Then I gave it to the people.
He lowered. Okay, so let me translate that. He lowered a couple GLP-1 drugs for all of his friends that want to lose weight but don't want to work out. Great. That doesn't help out a majority of people, but great.
Generally, they look at the whole thing, but I guess somebody didn't. And they posted,
what about
and we took it down.
the medication that people actually depend on? Yeah, that he's not lowering that at all. Got you.
But that was a voter fraud that nobody talks about. They don't like to talk about that post. We took it down as soon as we found out about it.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans are calling on you to apologize for that post. Is that something you're going to do?
No, I didn't make a mistake. I mean, I look at a lot of thousands of things looked at the beginning of it. It was fine. And they had that one post, and I guess it was a takeoff. By the way, a lot of people covered. If you look at where it came from, I guess it was a takeoff from the Lion King. And certainly it was a very strong post in terms of voter fraud. Nobody knew that that was at the end. If they would have looked, they would have seen it. And probably they would have had the sense to take it down. But that was a takeoff from the Lion King. And a lot of people were covered. One different,
The Lion King. There are no gorillas in The Lion King, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys know that.
in different positions. So, but I spoke to Tim Scott. He was great. Tim is a great guy. He understood that 100%. Go ahead.
Mr. President,
Trump needs to be kicked out of
Witkoff,
office. Oh, I completely agree with you. He's totally inept.
Kushner met with Iran's foreign minister today. You also had Brad Cooper there, the head of CENTCOM. A deal doesn't look like it's been reached yet. How long are you willing to wait?
A deal can be reached. Well, you have to get in position. We have plenty of time. If you remember Venezuela, we waited around for a while, and we're in no rush. We have, very good talks going with Iran. We have very good talks going with Russia and Ukraine. We're doing a lot of good talking, and
Portland in the chat. Hey, what's up, dog? Good, thank you for saying what's up from Portland. We appreciate it.
I think we had the results today were with Iran. It was a meeting. We're going to meet again early next week. And they want to make a deal. Iran, as they should want to make a deal. They know the consequences if they don't. If they don't make a deal, the consequences are very steep. So we'll see what happens. But they had a very good meeting with a very high representative of Iran, and we'll see how it all turns out.
Civil human rights groups.
See that. By the way, I'd love to see that. If we could do that, I'd love to see it.
Mr. President, is a deal that is acceptable that only covers with Iran? Is there a deal that only covers nuclear that would be acceptable to you? Because they just want to have nuclear. They don't want to have anything else.
Like that would be acceptable, but the one thing, and right up front, no nuclear weapons.
No nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, he's not very competent, so he's not going to be able to get them to do no nuclear in general, but maybe someday.
That deal, but they weren't willing to do that. Now they are willing to do it. So they're willing to do much more than they would have a year and a half ago, or even a year ago when don't forget, we've only been doing this for exactly 1 year. And we started with them a few months after the beginning of this term. This term has been amazing.
Hi from Maryland. Hey, what's up? How are you guys doing? If you guys are enjoying the stream, by the way, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really does help out the channel and get me boosted out there in the algorithm. I do a show every day where I talk about the news and politics, so why not give a sub?
But the results could surprise people. If they would have offered this deal originally when we first started, it would have been accepted immediately. We'll see what happens now.
Mr. President, a number of people in the MAGA base say they aren't satisfied with the administration just focusing on deporting violent criminals.
Who are you with?
I'm Natalie Ellison with the Washington Post.
Washington, well, you having a hard time getting readers. Washington Post is
having a hard time getting readers.
Attitude. Go ahead.
Well, a number of people in your base say
how disgusting this admin is. He has slammed my city so many times. Yeah, we love Portland, dude. Portland's an amazing place.
Immigrants deported, even ones who are
Let me tell you
otherwise
about my
not
base. Let me tell you about my base. My base has never been stronger. My base is me and other very good people that love our country. And if you talk about my base or the MAGA base, you could call it a lot of.
Yeah, I know. He's such a liar. It's embarrassing.
They couldn't be more thrilled. We have crime down to the lowest level that it's been in 125 years. We have a border that's totally closed. We have all the things that our base wanted, and we have the best economy in history. Prices are down. We inherited very high prices and the highest inflation in the history of our country. Think of it, the highest in 48 years. Some people say 48 years, but I'll take either one. So my base is very happy.
But would you support mass deportations of people who are otherwise law-abiding?
See everybody, but we're focusing on the criminals. We're focusing on killers. We're focusing, but ultimately, they all broke the law. Some can If they do it in a certain way, they can go out, they can come back if they do it properly. But as you know, a lot of people have been deported, a lot. But the focus is on the murderers, the drug dealers. We have many people mentally insane. They dumped everything in our country. But ultimately, yeah, it's exactly as I said during the campaign. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you set the record straight? There were reports circulating that you told Chuck Schumer that in order to restore funding for the Gateway train tunnel in New York, New Jersey, you would want Penn Station and Dulles Airport to be named after you. Is that true?
He suggested that to me. Chuck Schumer suggested that to me about changing the name of Penn Station to Trump Station. Dulles Airport is really separate. Dulles Airport is really not too involved with Congress.
He shits his pants regularly, and that brings me comfort. It is very funny. It is very funny. He's too busy making racist tweets late at night to sleep. Amen.
But it was suggested to me by numerous people, unions, Democrats, Republicans. A lot of people suggested. Nothing's been done on that.
Mr. President, you frequently criticize Joe Biden for not knowing what is going on in his name. This racist video that was posted on your social media.
I'm a hell of a lot better than you do. You don't know what's going on. I know what's going on. No,
I know it. I know what's going on. I know it. I know. Okay, Trump.
But we know everything. And
we know everything.
Our economy. Think of it. We're way years ahead of schedule. We have thousands and thousands of businesses being built right now. So Joe Biden had no clue. If Joe Biden were elected or if Kamala were elected, we wouldn't have a country right now.
You won the election because of minority voters. Does this post maybe hurt Republicans with, black voters after the...
Look, we did criminal justice reform. I did the historically black colleges and universities. I got them funded. Nobody has been, and that's why I got the highest vote with male black voters that they've seen in many, many decades. I've done great with them. Black voters have been great to me. I've been great to them. Black voters have been great to me. I've been great to them. And I am, by the way, the least racist president you've had in a long time, as far as I'm concerned. We have, I've had a great relation. Think of what I've done. Criminal justice reform. Nobody else could do it. Obama couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Clinton couldn't do it. They actually went the other way. They went into a very bad thing for African American people, black people. They did very bad things. I did very good things. But
Trump is lying his ass off. The economy goes down to the tubes. He controls the numbers in his line to the public. Yeah, dude, he is just, it's a waterfall of lies coming out of Donald Trump's mouth.
And then I funded the universities, which nobody else was willing to do. They were going every year. They'd come back to Washington and they'd be begging for money, begging. I got to be friendly with some of the heads of the schools, and they would come back and they would literally tell me they're forcing us to beg. I'm the one that got them long-term financing and more than they were looking for. So there's nobody that's done more. And I think maybe more than anything else was criminal justice reform. They've been trying to get it for years, and I'm the one that got it done. So nobody can tell me about that. That somebody posts, a staffer, posts, and I knew it was all about. If you take a look at that and see the whole thing, it was a small section at the very end, but that was about fraudulent elections, which we have a lot of them.
Yeah, if you would have saw that little bit at the very end that wasn't racist.
And I liked the beginning. I saw it and just passed it on.
But by the way, if any of you guys disagree, feel free to join the Discord and tell me why I am wrong. Okay?
Nobody reviewed the end of it because what I saw at the beginning was really, really strong. It was about fraudulent elections. And anytime I see that stuff and when it's credible, you put it up. But somebody slipped and missed a very small part. Now, by the way, again, the takeoff one, I guess, I didn't do it, by the way. This was done by somebody else. This was a retruth. That was not done by us. But,
yeah, I didn't make the racist video, guys. I just reposted it. Why don't you guys see that?
A very strong truth. There was a very strong statement made about the fraudulent elections in a certain part of our country, which are really bad.
Mr. President, you promised Savannah Guthrie's family the full support of federal law enforcement. FBI is now.
I'll give you a little statement. I think we're doing very well on that regard. You're probably surprised to hear that. I think we're doing very well. Very well, meaning we have some clues, I think, that are very strong. And I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon.
Is this a nationwide search? Is this a search going to Mexico?
I'm not talking about a search. I'm talking about a solution. We have some things I think that will maybe come out reasonably soon from DOJ or FBI or whoever that could be
suspect.
Yeah, could be definitive.
Wrong about what? Oh.
A lot's taken place in the last couple of hours. A lot of things have happened.
Bill, I tell you, you do need to get some sleep, man. You have been a trooper.
At the very least, do you condemn the racist parts of the video?
Of course I do. Yeah.
So he admits that it's racist, but he still shared it? What the hell? Another set of lies by the PDF file in chief. Very true. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there in the algorithm.
Dow and S&P have done really well under you, Mr. President.
Who?
The Dow and S&P have done very well under you. Do you think that there's still more?
Everything's done well.
Do you think there's still more?
Everything. What hasn't done well?
Do you think there's still more to do for Americans who can't afford to invest in the stock market?
Well, I brought prices way down. You don't hear it anymore. You know, when I first came
One
in,
nation
the
under
Democrats were
Donald
screaming
Trump? That's sad. Oh, and then we've got some classic cope coming, just calling me mean words because my words disagree with their worldview. How embarrassing. What an absolute embarrassment. It's nice to see he has a limit. Yeah, I know, right?
Because eggs were up 4 times higher than they ever were.
Hey guys, forget about the racist stuff I did. Do you guys remember eggs? You guys were bitching about eggs for a while. I brought those down. Trump is helping America.
That was, I think my first press conference was about 3 days in, and they were screaming about eggs. I said, I didn't do it, they did it. We got the eggs down, we got the groceries down, we got it all down. It's
For
really
real,
going
when
in.
are we gonna release the Trump files? Democrats started the Civil War. Bro, you can't even go back that far because the parties were completely different. Jesus Christ, man.
Now we have interest rates. We have a great new Fed person coming in, hopefully soon. Interest rates are trending downward, even without that, and it's been amazing. I mean, we have potentially the greatest economy in history. If you look at what's happened, $18 trillion. We have $18 trillion coming in. No other country's gotten anywhere near that. No other country. China, nobody. And I
Trump
think we have
doesn't take
potentially
a
the
salary. You're right. He just doubles his net worth while he's in office. That's what he does.
greatest, and you're going to see that when these factories that are being up, we have
Off the backs of
plants, AI
American
plants, many plants, and
American
thousands of
citizens.
businesses right now are being built. When they
Trump always has the art of the deal. He has the upper hand. Yeah, keep coping with that, bud. I think after this video, I'm probably going to head out, guys.
opening up in a year from now, less than a year from now, it's going to be something that I don't think we've ever witnessed before in this country. Nobody's ever seen investment like this. We have never seen anything like it. So it's very exciting. But when you add that to the best crime numbers we've ever had, when you add that to so many other things, the wall, as an example, we had a border that was out of control. 25 million people came in during 4 years of Biden. We have nobody coming in. They come in, but they come in legally. They have to come in legally. Our country's doing really well.
Mr. President, you're suing the federal government about your taxes.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, is it fair to ask the American people to pay for that?
Well, anything I win,
Oh,
I'm gonna
really?
give 100%.
Really, gamer boy? So you don't like Trump? There's nothing that implicates him? There's nothing awful that implicates Donald Trump. Well, this, I mean, I don't know about that. It seems like he's pretty fucking connected to Jeffrey Epstein in a lot of ways. Did my entire computer just shut down and crash? Hold on, we seem to be okay, there we go. We're good to go. Oh, Jesus, what was that? Scared the hell out of me. No, Donald Trump is in there. He's in there so many times that it's hard to... It can't, my computer can't even handle it. That's how many times he lies. Or how many times he's in there.
The American people.
No, because they give money to charity anyway. They give away $40 billion a year to charity, our government. You know, our government gives away $40 billion plus a year to charity. So anything I win from that, but when they go and release your tax returns, which is totally illegal, people go to jail for that, and they've already found a person that did it, and as you know, they got in big trouble. And based upon that and other things we did sue, and anything I win, I'm giving 100% to charity. Really good, very, very good and respected charities.
Do you decide if
Winter
you win?
Olympics, the Winter Olympics begin this weekend, Mr. President.
Are you? I just spoke to Marco Rubio. I just spoke to J.D. Vance. They're over in Italy, and representing us very well. They're doing a great job.
Did you see that the Vice President got booed during the opening ceremony, though? What do you make of that sort of frosty... The Vice President got booed during the opening ceremony. What do you make of that frosty...
No, I didn't see that. Is that true? Is that right?
Yeah.
It's surprising because people like him. Well, I mean, he is in a foreign country, you know, in all fairness, but he doesn't get booed in this country.
Is there a particular sport you're interested in seeing?
In the Super Bowl, who are you going for?
On what, the game?
The Super Bowl, yeah.
I can't say that. But they are really two good teams. They're very interesting because you had one quarterback who looks like he wasn't going to make it, and he made it. And then you have another one who's young, and they probably wish they played him last year, right? He's done great. But you have two great teams. And Bob Kraft is a fabulous owner, a friend of mine. New England's amazing that they're there. Who would think? It's like a second, you can't say dynasty yet. They had a dynasty. You'll have to win a lot of games before you create another one. But I think it's going to be a great game. There's a lot of interesting storylines. Going to be very interesting.
What's your message to the many Americans who were offended by the video? What do you want to tell those Americans?
I didn't know about it, so I mean, it went up. I really have no message. All I know is, here's my message, and our country has never been in a position like this. We were a laughing stock all over the world, and now we're a country that's respected more than we've ever been respected before. If you go back a year and a half ago, our country was a laughing stock, and now we're respected all over the world, like probably almost never before. I would say maybe like never before. And, you know, it's, if you look at from an economic standpoint, the King of Saudi Arabia said it, others said it, we were not a country that was even thought of as a country that was going to make it back. And in 1 year, we're the hottest country. We are right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. So that's my message. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get out of here. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Remember to like and subscribe, and I'm going to get out of here. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.